Welcome back to CubeCon 2023 here in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Justin Parnell.
I'm David McDarby.
Yeah, we're here for more Cube action with our friends at Nerd Raid Gaming Series. We want to thank them for being able to sponsor us and partner with us to bring you all of this hot Cube action the whole weekend.
Wow, and it's day 3. I've lost all meaning of time, but we've been cubing all day today and yesterday and the day before, and it's not going to stop. We're going to keep cubing today, cubing tomorrow, and when we leave CubeCon, we're going to continue to cube.
Yeah, cube the night away.
I cube every night away.
A lot of people did. You know, we not only do we have a lot of Cube here at CubeCon, but we've had a lot of other special events that have happened. We had a day 0 at one of our partners, Misty Mountain Games, owned by organizer Brian Kowal.
Yes.
We cubed there.
We did. It was wonderful. The store was great. It was filled to the brim with cubers, kind of an honorary CubeCon day 0, and it was wonderful.
Absolutely. So we did that. Let's see. So yesterday we had a...
Well, let's start from day 0.
Start with day 0.
So then day 1.
Yeah.
We had an event called the Chi Stands Alone.
Yes.
Yes. So in that, 8 powerful magicians vied for a lot of cheese.
They did.
And the winner...
Reduke.
Hall of Fame Reduke. And he also gave me some of his cheese. Here's some Wisconsin cheese that he gave me.
Yeah.
I kept it in my fanny pack the entire weekend. It's a little warm, so I'm just going to put it right there.
But you know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Wisconsin cheese is the most durable of all of the cheeses.
It is.
Is what I've heard.
It's durable. It's also tasty because that's way more important in cheese
absolutely.
than durability.
Absolutely. So not only that, so Reed was the person that stands alone, and also he's also at the top of the leaderboard here at CubeCon.
Yeah, so at the end of yesterday, he was undefeated, 30 points. Is he still undefeated?
He's not, because he took
a draw?
He took a round off so he could attend one of our panels this morning.
Wow, mind twist?
He did, yes. So yesterday we had the panel for day 2. David was part of the Behind the Spellbook with the other Wizards of the Coast employees we have here. Some of them appeared on stream. We have Dave McDarby, Melissa DeTora,
Eliana Rice, Gavin Verhey, and Chris Mooney. We all together talked about the secrets of design as they relate to Cube. So if you're thinking about making your own Cube or some other questions, we have all that on VOD. You can check that out at NRG Series here on Twitch. And then make sure you get some of that hot, good, straight from the Wizards of the Coast mouth wisdom. For cubes.
Straight from the mouth.
You know what they say. That's what they say. So we also had other panels too. So
we did, and Reed was at the our panel today, which was not behind the spellbook.
Mind Twist.
Mind Twist, which was a game show panel.
It was way more fun than the card.
I actually attended it too. It was a blast.
Yes.
It was so much fun. Anthony Maddox, one of the participants, won an original art.
Yes.
From
Squirrel connoisseur right here, Anthony Maddox.
Love it, love it. So we have that going on at CubeCon, but we also had Bar Cube, where a bunch of people. You participated.
I was at the Bar Cube.
Yeah, went to a bar and played Cube for hours and hours.
I played the Old Border Foil Cube, which you just saw here, and I'm sure you agree, it was one of those beautiful looking cubes I've ever seen in my life.
Incredible.
I just want to look at it. I don't want to play it. I just want to look at it. I've been looking at this for 5 minutes, and I can't look away.
That's absolutely incredible. And then last night, we also had CUBECON, we had a CubeCon sponsored karaoke, which I know hundreds of wizards here went to.
Hundreds.
And which is, we actually had the lowest attendance for the first round of all of the days.
Yeah.
I think people were a little worn down. I know that went deep into the night.
Yes, I mean, Cube is magic, but so is music. And music together with other Cube aficionados is even more magical.
What a wonderful combination.
It's everything I want in a convention. Cube and CUBECON and food and friends.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
How do you feel about creatures?
I could take them or leave them.
Well, I'm really happy you answered that way, because the cube we're going to be covering is called the Creatureless Cube. And this cube, the description is right on the tin. There are no creature spells in this cube.
None. 0.
Not one.
Not one. So cards like Duress, pretty good. Unwind, pretty good.
Wow.
Wrath of God, not as good.
But, maybe so. There are ways to create a lot of creature tokens.
Oh, sure. That's what
cube.
green-white would do, because what else would green-white do?
Well, it is to be believed that they are making tokens, and probably a lot of other colors, because in this cube, you have to find a way to win that's not simply casting a creature and attacking.
Yep. So you can do that. I cast Dragon Wing Glider the previous round. I just drafted this cube. We'll not talk about my record, but there's lots of really cool, fun non-creature spells that make creatures. Also, there's storm strategies, there's life gain strategies, there's artifacts, there's enchantments, there's Sanctum of All, Urza, Head Planeswalker, all kinds of other wonderful magical spells that you can concoct this crazy Rube Goldberg creatureless machine and ride that to victory.
We were actually quizzing each other on the Urza Headmaster card because you have to go to a
AskUrza.com.
AskUrza.com.
And put the +1, -1, or -6, and wait for the +1. We hit target player exiles a card from their hand. We didn't know, but if you know what that does, you're smarter than Justin Parnell and maybe David McDarby.
Yeah, definitely Justin Parnell. Let us know in Twitch chat and. Yeah,
I don't know.
Good luck. No cheating, though.
Don't look it up.
Don't cheat.
Just think about it.
Okay, just think about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Creatureless Cube. So you drafted this cube.
Yes.
What did you see? What kind of decks did you see when you drafted this cube?
I saw lots of artifact decks and enchantment decks. Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
But I also saw some sacrifice decks, some weird. Go guarding this cube is a bunch of weird ways to win the game. So they can have Vraska the Unseen, just like creature makes creature.
Yeah.
Sorry, you lose.
Yeah.
It does some other weird enchantment things. They can, like, skeletal mound-making skeleton from AFR. It makes skeletons.
Yeah, Skeletal Uprising.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
So lots of weird.
Love
that card. Yeah. My deck had one good game where I had Paradox Engine, Timeless Lotus, Sprout Swarm.
Oh, so you were going off.
Yeah.
That's infinite Sapperling tokens.
Yes, where I also had a Gear per Ether Grid. So I kind of did artifacts and enchantments and some artifacts.
Love it.
So then I was Sprout Swarming, untime artifacts, ping you for one.
As long as you have two, that Sprout Swarm turns into infinite creatures, infinite damage.
Future Sight, all sorts of things. It was really good. I really want to play this cube again, but I'm going to do the next best thing and cover it with you.
And that's great. We also have a special thing that was getting ready to happen, and that is seeing the person that beat me in the last cube that I drafted.
Really?
Yeah. So moments ago,
it could be anybody here.
Actually, could be, except for you.
Yeah. So it's Vincent
and
Caleb.
So Pleasant Kenobi and I drafted a Mirage Block cube a couple of hours ago.
Mirage?
Mirage Block, Mirage, Weatherlight, and Visions. Visions was one of my favorite sets. It still probably is one of my favorite sets.
The little V set symbol.
Yeah, Visions. So it's just those three. It's a 360 card cube.
V for Vincent.
It was a blast. And Vince, he drafted a blue-white flanking deck.
Flanking.
And I decided to try to beat him with creatures that were also attacking or blocking, and that did not work out.
Yeah, that's a rough place to be. Why would you do that?
Well, it worked the rest of my rounds because Vince had all the flanking creatures.
Well, that's why he's down here in the feature round, and you're here.
That's exactly right. So if you were Vince and you're drafting this cube for the first time, there's probably not flanking in this cube.
Not a lot of flanking, no. Creature combat does happen, but it's less important and less common than other cubes.
Right. So what would you be looking to draft? Like if you're like, after what you saw, what was either the coolest thing or just the thing, what's the card you want to open? And you were like, I want that. I'm going to try to build around this.
Well, I also had Nexus of Fate in my deck.
That is a really good one.
And that one goes in any deck. Even if you're, what is it, light Jund, like Holy Jund, you still want Nexus of Fate in your deck?
Yes.
I
just want Nexus of Fate in my deck in general.
So I never get to take extra turns in anything I do, really. Except Live the Dream Cube.
Heyo.
So I love taking extra turns, but in this cube, I'm looking for like artifacts, enchantments, planeswalkers, instant sorceries, battles, lands.
Those are all the rest.
That's what I'm looking for.
So with Nexus of Fate, it's really slightly different in this cube because this cube has a much higher concentration of things that say at the beginning of your upkeep or once a turn.
Yep.
So being able to stack those triggers on top of each other or planeswalkers you activate once a turn is more important here than it might be in other cubes where you're primarily attacking.
Right. This cube also has Wilderness Reclamation. That's
I love it.
Historical card that goes great with Nexus of Fate.
Yeah, they're buddies. Maybe a little bit too close.
They got really friendly with each other.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. They had to be separated by security.
So in this cube, there is not a lot of traditional mana acceleration. There's a couple mana rocks, but there's moon. Other types of artifacts that you need more synergies to get through. It's not just Soul Ring, and there isn't just Demonic Tutor. You have Diabolic Tutor and all these different ways that you need to, or Diabolic Intent. You need all these different ways to get your deck together, but you can't just play it and be done. You have to. The cards have to work together. You got to work for it. Yeah. So looking for cards like that, but also how you contextualize cards in this cube is way different. If you had Doomblade, Doomblade's not really great.
No.
Tristani's Judgment. Also not very efficient.
Which something you can draft in this cube, but I would not recommend it.
But Duress, Unwind, these cards that traditionally are pretty good, they're really good. Dovin's Veto, you can't stop that. It's coming for you. So in this cube, a lot of times from like turn 4 to turn 5 onward, you're living in fear. You don't know what your opponent's going to do because this cube has a way higher percentage of instants than other cubes.
Right.
So you're like, your opponent's like 6 lands go, and you're just like, what do I do? Oh, I play attack for 2 with my tokens. Oh, you're dead.
could have anything because creatures in almost every cube, and this is not just exclusive to CubeCon, but almost every cube is the highest concentration of a specific card type. You're taking that out entirely, so you have a very massive percentage of cards that need to be spread out among the other card types.
Yep.
So instants, obviously, very powerful, and especially when you don't have creatures, you are really able to do a lot of more interesting things that you would find in more traditional cubes that we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, so this cube is a 450 card cube.
Right.
It's all singleton. There's some silver border cards. Lands, there's about 50 lands, which is not a lot, and about 4 gold cards per color. So you have so many cards that aren't mucked up in lands or gold or creatures or a lot of mana producing artifacts that you cast for 2 or 3. So these instants and sorcery columns and enchantments, they're huge. There's so many cards. And you open up a pack. So I'm so glad that you're able to look at the cards you've drafted between your picks, because every card you pick, you have to expand your mind palace, and think about how it will work with every other card you draft. It's not just like, oh, Doomblade, that's in, don't have to think about it. No, it's like, let me pick a random card from the thing. Excavation technique. You have to figure out, oh, am I going to copy this more artifacts and creatures, artifacts and enchantments in the graveyard?
Now, do I demonstrate it?
Do you demonstrate it? Do you
what
copy
can
it?
my opponent? Well, and with instance, if you demonstrate it, what if your opponent has something they could do, and then they're like, "Wow, this is really good for me now."
Thirst for meaning, thirst of meaning. Draw some cards, pitch an enchantment. Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks,
I'm
buddy.
gonna get that back.
I'm gonna get that.
Yeah, let me get
so
that.
yeah, this cube is really exciting to watch, and honestly, this is probably the best representation of a Jenny Johnny cube I've ever seen, and I just want to keep playing it.
That's high praise.
Yeah.
Coming from you.
It is.
I mean, really, truly, it is.
It really is. I some cubes, they talk about how cool you open it into decks you can draft, but this cube really strikes home that you can do all kinds, and you have to think way harder than normal Magic. Say traditionally you just play creature on 2, 3, 4, pump, you're dead. This one is like, oh, I'm gonna break the rules of the game, and let me tell you, I would not want to be the judge that's covering this cube.
Well, we got one over there, and they're going to be covering it. And, we're so blessed, really, to be able to have such a wide variety of cubes to choose from. This is the second year of CubeCon, and there's even more crazy cubes that are here that we're not even able to cover because we're only getting a fraction of what is in the room. But being able to cover a cube like this, of saying everyone that is watching that maybe you've played cube before, maybe you haven't, but you have a certain idea of what that is in your mind. A lot of people think cube, they might think of vintage cube, or maybe even something that is still just a little more traditional, like a legacy or modern powered level cube. This is something that is really working with outside of the realm of the base level what you would expect a cube to be.
Yeah, exactly. So like Justin said, a lot of players play the Vintage Cube on Magic Online or the Arena Cube on MPG Arena, and these are great representations of a normal cube you can get your head wrapped around and kind of play a lot of different ways to play Magic. As a game designer, it's very important to set expectations. So when you're able to do that with something like the Creatureless Cube, you just see this other type of Magic that maybe you've never experienced before. And maybe that's the type of Magic you latch onto and really brings the most joy of your day out of slinging in these pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, and so I just checked. The creator of the cube is Ollie Davis.
Yes.
Who I know is in the Boston area.
Boston.
Yes,
continue.
Right. So I have talked to a lot of different players here that have played this cube before, and I did not talk to a single person that wasn't like, I love this cube.
Well, that makes sense. I love this cube.
I mean, it's pretty awesome. It makes me want to love it, but we're going to see if Vince loves this cube. Because
or you.
He's going to be the featured drafter that we're going to be covering right now. All right. Opening on pack 1, and we have a Nettlecyst bringing around a creature right off the bat. Vince giving the thumbs up. Yeah, you're good, buddy.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
What a pleasant lad.
Yeah. So, and I know Vince is riding high. He won that draft, by the way. He
I know.
Absolutely trounced everybody.
Yep. So we're looking at Future Sight. Goes in every deck. Gift of Estates. If you want some more lands than your opponent, think about it. Brotherhood's End. Urza Mishra had a real fight because of Artificer class. It was a fight in Glare of Subdual. So Glare of Subdual is the
That's a mean card.
kind of the Neo opposition. If by Neo I mean, I don't know, 15 years ago or something.
Right.
So really, your first pick, a lot of cubes, you kind of take lands and you stay open. You pick 2 colors. In this cube, really, you want to take those thematic power outliers that you can really build a deck around and kind of go all in on those, because then you can spread out as the draft goes on and kind of have the crests of these different synergies together in this hodgepodge crazy machine. So.
And Vince is here looking at Nettle Cyst. Oh, I didn't see Bitter Blossom in this pack.
Bitter Blossom.
That was hiding around. That's a first pick in most cubes that it's in.
Yeah,
I would imagine in this cube it's not any different.
It's a pretty safe pick. You play on 2, way better on 2 than later on. But Pleasant Combie's like, you know what? I'm here. I'm going to do the cool thing and take Nettle Cyst. So now that opens him up to artifact synergies, enchantment synergies, mana value 3 synergies. Sword of the Meek likes another card called Thopter Foundry. That is what I actually lost to in the previous round.
That is, and that's something that was a powerhouse in Modern many years ago.
Yeah,
until you weren't allowed to play with it.
That's correct. Got to have other people play with the cards. So Sword of the Meek, you could pick that up right now, spike it, try to get that Thopter Foundry. This is a 450 card cube, so there's a decent chance you get it, but how is the opportunity cost? Here we're seeing Chain of Smog. This is a card you really don't see outside of Magecraft from Strixhaven.
Right.
Because if you have one of those, you cast it infinite number of times, and, nobody has any cards in their hand anymore, but ideally your opponent's dead.
And Vince staying open with that early pick of Nettle Cyst, so he's certainly not tied to anything at this point, nor would he be for a little while, but it makes it a little bit easier, and like you said, a lot of different directions for him to go, especially because of the context of this cube. You're going to end up with a lot of artifacts and enchantments no matter what.
Yeah, so, this kind of cube, the picks are going to be really weird. Traditionally, you follow perhaps the BREAD acronym, bombs, removal, evasion, aggro, duds.
Right.
But nowadays, it's 2023, kind of do keto stuff, so kill, efficient, top-end, others. In this cube, it's not going to be like that. We're going to be looking at weird A's or B's. You want to look for these combo pieces that you have one half, so maybe you can spike and find the other half, and maybe some tutors. And the cards are going to be really weird and not really look like, creatures and removal spells for these first few picks.
I really think that, I was going to say, Sword of the Meek is probably like highest upside, but it's got a low downside. But Aetherflux Reservoir, if this isn't Live the Dream Cube, but that's heck of a dream to try to live.
It's a huge dream. That works with life gain synergies, which is the Orzhov color pair in this cube tends to do. It also works with Storm, which is the blue-red color pair. So it kind of works with 4 colors of the deck, because green is not a creative color.
And Vince staying open entirely with 2 colorless cards. We see an Anointed Procession in this pack, which I would imagine is probably one of the more powerful build-around cards in this cube, because you're going to be making a lot of tokens.
Yeah.
And that just supercharges.
You can go Anointed Procession into Parallel Lives, into Doubling Season, into make a 1/1, and instead, if you make 2 1/1 flyers, you make 8 flyers if you have all 3 of those in play. 16.
Could get
Math is hard. There's a lot of
tough.
numbers.
Well, yeah, it doubles it. Yeah.
It
doesn't make it easy for you.
I don't think ever is.
Promise of the Boon, and we do see that Duress, which we noted was quite a powerful discard card, and it looks like Savine's Reclamation going to be a card that lets you return something 3 or less, like a single instance of a Sun Titan trigger.
Or a Sword of the Meek.
Or a Sword of the Meek.
Yeah, it can bring back Sword of the Meek with your Sun Titan trigger.
He didn't pick Sword of the Meek.
Yeah, he picked Savine's. He didn't?
No, he picked Aetherflux Reservoir.
Great. Well, now he has 2 colorless cards and a white card.
Right.
So now he's looking for kind of cheaper spells, maybe to bring back with that Savine's Reclamation. Here we have Thirst for Meaning to pitch that enchantment card to bring back with Savine's Reclamation.
I'm sure he'll find some enchantments along the way. We know he wants artifacts to go with that Nettle Cyst.
There's a boxing ring, an artifact that everybody knows exactly what it does.
I definitely know the Oracle text on that, but I won't read it now.
Yep, it's not. You don't need to. Razor Tide Bridge, this cube does have the cycle of 2 color artifact lands. So if there is shatters in the cube, there's artifact removal. They don't exile, because that'd be kind of lame. Exile your land,
lame.
So there's ways to use these artifact lands not just to fix you, but also for the artifact synergies that we'll see in this cube.
Anduril Flame of the West is a very powerful artifact equipment from the Lord of the Rings expansion. If you attach it to a legendary creature attack, it gives you 2 1/1s that are tapped and attacking. Otherwise, you just get them anyway.
Yeah, so this sword, forged from the shards of Narsil that Aragorn wielded at the Battle of the Black Gate. So that is what Vince
Yeah.
goes with.
Yeah,
So
buddy.
this is, I mean, I'm sure Vince read the cube. It's called Creatureless Cube. So normally equipments are kind of easy to equip on, but now he's got to work even harder to find creatures to attach that equipment onto.
Mark of Eviction really great in this cube. It's simply just a one-mana removal spell.
It is that it keeps going. It's not just a one mana. It's repetitive.
Yeah.
It comes back.
Every single turn.
Like it's the removal spell that keeps on evicting.
Yeah. It's like the worst landlord of all time.
Yeah, that Tharashk, the bold. I don't speak Gruul. Meat and eggs.
We eat.
Mm.
All right, so we see a Witherbloom command going to have a lot of great uses in this cube as it's a, you're choosing two, maybe shrinking a tiny creature, maybe destroying a non-creature permanent, and that can get pretty powerful, but it is a 2-color card, and Vince has drafted a white card. But, it's still early on. He's mostly drafted artifacts.
Artifacts, yeah.
Yeah.
Vince is also seeing mouth to herd along with another elephant creating tokens. So he's got a lot of elephants in this pack, which might go well with that sword that he picked up earlier.
Good. I like it. I actually like this Mark of Eviction here. I think it's quite slow, but if you're able to get it down early, it's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah,
almost
so
impossible to deal with, actually.
Almost. So Vince did take mouth to feed. So not only will he be able to make some 3/3s, but he'll be able to gain some life, maybe with this
Aetherflux Reservoir.
That's the one.
And he could pick up this Sundering Growth, which is going to let him populate as well as destroy an artifact or enchantment, which we know a lot of those are going around.
Yep. There's also Rip Apart, Explosive Singularity, one of my favorite designs. I worked really hard on that one. Took about 5 seconds. Top down. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at him. Look up. He's like, whoa, Paradox Engine? This is a card that's banned in Commander for a good reason.
Yeah.
But here in Cube, nothing's banned. So
I really love that we have the face cam just to be able to see it.
Yeah.
And Vince is just laughing. He's like, should I take this? Should I be ridiculous? Hey, if you can hear me, I'm going to try to send psychic signals.
I mean,
you're on camera. You're on coverage, Vince.
Come on, Vince. That was the card.
You know what it's like to
Yes.
entertain.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also first picked that card when that literal piece of cardboard Vince has was in my hands much less than an hour ago. And I was like, this is the best card in my deck.
Oh, here's the skeleton card. It's in the very back of the pack. We may not see it. It's a black and a green enchantment for 5 where we see Takesha's Welcome. I like that one quite a bit, too, if you're making a bunch of little tokens.
Yeah, so now he's really thinking about this Paradox Engine and seeing every card he takes now he has to think about in the context of Paradox Engine.
How can I break
Aetherflux
it?
Reservoir, Andril, the Shards of Narsil, the Flaming West. There's so many things he has to think about now when looking at his cards.
And Ichor Wellspring is just a very baseline good card, especially if you have ways to get rid of your artifacts, maybe like a Cart Clan Ironworks. I'm actually not 100% sure, but he does go with the Ichor Wellspring, which is a great pickup, obviously. Yep. Just lets you cantrip upon playing it. If he goes to the graveyard, you do it again. Helps his Nettle Cyst, and maybe if you can find something to tap artifacts.
Mm-hmm. Gear per Ether Grid did me a lot of work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ichor Wellspring. There's a phrase, eat your vegetables, and that Wellspring is often the vegetable eating pick in this kind of cube. And sometimes it's even a Mycosynth Wellspring, if you're lucky.
I would love to see that. Ooh, we have an Amanatu, the Fate Stitcher.
The
Fate Shifter.
That's
Fate
the one.
Shifter.
You got there.
All right. Parallax Nexus, that is not a card you see very often in cubes. Parallax Wave you see frequently.
So you see the white one.
Parallax Nexus you're not going to see.
There's Aminatu. She does a lot for 3 mana. Lots of weird things you can do with her. You can change permanents around. You can blink things. You can draw cards at the top of your library. Also, she can be your commander.
Not in this format, but she will potentially make your 40-card deck. Vince taking a stronger look at Invasion of Tolvada, which will return a permanent from the graveyard to the battlefield for 5 mana before flipping. If you are able to attack the battle down, to make a 1/1 flying spirit on the back with the Broken Sky and give all of your creatures +1/+0 and life.
That's true. It can bring back anything as long as it's not a battle.
Oh wait, non-battle. Right.
Can be a battle, which most permanents are non-battle permanents.
I would say almost all of them.
Almost?
Almost all of them, but 35 other ones.
Wow. You know your battles.
I've been battling a bit. All right, this is Vince's first pack. We see Glare of Subdual still around. We see Future Sight still around. We also see a black and white land, which, given the context of the rest of Vince's pick, that's exactly what he's going to go with. I've actually been really impressed with those cards in cubes frequently.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah,
we go
so
battle again.
Battle again. So in this cube in particular, you really want to keep track of the cards that went around the table and came back, because when they're gone, you can be, oh, someone else has taken the enchantment deck or the artifact deck or whatever. So you will really, your mind is so under duress thinking about all the different cards that are now gone, which gives him the direction to go. And he's taken Mukotai Soul Ripper.
Thank you. You knew I was going to get that one.
Well, it was one of my designs. I made that card.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So it's a vehicle. It sacrifices things that gets in there. Yep. I really just love Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's my favorite anime.
Speaking of being under duress for things not coming back around, duress also did not come back around, as you mentioned, a high pick in this cube because it gets everything. It's like a Thoughtseize, but it doesn't cost you 2 life.
Sure. And to go with the vehicle, Vince took Okiba Reckoner Raid, which, a little known fact, it gives your other vehicles menace when it's flipped, transformed.
Oh, not just itself.
Well, not just itself. It's not a vehicle.
That's right. It's a rat.
That'd be crazy.
It's a rat, right?
Let's not use derogatory terms here.
What is the creature type?
Oh,
It's a rat rogue.
It's a
Thank
rogue
you.
first off. Rogue first, rat
Okay,
second.
first of all,
You know,
it is
let's
not as a rat
call
first.
it Nizumi. We're on Kamigawa. Hello. So here, Vince looking at trading posts, famously making a Brad Nelson Go token, and Vince like, you know what?
Yeah.
I want to do some trading.
Yeah, I've seen that one a time or two. Mark of Eviction still in here. I mean, maybe I just value this card way less. Oh, also, we have a Blood Crypt, a very rare fixing land. But
Yeah.
that says, I
Oh.
mean, very clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
At this point,
this isn't the Jun cube, but black red is still a fine color combination to have.
it's my favorite color combination.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've moved on from Golgari.
But banned is a word where death and decay have no sway.
Well, I don't care about band.
Oh, come on.
I'm here.
I mean,
I'm here for Rakdos.
I agree with
pits of
your
hell.
I agree with your compassion and your passion. But why you gotta be so mean? Why can't you be ingenuitive about things?
I'm just trying to have fun, which is exactly what Rakdos is all about. Mishra's command also is all about fun because it provides you with 4 opportunities to cast the card and choose anything, and 1 opportunity to pass it to the left as the 15th pick, and you take Aura of Silence instead.
That card, Aura of Silence, is extremely strong in this cube.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It stops so many cards from being cast. It's a huge Vindicate most of the time. Plus, this cube has a lot of ways to bring back cards from his graveyard, such as Savine's Reclamation. So just like, naturalize your thing, bring it back, naturalize your thing, bring it back, naturalize your thing.
Right.
Flashback Savine's Reclamation, naturalize your thing.
And Invasion of Telvanna, we have that.
Naturalize your thing.
Yeah.
Naturalize your. Okay.
Yeah, Vince might be good. We do see the Amanatu going 15th. I saw. So David's obviously beside me, shaking his head, really just unhappy with that 15th.
Up and down shaking. Is that what shaking means? All right, so now we're on to pack 2, passing the other way. We've got a Gired's Belligerence, a removal spell that populates, the only red populating spell in the game.
Right. Very good. Fun fact.
Well,
I saw a lightning bolt in there.
Lightning bolt?
Hello. Oh.
Well.
Not
now
happy
let's
with
check.
that.
Did I take that Sword of the Meek? Did I just check the pack? Yeah, I
You
didn't.
Did not.
I passed it.
Yep. And
Oh well. You know what? That's okay.
Good news. We don't have Vince mic'd up right
No use crying over spilled Thopter Foundries.
Yeah. Oh gosh, he just went in and he was like, "Please, past Vince, do me a solid and have me have drafted Thopter Foundry." No. But you know what? You got the Aetherflux Reservoir, and that's going to be a lot of fun too.
Yeah, no use. You can't change the past. You can only change the future.
That's right.
And today is a gift. That's why they call it a present.
And what would the present be here for Vince? What do we think is the best fit for what he's got going on?
So his synergies right now are artifacts, life gain, creatures, equipment, attacking. He's got a lot of lands. You love lands. Lightning Bolt is removal.
It is.
Parallel Lives does the tokens strategy.
We got a Parallel Lives and a Anointed Procession. That is a very dangerous combination to go wide very quickly.
Evolving Wilds is the pick here. The card that you see in all these in core sets all the time. Vince is like, you know what? Let me get that.
Yeah, I respect it. There's, it's a card that's always going to make your deck 100% of the time. And I think that's important for first picks is that they're like high conversion rate cards. It doesn't necessarily always have to be the most powerful thing in a pack that doesn't call out to you as something that's going to be a very high impact card.
Yeah.
And that happens.
Present Vince is setting up future Vince just fine with that Evolving Wild. So now Vince can take any card he wants because he has that much more fixing to play these cards. But this time he'll take Warm Power Stone to get up to those big mana values on before curve.
Well, not only that, but we know that Vince has Paradox Engine. Untapping something that provides 2 mana, that's a lot.
Ooh-wee. What a time.
Meat Hook Massacre, that's a powerful one. Inventor's Fair, that one gets any artifact like a Paradox Engine or an Aetherflux Reservoir. All those powerful Kaladesh artifacts.
Fair enough. Hopeless Nightmare, one of those powerful Wilds of Eldraine enchantments.
Yeah, I love that card in Wilds of Eldraine Limited.
It's great. It's
I'm a
awesome.
big fan of it.
Yeah, it's great. Lazotep Plating, Hexproof, a Mass one. A Davriel, the Rogue Shadow
Bastion
Mage.
of Remembrance. See, this is where I would want to be, but I would have wanted to be in this from
A
the
little
very
earlier.
beginning of the draft. Yeah.
Yeah. Vince looked at it, shook his head, and was like, I still might take it. So now he's got to decide am I going kind of aristocrats, black, white, maybe green Obzon, sacrifice creatures, or do I take Inventor's Fair so I can find these Paradox Engines, these Aetherflux Reservoirs, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Right. It's a shame. There were two different, and there was a critical point in this draft. It was early on with that Sword of the Meek pick, and obviously that would have turned up probably a Bastion of Remembrance if we'd had it. But you know what? That's not where we are, and present Vince has got to work it in. Ooh.
Yeah, this pack has about 7 cheap artifacts to play. I had Sorcerer's Spyglass, which is really strong for me in this cube. You get to see what's going on, which is half the fun.
Yeah, take a peek.
And then it's basically a removal spell for a permanent, which is amazing in this cube.
Yeah, and that's something that people see often, but you really have to recontextualize, given the fact that so many things have abilities you need to do, and the information always something that, I don't know, I feel like players will often not value as highly as they should. Knowing what's going on, especially in a singleton format, is very, very critical because a lot of times you're using one-shot effects. And he's going to go with a Codex Shredder, which mills, but also, more importantly, can sacrifice or return any card from your graveyard to your hand. But maybe, just maybe, if we can find a card to cast over and over again, we can untap Codex Shredder with the Paradox Engine.
Yep, so Codex Shredder helps with this Paradox Engine, but also can bring back Aura of Silence. So maybe Vince is looking to vindicate his opponent's permanents over and over.
It sounds like that would be your plan. You've brought it up.
Well, it happened to me one time.
Okay.
And I can't get it off my mind. So there's a couple of Rakdos cards in this pack, your favorite color pair.
Yeah,
Kolaghan's Command, Oni Kolaghan's Command right there. Oni Cult Anvil is right next door. And they are 2 peas in a pod. They love being with each other. And now Vince is seeing if he can really go down this Bastion. Did you take the Bastion of Remembrance?
No, I don't think he did.
All right, well, you know.
He took the Inventor's Fair.
Well, good news. Inventor's Fair can find Oni Cult Anvil.
It sure can. I like an Oni Cult Anvil. I think it's a very powerful card. It's a great card because it's like a lot of small pieces to work with multiple different archetypes.
Yep.
It cares about artifacts, cares about like drain and gain, cares about creature tokens. So
Vince also eyeing the Diabolic Intent. So this is a demonic tutor, but you got to sacrifice a creature. He's like, wait, do I have any creatures? Yeah, I'm good enough. Yeah, you're good. You have that mouth.
You don't have any creature cards.
He's got that mouth.
You'll find.
Yeah, he's got mouth.
Vince has definitely got a mouth on him. That is definitely true.
That's true.
Strixhaven Stadium is notably a combo with Paradox Engine specifically. This if you are able to tap it a couple of times in your turn, you can very quickly win the game by winning the game.
I love winning the game.
Yeah.
I'm sure Vince does too.
And he's pulling Deadly Dispute to the front, go along with the Strixhaven Stadium.
Bootlegger's Stash, if you want some more artifacts, but Deadly Dispute lets him sacrifice a creature or an artifact, which is way more common in this cube.
Sure enough. I think there's a chance we see the Strixhaven Stadium come back around.
Thopter Sieve went back, so no one is betting on the Sieve because someone out there has the Sword of the Meek.
They do.
And Time Sieve went around. So we'll see if the Thopter Foundry went around too.
Well, we know it went around a little bit.
Yeah.
Vince doesn't have it. Reading Karn Living Legacy. So this is going to allow you to put Power Stone artifact tokens into play tapped, which this card can sometimes, it has a low floor, but it can also have a high ceiling because in this cube, you might not be able to pressure Karn quite as quickly. And ultimating this Planeswalker will very quickly lead to you winning the game as you can tap any artifact to deal 1 damage to any target, creatures, players, planeswalkers, etc.
Yep. The gear per Ether Grid on legs. Some say of Karn Living Legacy. Basically, every iteration of Karn is an amazing card for a cube, and yeah, Vince goes with that.
Yep. No surprise. No surprise. I actually think that's a very, very good pickup for his deck. Vince really going into much heavier into the artifact stuff, which, I mean, he does have that Nettle Cyst as a gigantic payoff. We do see an All Is Dust. That is a very spicy sweeper for Vince. Well, I would imagine that's going to be a great pickup for him.
Yep, it's pretty good too, but also Sphere of Annihilation is a card you don't see a lot of the times, but in a cube where the only creatures are tokens, this is a B suspend 1 Wrath of God. So like these kind of cards act so much differently in this cube that they really have to think about them a little harder than normal, and then maybe figure out some fun surprises when you draft them.
Right. So basically, you're saying, do I want the most undercosted sweeper of all time,
Uh-huh.
or do I want a card that is likely going to punch a hole through everything else my opponent's doing, taking care of a lot of other artifacts or enchantments? And he goes with
Meticulous excavation.
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 And that is an enchantment that you could pay 2 and a white to return a permanent you control to your hand as a sorcery.
Anytime.
Anytime.
But because if you have it has an unearth, you unearth, you exile, and it comes back again.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, works with all those unearth synergies.
Okay, and we're going to see a Pyrite Spellbomb to go with more artifacts. Vince dipping his toes into, seems like black and red, kind of.
Yeah, he's got black cards, white cards, red cards,
Yeah, a little Mardu action.
green
going
cards.
on.
He's got mouth. Don't forget the mouth.
I don't want
The
to. I don't
drafter
want
with
to forget mouth defeat.
the drafter with the mouth.
All right, we get into. Like,
Entomb?
I mean, at this point, this is just like
Yeah.
I will figure out a way to make this Entomb good.
Entomb goes with so many things. It goes great with Savine's Reclamation. You can entomb that, get your double back from the
Or
graveyard.
if you already have Sabine's Reclamation, you can Entomb something and then get it back.
What a combination. Sounds great. Now is eyeing Warlock class. Maybe he wants to be a Will, the Blade of Frontiers from Baldur's Gate 3. Draw some cards, make them lose some life, all the good stuff. Davriel Rogue Shadow Mage. Also, so a lot of decks in this cube are control decks. You don't come out of the gates blazing with creatures. So Davriel really has the time to tick down, take a card, nuggy for 2, and just get accrue some value that way.
Yeah, and it's interesting seeing Rune and 6 go so late. I mean, that's such a powerful card, but like in the context of this cube, there's no fetch lands.
No fetch. Well, I think there are fetch lands, but there aren't a lot of them.
Right. Okay.
There aren't a lot. You're not focused on getting fetch lands in the
Right.
cube. You
Okay.
really want the cool engine building cards.
There are 10 fetch lands.
And
Have
there
we
are-
seen any fetch lands?
No, and there aren't a lot of X1s in this cube, other than
Right.
1/1s, which there's a lot of 1/1s. Here we have Seismic Assault.
I
That's
know-
a whole nother direction this
I
cube
know
would
what
go
you've
to.
been taking in this, and he's going to take Flicker of Fate.
I would have taken Source of Spyglass, but
you might have taken it the last time.
I needed it. It helped me not die some of the time. Not all the time. I did die. Colgan's Command. Oh, Cinder Vines is also a great card in this cube. I don't think Vince can play it, but it nugs your opponent, and it is a naturalize, which is extremely strong in this cube. Colgan's Command is half a naturalize, though.
Yeah, he can play a Kolaghan's Command, and that's what he's saying. I love Kolaghan's
I do
Command.
too.
I draft it wildly high in pretty much any cube.
Yep.
I'll always find a way.
A strong card in the Live the Dream Cube.
Yeah.
Not to bring it up again.
And there it is, the Strixhaven Stadium.
Along with Drownyard Temple, a great card to entomb. Bring it back.
Strixhaven Stadium, yeah, this is. I actually think that's going to be a sleeper in Vince's deck. Strixhaven Stadium is, as you noted, a lot of control decks in this cube, and we have a 15th pick time save.
Wow, it'd be great with Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry. Been really good.
Don't bully Vince for the bit.
He can't hear me. He doesn't have headphones on.
He'll hear you later.
Oh, he can hear. Oh no, he can listen to this.
Oh no!
Oh jeez.
We had to go
What have I
back.
done?
So a lot of times I've noticed that Strixhaven Stadium is quite powerful in the cubes that it's in exactly 2 type of archetypes. One is as fast as you can possibly go.
Yep.
The second, as slow as you can possibly go.
Slow. Just tick it up.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
are you the tortoise or are you the hare?
Right. Interaction. Oh, look at that. I've tapped Strixhaven Stadium about 10 times, and now you've simply lost the game due to my removal and my card draw. And Vince can skip some of that too, because he has the Paradox Engine, so it's not that he's just getting 1 activation a turn. He could get 2 or 3 activations a turn, and that starts to add up very, very quickly in a cube where it's not easy to put pressure on your opponent every single time.
Exactly. That downside you won't see a lot. Speaking of that, Coveted Jewel, it's really hard to get on the board with creatures in this cube, so that maybe you can untap with that jewel, or maybe you untap it with Paradox Engine. All these artifacts that tap for more than 1 mana get so much stronger when you have Paradox Engine in your deck. It just turns them on. It's great.
Blink Moth Urn, a card I personally despise.
You don't like mana? What's wrong with that? Ooh, Zeotor's Proving Ground lets him cast off. Ebony Fly. This is the little mana rock that could. It's an enter the battlefield tapped 2 mana artifact that you can pay 4 mana. Roll a d6. We all love rolling d6s here at GameHoleCon, at CubeCon.
Yep, a lot of D6 is going on.
And it becomes, maybe it's a 6/6 flyer that jumps another creature. It does so much for 2 mana. It's perfect.
So my dislike. Did he take the fly?
Oh yeah, he's flying, baby.
Oh, right.
We flying by the seat of our pants. Oh nope.
Whoa,
Yep.
whoa,
Oh
yep.
no.
Yes. He's in.
Once you touch, it's like chess. Once you touch it,
Gut
you,
check.
you have to take it. The hobgoblins are rising here, and the devils are being Tangle Wire.
Tangle Wire with great art, by the way.
Yeah, that's the best art. for Tangle Wire.
I'm a big fan of the original Glenn Angus art.
Yeah,
but
well,
this
you're
is
an
a
old
good one.
fogey.
That's true. Mycosynth Gardens, that's going to be able to copy any artifact.
Yeah,
That's a powerful one. And Vince is looking down and
Yeah.
he's like, okay. Might be in for that.
The upside of that card is you can't even fathom it. I have trouble figuring out. Here we have Teferi Time Raveler.
Okay.
It doesn't do anything cool. It's just value. Take
Yeah.
that Michael's in. Come on, Vince. Can you play blue cards?
He might be able to play that every time Raffler.
I mean, it's worth it. I'd go
Life
blue.
will find a way.
Yep. There we have Unwind, which is just a straight up counter spell where you untap 3 lands for 3 mana. Brawl's Expertise, a great wrath. Yep. Vince goes with the Mycosynth Gardens.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah. So now he's looking even more for artifacts to like find, to copy, all kinds of cool suggestions for him to take in the future.
All right, we see a Hopeful Vigil, partner in crime to Hopeless Nightmare.
Yep. Timely Reinforcements, great if you're doing the Dublin season strat. Here we have Doom Foretold. This is a unique enchantment. There's a lot of things, but basically it slowly eats away your opponent's resources, and then you'll get some more resources in return.
Notably, for Doom Foretold, you cannot sacrifice a token in this cube, or a token at any time, to satisfy Doom Foretold's cost at the beginning of your upkeep. So this is going to really eat away at someone's board or be sacrificed much sooner than it normally would.
Yeah, well, in the end, Vince usually has his way. So that's just how it goes sometimes. And he can have his way with the Doom Foretold, thinking about, is this good for my deck? And then it's so hard. There's so many things. Opalescence, how does that card work? Nobody really knows. Soul Guide Lantern, Aura Mutation, Fleet Wheel Cruiser. If he's vroom, vroom, put a sword on that bad boy, gets to go to town.
He's got one. He's got a sword. He's got the Andril.
Andril, Flame of the
beefy
West.
Sword, yeah.
Make some tokens, attack. That card can do it. Mystic Genesis.
And Vince is kind of caught in between some
worlds.
combination of Mardu here
Mhm.
that he's really like to be leaning on. Vince is really considering this Doom Foretold. And honestly, I get it, because what you don't want to have happen is you don't want to be in a situation where you play it out and you can't leverage it, and then you have to just sacrifice your Doom Foretold for minimal value.
Yeah.
And so it does cost. It is not free. It definitely requires some thinking, but Vince says, you know what, ultimately, I might be able to leverage this enough to have other permanents to take care of it. Oh, well, you see a Liliana, Waker of the Dead.
Wake up. Why did you leave the zombies on the table? You
Like-
wanted to.
I had one, and you're quicker than me, and I can't get
Yeah,
it now.
I've got split seconds. Yep, so Vince is thinking about, is this another 4-mana sorcery speed spell that help me win the game? I mean, Liliana and Doom Foretold, both these cards, maybe you just cast them, and they could just single-handedly win the game.
Right.
Like, they can do that. So having these ways to spike these victories is a lot of times the way you want to be in these cubes where you don't really
Oh, man.
quite know what's going on.
So I don't
Speaking of
know-
ways to win the game,
Yeah, we saw a Bolus of Citadel, but we also see Sensei's Divining Top in the same pack, which is a combination.
a powerful combination of non-creatures.
Yeah. All right, and Vince seems to be pretty happy with what is going on here. Now we're now solidly in black with the Citadel.
That's true.
Yeah, I think we're solidly there. Elspeth's
Elspeth's
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Now that has a duress attached to
Oh,
it.
it's pretty good.
Quite powerful on this cube. You're going to be able to get anything you want. And do we need a little bit more mana with Liquid Metal
So-
Torque? I actually think the answer is
The
yes.
torque,
we
the torque
do.
helps out the Liliana. That's what he took. The Doom Foretold, the Paradox Engine. It also can turn things into artifact for Colgan's command.
Colgan's command.
But instead,
Refurbish.
he went refurbish, so he can bring back all these cards that he can entomb.
Hey, there we go. We have
Entomb for Bolts to Citadel.
we have the
refurbish.
combo.
Combination.
We have the combination.
Ring the combo bell. Combo.
Coercive Portal that essentially lets you destroy everything if your opponent agrees to it, or if they don't, you're simply going to draw a card every
Paying homage to the portal that ruled them all.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Belby's portal. That was the portal. Or portal the entire set.
Oh, Clock of Omens. I
Man.
actually really like Clock of Omens.
Chromatic Orrery, that card's really good with Paradox Engine.
My personal favorite equipment of all time, Grafted War Gear. Tough to get going in this cube contextually, but still going to provide +3/+2 to any creature it's equipped to, as long as it stays there. Because if it doesn't, you got to sacrifice the creature,
Don't unequip it unless the creature has indestructible.
or unless you.
Oh, wait, it doesn't work.
you'll,
tried.
You'll be upset.
That's why I'm 1 and 2.
Or maybe because you wanted to sacrifice the creature. Oops, I had to sacrifice this creature on accident. Darn, I've drained you for 3 now. Because I had 3 things that drained you. I usually do.
War. What is it good for? Attacking for 3/3/2.
All right, so we're looking like Chromatic Orrery or Underhanded Design.
Designs.
Vince sticking with his method of taking the second card behind that we can't easily see on camera. I appreciate that.
Yeah, here we have a Forsaken Monument for all, Forsaken Monument works with all these colorless mana producers, these colorless spells, and these colorless creatures that Vince may have up his sleeve.
Forsaken Monument is a very, very powerful card, but you really want to be able to have some colorless lands. Now, Vince has a couple, and he does take it. He has things like Inventor's Fair to take advantage of it. He has Worn Power Stone to take advantage of it. He does not have that liquid metal coating.
Nope. But Manifold Key, Warden of the Wall, does work with Forsaken Monument on both ends. It can block as a 4/5. We have Tribute to Horobi. This makes some rats, and then become the Rat King and take all the rats for yourself.
Rats on rats on rats on rats.
Rats on rats on rats on rats.
And Vince is going to say...
Can I get the Oracle for the backside of this card? I don't want to take it out and show everyone I'm looking at it.
Yeah. We have another thing to go with Reanimate. It looks like we have a card from the Brothers War that creates a Power Stone token when you cast it, right, which I could not recall the name of.
Refurbish and rest and recharge. There's and recharge.
Yeah.
Repair and recharge.
Repair and recharge. There we go.
Yeah.
Repair and recharge. Or a tribute to Horobi. Now, I would be taking the tribute to Horobi because I would be in the Black Sacrifice deck, and that's what Vince takes.
That is what he takes.
Because it's a quite repair and recharge. You did it.
I sometimes.
There's the Blinkmoth Earnbacks. Let me tell you why I don't like this card.
Go
It
ahead.
has nothing to do with Cube.
Okay,
But
good story to have on CUBECon.
I had a friend who just abused me with this and would tap it during my turn and would not let me have any of the mana. And it's just one of those emotional connections that I've made to that card. So I have grown to have a distaste for it.
Would that make it a continuous artifact?
It wasn't for me. Crowned,
coveted
jewel. Not going to be the pick.
Not the pick.
As we have, I believe, the Blinkmoth Urn.
That sounds about right. Tangle Wire, another colorless artifact. If Vince wants to keep taking these unfun cards, that's a great one to have.
Yeah, it's the cutest Tangle Wire. There's no argument for that.
I mean, that's true. I mean, that art is the Glenn Angus art, as you said, pretty iconic. People have looked at that art a lot, and usually when they're looking at it, they don't like looking at it.
No, it's very rare this card has been on the opposite side of the table. Usually it's me that has it.
Why don't you like fun?
I do like fun.
Why just for you?
I'm gonna say a phrase that you've heard before.
Okay. Is it David? You're awesome.
It's David. You're. Fun could be a finite. There could be a finite amount of fun to be had, and I want to have all of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
The Glenn Jones strategy.
That is exactly right. Our good friend Glenn Jones. Vin's gonna take Field of Ruin, which not only lets you destroy a non-basic land, but provides an extra mana with that Forsaken Monument when you tap it.
Right, you are, but also it helps fix himself. If you've ever fixed yourself with the Field of Ruin, it feels really good.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Let me take you off a double land, and I actually need to get this last one. So it's maybe going to be splashing another color. It looks like he's in black and white. Maybe be splashing red a little bit. Just a taste.
Just a tad.
Just a touch.
A little dabble do you.
Yeah. All right, we see the rest of the drafters. We see Joe Anderson.
The mono red player.
Mono
red Joe.
And we know someone else in that pod. Looks like Derek Gallen.
Derek Gallen.
Who has been doing our interviews for all of the Cube creators.
That's true. He's a pretty good friend of mine. He's a good man. He does good interviews. He was in Mind Twists competing with Anthony Maddox.
He was.
And Maeve.
Yeah, had a great time. Looks like everyone's having just a blast.
A blast. Yeah. Hopefully we get to see Derek on camera so I can look at his plays and comment on them, as is my job right now.
You are legally required to do so. And we have a Era of Enlightenment, Estrad's Invocation, which copies enchantments. Dispeller's Capsule, which can destroy enchantments. That's probably a pretty powerful one, even if it's not going to be something you're going to start, but that's going to be a very highly coveted sideboard card, as we know Vince is in white.
Yep. Vince was asking for the Hand of Enlightenment Oracle text. It's for a strike. There you go. But Chromatic Star, it adds mana. If you sacrifice it, you can add more mana. Or you add mana and you draw a card.
That's the plan.
That's
and
great.
We do see the liquid metal.
There it is.
Are we going to take Prototype Portal here?
I don't know. If Vince plays Prototype Portal, I'm pretty jazzed.
I am jazzed too.
I would have loved
this. He's going to pass the liquid metal code.
I would have loved to see that liquid metal torque in his deck.
Torque, yes.
I mean, there's so many liquid metal cards. There's like 3.
Yeah, Prototype Portal. Vince is thinking about it.
It's tough.
Vanishing Slash? Are we going through all 3?
Vanishing Slash.
All right, yeah. Get him out of here.
Yeah, it's got to see if he has balance acquired and has the artifact enchantments. Now we have Sarcomancy, makes a creature, and Clock of Omens. Have you ever had Sarcomancy in play and your opponent has zombies but you don't, so you don't lose life?
I actually have. Yeah, that was in my second ever Magic deck.
Wow.
Suicide Black back in
Yeah.
1999.
We probably wouldn't call it that anymore.
No, but that was the name back then. Yep. Age, some things in Magic don't exactly age too well,
I
but
mean,
yes.
Death and Taxes do.
Mm,
That's still around.
right, that certainly was. Yeah, Sacromancy, Dark Ritual, Duress, Phyrexian Negator,
Yep.
Hatred.
Hatred.
A lot of great ones.
What? These words sound so mean. Why can't we have words like Liquimetal Torque? They're not mean at all.
No, they're not mean, but they can be confusing.
Or Doom Foretold.
and Vince has the Doom Foretold.
That's why I said it, Dustin.
Right, and Vince is going to be likely having that Doom Foretold in his deck. And in paper this is my favorite way to cube, but it's not the only way.
It's not?
No, you can actually play cube on some digital clients in Magic.
You can.
What would one of them be?
One of them would be Magic Online, MTGO.com. It's your digital home for Commander, Cube, Modern, Pioneer, Pauper, Legacy, Vintage. Cube. Did we say that one?
Well, I was just going to add it a second time.
We'll book it. Cube, and then Cube.
And Cube.
You can sign up for Magic Online right now with the free account. Go to midgoat.com, MTGO.com. You can sign up and even play with Power before you ever spend a dime on Super Jump. Super Jump. Have you ever played Jump In, Justin?
I played Jump In on Arena.
Jump
I played
Start.
Jump Start in paper.
So you know the deal. You make two decisions. You make two half decks, and you put them together and make a deck. But what if the decks were cube decks? So,
Sounds
you know,
better.
Doom Foretold.deck, Tanglewire.deck.
That's perfect.
That's perfect.
That's exactly what I want.
You pick the most unfun cards in the game, you slap them together, and you've got a deck made for Justin Parnell. You can do that in Super Jump on Magic Online. Get some cube action right and make two decisions, play the game. You can also, calling out Commander players, you can play Commander Magic Online. I actually keep all my decks on Magic Online for Commander.
That's
So I
smart.
can manipulate them, look around, play test them against each other.
Right.
You can bling them out, playing pre-constructed or anything in between. You can also aim for the Pro Tour if you're like some of the Hall of Famers in the room. Pro Tour competitors, Dom Harvey. Pro Tour winners, Reed Duke. You can qualify for the Pro Tour on the regional championship in any of 7 different formats and compete with the best in the champion showcase. So again, visit mitgo.com, mtgo.com, download Magic Online. I've played it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked on it a lot.
Lot.
Great people, great products, and you can play Cube on it.
Great
That's
Magic.
really what we're all about.
I have good news for you. You wish you got to see Derek?
I do.
We're going to see Derek right now. We're going to see Derek build his deck, so we're going to find out exactly what is going on.
Well, I see a Sublime Epiphany.
That's a
Big
good
into
one.
that one. Derek has a bunch of blue cards. He's got Teferi's Time Twister. He's got Investigate card, make some artifacts. He's got Sensei's Divining Top, Chromatic Orrery. We're going big. Mindslaver.
That's going really big. Mindslaver is it's one of those cards that's like, okay, this is tough to cast. It's going to be 10 mana to cast and activate in the same turn cycle. Vince has a deck that you could really mess up quite a bit with Mindslaver.
Yep.
I feel like there's a lot of destruction you could do if you take a turn over there.
Derek also has Lightning Bolt, the Strixhaven Mystical Archive version. I love that card. It deals 3 damage to any target. It's kind of like a Lava Spike, but sometimes you can misplay with it.
Right. Some say the greatest Magic card of all time. I would actually be one of those people.
That was really where they got it right. You know, there's Healing Salve, there's Giant Growth. They have applications. Then there's Dark Ritual and Ancestral Recall. Come on, do we have to?
It's the the 3 porridge of Magic, but there's 5 porridges.
There's 5. Magic. We like 5 a lot in Magic the Gathering.
As
It's kind of our special number.
As it turns out. So, what are we looking at for Derek? Okay, so Derek's picking up. So I'm gonna try to not remember every single card as he's picking all of these up.
Yep. Derek also has a Rise and Shine. This card.
That's a good one.
Yeah, this card animates non-creature artifacts, makes them 4/4. So I've heard of killing people with Mindslaver.
Yeah.
But this is ridiculous.
I've not seen a Mindslaver actually come across for lethal, so that would be really entertaining if we got to see it today.
I would love to see that. That'd be just the game. I mean, Derek's going to give you a piece of his mind. Attack for 4.
Right. So often in this cube, you are kind of trying to take a little bit of an unfair edge. Maybe not necessarily put an infinite combo together, but something that is arbitrarily large, perhaps.
Yes.
And a lot of people, when they play this cube, you're not exactly playing straight up Magic where you're just like playing removal, card draw, make some creatures attack your opponent. Like there needs to be some sort of other angle that you're doing. It doesn't always make it work. You can't always make it work if you're just straightforward and playing straight up Magic.
Yeah, so this cube really rewards thinking outside the box of the cube, thinking outside the cube. And you're not just going to play a creature with mouth, equip an equipment onto it, attack for 5, make some spirits. You need to be going big. You need to be playing your Mind Slaver. Maybe you animate it. Maybe you rebuy it. Maybe you do all sorts of things. Maybe you copy it with Duretti Ingenious Iconoclast. Well, it is legendary. So
That would be tough.
that'll be tough, but maybe you have a way to make them not legendary. I don't know every card in this cube.
I mean,
There's
sometimes you just want to flex on people. I just want you to know that I can do this.
that'd be a weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, well, that seems exactly like something Derek would do. Weird flex, but okay.
Certainly is. Yeah, so we're going to keep talking about this cube.
Yeah, we're going to keep talking about this
cube. Is
so,
really fun.
So, in full context, let's include the viewers now.
Yep.
Derek, who we thought we were going to be watching, just got up, waved to us, and then walked away.
That's correct.
So Derek is not going to be building for right now. Are we able to go and look at Vince's build? Is that something that we're able to do? Who is on overhead in the spot A?
If we could just look at anything that's not us.
Let's find out. We know
I would take
we
it.
look at each other so frequently.
Yeah. Oh, thank
right,
goodness.
here
Look
we
at
go.
magic cards.
Yeah. All right. So Vince building here. You know what I like? First card he put down as soon as we came back, Tangle Wire.
Tangle Wire. Well,
That's my dog.
I mean, Tangle Wire may not be fun, but it's a heck of a way to win.
That's not true. It is fun. It
Oh.
doesn't have to be fun for everyone.
Yep. So right now, Vince is looking at all his artifact and colorless synergy. So he's just pulling out every colorless card he can to see where he starts with, and then maybe he can decide on the colors after that. And that's a great way to go about it in this cube.
Yeah, and we do know Vince is going to be heavy into artifacts. Really going to be able to leverage that Karn Living Legacy, as we saw. Those Power Stone tokens are going to be quite powerful. Derek walked past us again, trying to get as much info on Vince as possible.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it, but here he is.
Anything for the dub.
Right.
Anything. Yeah, Vince also has that trading post, which is great with, that Wellspring he has, that Chromatic Star, can do all sorts of things by sacrificing artifacts. So right now, Vince...
He's got Clock of Omens and Strixhaven Stadium. I truly think that the Strixhaven Stadium was really undervalued by this draft pool. I think it is incredibly powerful, and I think it's going to be a meaningful part.
Yeah, so it looks like Vince is going to be playing mostly a colorless deck, as we can see. So he's just starting off with that, and then I'm excited to see what he ends up with. But for now, we're going to actually go back to the real Derek Gowan and take a look at what he's shaping up to build in the Creatureless Cube here at CUBECON 2023.
All right, so we see a white card and a red card down
For Mirrodin.
for Mirrodin.
And a Crowbar.
So I see a lightning bolt and a chain lightning.
All right.
That's a little spicy.
So turn 2, your opponent said 14. So it looks like Derek is being a red-white, blue, maybe aggressive deck. That is the red-white color pair in this cube. It doesn't make huge tokens, doesn't make a lot of tokens, but it makes them quick enough to attack and try to put pressure on their opponent before they can get the wheels get spinning on their machine.
We have Hilda's Icy Crown, which is an excellent tapper, the most recent update to Icy Manipulator. If you do it on your turn, it's free. You don't even have to pay a mana to do it.
You don't?
No. What a powerful card.
I love not paying mana.
Yeah. Recently, in Wilds of Eldraine Limited, I did use the tap, sacrifice it to draw 7 cards.
7, the full Monty.
I did, and then I lost the game because I was forced to do that because I was going to die.
Yep. So looks like Derek is doing a lot of... this is called the Creatureless Cube, but Derek is still separating his spells by things that can be creatures, mostly, or make creatures, and spells that don't. So Rusted Relic is up there, 4 mana, 5/5. That's it. Dragonwing Glider is also up there, sort of as a dragon, a 5 mana, 4/4 flying haste. So we still have creatures. They can attack, but in the form of artifacts. So yeah, there we see this bad boy from Scars of Mirrodin. Played that format a lot, and it looks pretty unassuming. But sometimes a 4 mana 5/5 gets the job done.
Yeah, I would say frequently. It frequently gets the job done. That's quite powerful. Is this Restoration of Iganjo?
I believe it is Restoration of Iganjo. So
okay. Restoration of Iganjo. We know that
not
card is quite
not
powerful.
only does that turn into a creature, but it makes creatures, and it ramps.
Double up.
It does everything. I love that card. Yeah.
Looks like we have Vanish into Memory on the bottom, so that will let you blink something.
Well, In this cube, I wouldn't really call it blinking.
Right.
I'd call it
It will never
exile.
come, it will
I'd
never
call
come
it
back.
a 4-mana removal spell that you draw 5 cards. So yeah, this card right here, when you hit a token with it, you draw cards equal to its power, and it's exiled. That's it. We're done here.
Yep.
It's extremely good. And this is exactly a good example of a card that it looks so much better. It feels so much better in this cube than other cubes.
Right.
Also, I believe this was one of the community created cards that we made way back
It
when.
actually was.
Yeah, you don't talk about this one a lot, but it was one.
About 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Vanish into Memory, you're going to simply exile something and then draw cards equal to its power, regardless of what that is. And then as soon as it comes back, whenever it returns from its journey,
Yes.
which is never,
Never, it's a
you'll
token.
discard cards equal to its toughness.
Yeah. So, for instance, if you hit that rebel token from Dragonwing Glider, you would draw 4 cards, kill their creature token, move on with your life at instant speed.
Now,
Ooh, Valakut?
There are a couple of exceptions, but one of the main exceptions Derek actually has. So, for example, if you vanished into Memory Rusted Relic and it came back and it was metal crafted, you would discard 5.
Yeah, well,
but
you just wouldn't do that.
You don't do that.
Just don't do that. Don't Wrath of God your Baneslayer Angels.
All right, so we're going to see all of Derek's lands here at the top. Okay, Derek's solidly the Jeskai here. Pretty confident. Looks like I got about 5.5 non-basic lands. Obviously, Valakut. Is that a Valakut?
It is Valakut the Molten Pinnacle.
We're just going to confirm that Valakut's in the cube. Nah, it's not.
It's not?
So it's going to be it looks like it's going to be something else. Either way, okay, we also have a Darksteel Citadel on the side here. We have one of the bridges, Silver Bluff Bridge, I believe, is the blue and red one. We have Steam Vents, we have Hollow Fountain, we have Rogran Triumph, and then, of course, we have Glimmer Void, which is going to add any color of mana as long as Derek has an artifact.
I believe he will.
And I believe he will. But if he doesn't, he's going to have to sacrifice it. So that's going to be high priority for him to do. Derek going big was one of the first cards he put down was that Chromatic Orrery. 7 mana, but they're going to add 5 whenever you tap it. And of course, you can tap 5 and tap it to draw a card for each color. Permanent you control, which is going to be up to 3 for Derek.
Up to 3. Could be as little as 0, honestly.
Could
but
be as little as 0.
That's how it goes in this cube. Yep, there we are. A great card. Adds CC, CC, C. In fact, fun story, this card used to be add Wooburg, because that's kind of what these cards would do. But then, wouldn't go in very many commander decks then.
Almost none.
Almost none. So we changed that to lots of Cs, and it's been doing good work ever since.
Right. You just got to put that extra rider on the top. This mana can be whatever mana you want. Love to see it.
You love to see it.
We have a Dragonwing Glider. It looks like a dragon. It's not. It's a rebel.
For Mirrodin.
For Mirrodin.
For Mirrodin.
Derek debating on this Return to Dust. I am going to hazard a guess that is going to be a very powerful card in this cube, just in general.
When would you recommend casting Turn to Dust?
Either in your first or second main phase, because that will let you get not only 1, but 2 artifacts and or enchantments.
Yep, in this cube, again, this cube has no creatures in it.
Not a 1.
Not a 1. So it has a lot of targets for this cube. And that also is a 4-mana card that sometimes can just win the game. If your opponent plays a 3-mana spell, a 4-mana spell, they don't do a lot, you're like, all right, my turn for post-combat main phase, maybe even another post-combat main phase if you made more additional main phases. Kill those 2 things. Live in large.
And, Derek has set that into his sideboard along with the Citizen's Crowbar.
Citizen's Arrest? Citizen's Crowbar.
Is Citizen's Crowbar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like saying Citizen's Arrest with the people's elbow.
Citizen's Crowbar, both of those deal with artifacts and enchantments.
Yep.
And
So,
Derek's saying, do I need to deal with those? I
well,
think yes.
I think so. Yeah, so Derek's deck, I'd say, is fairly aggressive for this cube, but you need to keep people off of their machines. Again, in this cube, you don't really have one big permanent and you win the game. Sometimes you do with Bolus the Citadel or Doom Foretold, but most of the time it's combining A plus B, and in C, you get win the game. C equals win the game. So Citizen's Crowbar, which is 2 Cs, Citizens and Crowbar, can stop that C from happening by removing A or B.
Exactly right.
That's so simple.
Very easy to follow.
Very easy to parse.
Only here will you hear that. Now, ultimately, Derek doesn't know he's gonna. Those are the first 2 cards he's gonna side in this first round matchup.
Yeah.
Because Vince is going to be going very heavy artifacts. We saw him lay out about 15 different artifacts to start before he figured out the color, the black, white, or red cards that he's going to be using in his deck. Now, you say that Derek is aggressive. And is this
I
what an
do.
aggressive card? We have the aggressive Mindslaver deck.
Well, you can rise and shine. Derek has that rise and shine and that insole artifact down there in that 2-drop slot, or down there in slots that can wake up these non-creature artifacts and crash in there for. It's like maybe Derek plays the Black Staff of Waterdeep on turn 1, and Soul Artifact you see there on turn 2,
Right.
attack for 5 on turn 2. Your opponent might have 1 land in play.
That's true.
That's
And Derek has Silver Bluff Bridge and Darksteel Citadel, so these are potentially two indestructible attackers, a 4/4 and a 5/5 respectively,
Yep.
that are going to be almost impossible to deal with.
Yep, Derek did a common thing, a Teferi's time twist check, as we are wont to do. See, if I blink some of these non-creature permanents, how good is that for me? 3, 4, nah, not good enough. Get out of here.
Yeah, we call that the quad T here in the booth.
The Teferi's time twist
Test.
test. Wow, nice word.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a lot of T's. The safest place for you is not now, but the safest place for this card is in the sideboard.
Yeah, and I think that we can safely say that is the case. There's a couple of things, but you're really just being, I don't know, Derek probably being too cute. And realistically, he's got a lot of great options. Cuteness, while this cube encourages a lot of trying to put together cute things, probably not going to be something he's super interested in. How many burn spells are in this cube? Because Derek has arguably 2 of the best ones.
Yeah, I would say there's not a lot of burn spells in this cube. You don't do a lot of cool burn things in this cube, and you sort of want to assemble some artifact and enchantment synergy to make some cool combos. So you don't burn a lot of times is just the way to finish the game sometimes in this environment.
Right. And, we are. It looks like Lava Spike is one of the other cards that you could have that's going to deal damage directly to your opponent. So there truly are not many. It's very slim on the amount of damage that you can deal from instants and sorceries in such large chunks. Okay, Derek is now debating on the Mindslaver, but he's like, I can't bring myself to cut it. You can see him on the side there talking through it. He's talking himself in and out of Mindslaver as we speak. And Corey, our spotter here, is saying, I would imagine, knowing Corey, these are Magic the Gathering cards.
That's correct. Right you are, Justin. So
Her favorite phrase.
Yep. Right. Oh no. So Derek is counting up his pool to make sure. This is probably a 17 land deck, as is a common thing to do in Magic the Gathering Limited. But you got to cast that Sublime Epiphany. You want to cast that Mindslaver and really deploy these threats on time, as Derek needs to get under his opponent's defensive for the most part to take the victory before his opponents can cast these really strong, big, chunky cards.
Do you know the card that is under Prismari Command? It looks like a blue card. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Yeah, I can tell you what that card is.
Okay. You could have said, I'm not sure, but I appreciate you giving it a go. Oh, we almost got to find out. Derek is going to give us a little bit of a chance. He just teased us instead. It looks like it's either a blue card or a colorless card.
Oh, it's blue. All right, well, I wish it was blue so I could pitch it to Force of Will.
Force of Will not in this cube and certainly not in Derek's deck.
That's true. Urza's Command, though.
Urza's Command.
Some say, I usually say the blue Force of Will, but, sometimes you can't do that.
So Urza's Command, that's a card that makes a construct or a Karnstruct or an Urza Struct. No one says that last one.
I mean, you say it. You can make it happen.
I could. I have the power right now. Could do that. It makes a Power Stone, lets you draw and discard a card, or gives your opponent's creatures -1, -0 until end of turn. I think Derek closing in on his final 17 lands and 23 spells, which I imagine is going to be the breakdown that he's going to go with, the old traditional. Now, something that you may notice is there's a very specific card that's gone out of picture.
Yep.
No longer in Derek's deck.
Mindslaver.
That's right.
Well, but Glimmer Void still remains.
That's true.
So, Derek does how many artifacts do I have for Glimmer Void? Can I play it on turn 1 and an artifact and pray to Keranos that this artifact will stick around for this Glimmer Void to also stick around? He's making the judgment call.
He's got a lot of artifacts in that little one, that one slot, including Sensei's Dividing Top, including the Black Staff.
Of Waterdeep.
A lot of options. Vince's deck, what do we think it's going to look like? How deep do you think Vince is going to go outside of colorless?
I would imagine he'll be playing black for that Entomb and Bowls of Citadel.
Probably
And I
white.
imagine he'll be playing white.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Vince has some pretty powerful white cards. We have a Savine's Reclamation. He really thought about that Doom Foretold quite a lot.
Long time.
And then ultimately picked it. So I think he's going to try to make the Doom Foretold work. Especially, he has that Ichor Wellspring. That's a great way to sacrifice Ichor Wellspring to Doom Foretold. That's quite powerful if you're Vince, being able to draw a card and then forcing that onto your opponent in the next turn.
Quite powerful. So we have time here, and in an event like, in any Magic event, you have X number of minutes to work on your deck. Use that time, figure out, where you want to be, use that time to your advantage, because, you can't, like, if you ask Derek right now, name every single Oracle text of all these cards, he'd get pretty well there, but I doubt he would. But he is saying, he's happy with the deck, he's unsure how it's going to go, but he's happy with it, and going to be getting into a battle with Vince here very shortly.
Right, and we're going to let our players down at the feature match area finish getting their decks together, getting their lands together, and we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes here at CubeCon 2023.
CubeCon.
Welcome back to CubeCon 2023. Justin Parnell, David McDarby. We are here watching the Creatureless Cube. We just watched Pleasant Kenobi draft a very artifact-heavy black-white deck that's trying to take advantage of a lot of non-creature synergies.
Yep. So he's got Entomb for cards that he can get back with Savine's Reclamation. He's got Doom Foretold. He also has Bolas's Citadel. And that's a card I love playing. You slap it down, you just live off the top, live your wildest dreams. The game's going to end. Either you're going to die or they're going to die, but it's going to be very exciting nonetheless.
Well, right, and we do know that Vince has Bolas's Citadel combined with that Aetherflux Reservoir. That is a combo wombo as long as you don't hit lands.
Well, you can hit some lands. One land a turn.
And maybe one. We'll give you one.
Everybody takes one.
So Vince is trying to play as unfairly as possible.
Yes.
I don't think that Vince's goal to end the game is going to be attacking his opponent with creatures. He has a couple. He does have a big old Nettle Cyst. That's going to be – he has about 20 artifacts or enchantments, maybe more than that in his deck. So that's going to be very sizable.
Nettle Cyst was his P1. Number one, he planted his flag on colorless artifacts and enchantments in the cube, all about artifacts and enchantments.
And by golly, he's done it.
Has got a lot of room for that flag to live. He's also got Strixhaven Stadium, which with combined with perhaps Clock of Omens, just untapping these artifacts. Paradox Engine can really end the games in a hurry. And it's not like there are creatures in the cube to attack you to remove those counters from Strixhaven Stadium.
Yeah, how would that happen?
It was not going to happen. No creatures. Well, except his opponent, Derek Gowan, does have some creature tokens. His opponent will be playing, Derek will be playing a red, blue, white, kind of aggressive Jeskai artifact-oriented deck, so he can actually come swinging as early as 5 damage on turn 2 on an artifact creature with Ensoul Artifact.
Right, because Derek has not only Ensoul Artifact, but also has Staff of Waterdeep.
The Black Staff of Waterdeep.
The Black Staff
but a blue card.
That's not confusing at all.
It's Universe Beyond, tricky.
So Derek is going to try to put pressure on Vince. Vince isn't exactly a control deck. I would say he's more of a combo deck.
I would say most decks in this cube are combo decks of a flavor.
Right.
But yeah, Vince does lean heavier to that than others, as I don't think Vince has hardly any ways to actually produce creature tokens.
No, very, very, very few. Very few. So Vince is going to try to be as unfair as possible to win the game. He's going to try to take an extreme advantage with Forsaken Monument to make a bunch of mana, going to untap all of his things with Paradox Engine or Clock of Omens. He's going to try to cast all the spells off the top of his deck with Bolas's Citadel, and essentially try to do that before his opponent could do anything. And Vince doesn't have a ton of interaction, but he does have a lot of resiliency with Savine's Reclamation and Refurbish.
Yep, Vince also has the Excavation of Meticulousness, which lets him bounce any permanent he controls to his hand. And if it has Unearth, it's still fine. Go to your hand. So that's a cool way to be ring buying all these permanents that Vince is playing. And hopefully Vince is going to look for Doom Foretold and these spells to buy him time before he combos up with Bolas's Citadel and a flurry of spells.
Right. The die roll is going to be really important here. Derek definitely, it's more critical for Derek that he's on the play compared to Vince.
Very much so.
Yeah.
He needs to get board developed, pressure on board before that Doom Foretold and other likewise cards can stunt his aggressive leaning synergies.
Yeah, I would imagine in an unknown matchup, Derek probably going to keep just a generically good hand here, but after game one, Derek's deck's going to change pretty significantly. We're going to see Citizen's Crowbar come in. We're going to see Return to Dust come in, and likely going to adjust the type of hands he would normally keep.
Yep. Vince starts off with his P2, P1, Pack 2, pick 1, Evolving Wilds to find a
True.
swamp. Derek's going ahead and take his turn playing an island. Fun rule in this cube that Ollie's made, if you go 3-0, you get to sign a basic land.
Wow, who has signed that one, I wonder? I think that's Theo.
Theo, yes, from July 16th. It sounds like Theo drafted this cube this year and went 3-0. Good job, Theo.
Yeah, Theo, someone we saw last year on CUBECON coverage, is in here and is in one of the top points getters currently, as we see Vince on turn 2 play the Ichor Wellspring and pick up a card.
Yep. So Derek is looking for the secrets of the key. So he's going to
investigate the token stack for a clue token.
Correct. You are currently.
Currently?
Yeah, right, you are. I just wanted to say something other than right, you are.
Okay.
I knew you'd make fun of me. So this is a card that isn't quite aggressive leaning. It does make an artifact, so maybe if Derek has those gigantic pair of blue scissors, the Scissorman from Clock Tower can be coming down for Vincent maybe on turn 2?
Oh, man.
Maybe?
Much like my childhood, finding a clue will hurt you.
Nope. Instead, Derek has Mishra's Research Desk. It looks. Oh, Sensei's Divining Top. So looks like Derek is being a little controlling.
Derek's saying, let's slow the game down. And Vince is like, no problem.
Yeah, Derek's like, he's going to control without doing much. We call that dirtling.
And Derek's going to quickly find out he's not the Dirtle master here. That if you give Vince time, he is going to make you pay for it.
Oof.
And we're going to see a card that Vince got so late that's going to absolutely be devastating for most of his opponents. An Aura of Silence.
Yeah, this card not only is a 3-mana naturalize, but it sticks on the board and makes your opponent's artifacts and enchantments cost 2 more. And in this cube, almost every permanent is an artifact or enchantment. So this really puts a thorn in the side, especially of Derek, who's playing a Jeskai artifact deck. So this is a rough permanent for Derek to see. He's going to really slow him down.
Yeah, I would imagine this is going to be a pretty powerful card against all of Vince's opponents, no matter who he is playing against, but especially with Derek needing to rely on speed.
Yep.
This is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, plus Derek has 2 islands in play. Looks like he picked up a Glimmer Voice, so he will have lots more mana to cast. But, there's a battle in his hand, the Invasion of Kaladesh, which will make a creature and will not be slowed down by this Aura of Silence, because battles aren't artifacts or enchantments.
One of the few permanents in the entire cube that's actually not slowed down.
There are
by the
many.
Aura of Silence.
There's a couple Planeswalkers per color and a couple battles per color.
That's
so
about it.
Yeah. And this Aura of Silence can also destroy an artifact for enchantment. There aren't great ones to destroy right now, but when it does, Vince also has Savine's Reclamation to buy it back and get back to destroying things.
Twice.
It's like this combo is really strong in this cube.
Yeah, it's very, very
if my opponent, anytime my opponent plays Aura of Silence and cube or Commander, I'm like, come on, buddy. But if you're playing to win, it's a pretty good card.
Yeah, a little bit different. There's only one in the cube. It's there's going to be power outliers. I think it's fun to have, in a lot of cubes, have power outliers that are really cube specific.
Yeah, perhaps maybe White has a rough time in the Creatureless Cube, as it is the color that really lacks creatures.
Sure does.
So it maybe needs some help in these environments to make up, and that'll play. This cube's great.
I think this is a fun matchup because a lot of other decks we're likely going to see are going to rely on tokens, and that is not the case here. We're really getting to see both of these players showcase a different portion of the cube.
I mean, Derek does have 2 tokens in play right now.
Not creature tokens.
Well, one is.
Is the white piece of paper a creature token?
Yeah, it's the Thopter token.
Oh, I see.
From the Invasion of Kaladesh.
Okay, great.
And now Derek is looking at the flip side of Invasion of Kaladesh. It is a really sweet vehicle.
And its power is equal to the number of artifacts you control.
That is the important part.
Right. Its power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. So likely going to be, it would be a 4/4 on this board. As Vince comes in with a slightly late, but probably better late than never, Worn Power Stone to potentially get him up to 6 or 7 mana on the next turn.
Yep, so he'll have mana for Bolus's Citadel next turn. Not quite the triple black, but it does also helps him if he were to draw his Paradox Engine and start just comboing off.
And Derek chipping away at the battle. The Thopter's going to attack it for 1, and then Derek's going to deploy a Mishra's Research Desk for 3. That feels bad.
That feels pretty bad. It will buff the eventual Aetherwing Golden Scale flagship that's hiding in that invasion of Kaladesh. But, this isn't a great way to play turn 4, is to play 1-mana artifact that does nothing past.
No, no, that is very rough.
And since Derek is playing mostly blue and red, okay. Yep,
Whoa,
so Vince is casting Deadly Dispute, which lets him sack the Ichor Wellspring, draw a card. He drew a white spell, and then actually draw 2 more cards and make a treasure token. So, yeah, Vince is living life right now.
That's much better than Ancestral Recall.
It's much better than Derek's turn. Vince used 2 mana to draw 3 cards. Derek used 1 mana
and added a mana
and replaced that mana. And Derek, and that's the power of Aura of Silence. It just says, hey, you want to talk, opponent? How about you whisper?
I see something in Derek's hand, which is a card you've already talked about, Savin's Reclamation. So he has the combo geared up already.
He sure does. And here comes Aetherflux Reservoir. So this is a card that whenever you cast a spell, you gain life equal to the spells you cast this turn. So Vince is looking for ways to play lots of cards in one turn, and hey, Worn Power Stone is going to help him get there.
Vince and Derek are having a great time.
Yeah.
I think at this point, it would be a large upset for Derek to be able to squeeze together things to come back, because even getting rid of this Aura Silence is not going to be for very long.
Yep. So Derek did find a Prismari command, which can let him get rid of the Aetherflux Reservoir. However, blue and red is not so great at destroying enchantments. So he'll just have to get rid of the artifact and maybe make a treasure token, and that's fine. But first comes the Black Staff of Waterdeep to turn this Reacher's Desk into a Mishra's Desk and attack for 4.
Well, at least if you're going to make it, and Vince is going to say, I would actually rather you not have this giant vehicle, so we're going to have this ticket down to 1, and that's a turn for Derek.
Yep, so that wasn't a bad turn. It made Vince use his removal spell. Sadly for Derek, who's having a great time featuring the CUBECON fanny pack, which is great. Vince does have a Savin's Reclamation, which I would be casting pretty quickly to bring back that aura and just never let the shields go down for as long as you can.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly, and Vince going to be tapping 5 for a...
Oh, boy, this is Paradox Engine. So now so those 2 cards together, Vince is pointing out, they're a powerful card. So Paradox Engine was banned in Commander for a reason. Anytime you cast a spell, you untap every single non-land permanent you control, namely the Worn Power Stone.
Yeah, and that's going to provide 2 additional mana, as Vince is going to cast the Savin's Reclamation, untap Worn Power Stone.
Gain 2 life.
Gain 2 life. Get his Aura of Silence back from the graveyard.
He's also thinking about maybe Ichor Wellspring. I'm not sure, but yeah.
I do not believe he's thinking about Ichor Wellspring.
Well, he's thinking about stuff, and that's fair. You may think as long as you'd like before a judge says, please make a play. But Vince made a play. It's bring back this card that is really rough in Derek's side. Big Thorn.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem. And, well, the good news is there is some silver lining here, is Derek did not deploy the Prismari command last turn.
That's true. And Vince doesn't actually put any pressure on Derek. There's the Aetherflux Reservoir, of course, but, that takes a while. So Derek does maybe have a little bit of time, and Derek is attacking with a 4/4 every turn with this Black Staff, unless Vincent would destroy it with this Aura, which he might, because he can bring it back yet again. He can reclaim it for Selvala.
Yet again. Going to keep coming back, and, but the thing is, Derek is attacking the battle, not attacking Vince. So Vince's life total is going up. The battle's going down very, 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 very slowly. And it might just be time to abandon that plan and say, okay, I am running out of time. Maybe I need to start attacking you for 5 instead of this battle.
Maybe. Yep, so animate. So now Vince is like, oh, do I destroy the Black Staff or the Sensei Divining Top? Let me see. Is it still a 4/4 when Black Staff is gone? No, it's not. The Black Staff is gone. The artifact loses its magical power and remains a mundane artifact. Well, in D&D, artifacts are really strong. It's probably a common magic item, I'd say.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The artifacts are big deal. So, okay, Vince's like, all right, I'm going to, let's see. This is the card. This, make it a 4/4. Let me check this out. Judge, please, just making sure that if the Black Staff goes away, the creature no longer is a 4/4.
And now that Sensei's Divining Top is tapped, it cannot use its tap ability to avoid destruction. So if it does become not a creature, it simply will avoid existing, and we are going to see the Black Staff go away. 1 to the battle.
So we see a Sensei's Divining Top tapped, but on the battlefield still. which is a unique thing to see. That top is rolled over on its side right now, and is just staying there motionless. But that's okay. And Derek played Den of the Bugbear. So this is a rare, non-artifact, non-enchantment threat that the Aura of Silence will not be able to interact with.
Which is good. Aura of Silence is out of the picture for now, as Vince looks like picks up Liliana Waker of the Dead, a very, very... Ooh, I think he has 2 Planeswalkers.
He also has Refurbish in play if he wants that Aura of Silence again.
Well, the first thing Vince needs to do is tap that Worn Power Stone, as it's going to be untapped with Paradox Engine upon the first spell we cast. Vince is going to be able to deploy most of his hand this turn thanks to Paradox Engine and Worn Power Stone in conjunction.
Yep, so for 4 mana, here comes Karn, Living Legacy. This untap my permanents. This will let Vince get a little deeper in his deck, see some more threats because he needs to start doing things.
Or it could be a great way to get up on mana because those Power Stone tokens come into play tapped. Paradox Engine doesn't so much care about things being tapped because it's like, you know what? Let's all untap. Let's all party.
Yep. And then once, if Vince is lucky enough to have this Karn Living Legacy get to 7 loyalty, he can then ultimate it there and then have a gear per Ether Grid emblem basically in play that will spell short end for Derek because you cannot interact with emblems.
No.
That's just how it works.
Derek's not interacting with much on Vince's board, and I think that's part of the problem. And certainly won't be able to interact with the emblems, and is actually just going to have a really tough time with Karn in general. We now know the Black Staff is in the graveyard, so we're going to have to rely on an Ensoul artifact or maybe the Dragon Glider. Dragon Glider. The 4 Mirrodin enchantment that creates a 2/2 and gives equipped creature +2/+2 flying and haste.
Dragon Wing Glider, the artifact that does these things. But who's counting?
Right. Well, it is an artifact, but Aura of Silence is in the graveyard right
for
now.
For now.
We'll
wait and say if it's still there at the end of Vince's turn.
Vince counting as Storm.
Storm count?
Storm count 1. Are we going to see a Storm count of 2? I would say it's very, very likely. I'm probably going to be 3 and then potentially 4 after that. Vince also has this treasure in case he's short on mana by 1, can pop that anytime he likes. But this is a critical turn for Vince as he's really able to kind of go off with impunity.
Yep, he's going off. And, Derek has a 1/1, a clue token, and a tapped Sensei's Divining Top, which is, not exactly where you want to be. But Derek's not going to give up. He's going to keep it in there because maybe Vincent, does something, maybe fireballs himself. Maybe he casts Bowls of Citadel and casts too many spells. We'll see. Safine's Reclamation. So this card, Safine's Reclamation, when you cast it from the graveyard with flashback, you get 2 permanents. So he'll get not only the Aura of Silence, but also perhaps the Eker Wellspring.
Get a little deeper in his deck.
Yeah. Oftentimes, white cards, there you go. White cards, they don't do cool things. They don't, there's attack and block. This card does a lot of cool things. And Savine, the Chronoclasm, he really knows a thing or two about bringing stuff back from the graveyard.
And that's exactly right. You're going to see Eker Wellspring come right back with Aura of Silence. We're going to untap those non-land permanents in Worn Power Stone and the regular Power Stone.
The shiny, fresh, and new Power Stone just created by Karn.
Brand new. Normally get a way to turn. Karn's like, I guess that's fine. I wasn't prepared for Paradox Engine.
You do not have to wait a turn. Something like that.
Yes, that's his new voice line.
You need a metallic like echo on it and a real voice actor to say those lines, but that is what he says.
And Vince saying, I would like to continue to just make you have a miserable time. The thing is, with Aura of Silence, Derek's going to have a miserable time regardless of Vince's decision.
Yep.
Stays in play, miserable time. Destroys one of your things, miserable time.
Real rock and a hard play situation. Maybe between a Power Stone and a Worn Power Stone, or a Paradox Engine and an Aetherflux Reservoir.
And we are going to see
Blinkmoth Urn.
Blinkmoth Urn get deployed, which is going to provide Vince with all of the mana in the world on his turn. Now, this is going to happen for Derek too, if Blinkmoth is untapped, and currently it is. So Derek does have 3 artifacts. So he's going to be able to get 3 mana, which Vince is saying you can have 3 mana for me to have about, I don't know, like 20 on my turn.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, Derek's going to need something really good. Maybe a Shatter Storm or a Vandal Blast or a Flame Wave or a Fireball for 29. That'd be pretty good.
I think the best thing he could hope for is a concession from Vince.
Oh, that ain't bad. So we can see a Saheeli, a Prismari Command, and another card on the top, and Derek will weigh his options and see if this Prismari Command you know, it can shatter a thing. That's really good.
You're really leaning on that card to do a lot of heavy lifting
That
right here.
Prismari command is, you know, that first domino that he needs, but you know, we'll see if it's enough, and he does probably draw that command, I would imagine.
Vince is going to pass the turn here. They're both. The thing is, they're both having a great time, and Derek is really playing from behind. Vince is what we like to call globetrotting right now, I believe.
Oh, really? Harlem style?
Yeah. Well,
Just
you're
by being from England,
style,
England style.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably have a different term for it over there. Derek from New York, so a lot more familiar with the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Usually, probably on the other end for Derek, he's not going to be used to getting globetrotted on, but that is definitely what's happening right
Yeah, I mean, he does have a certain word on his sweatshirt. I'm not going to call him that because he's certainly not that in my book. But we'll see how he can do in the remainder of this game and this match because it's not over yet.
No, it's not. And Derek's going to pick up that 3 colorless mana from the Blink Moth Urn. Thank you very much, Vince. 1 for each of his artifacts of the Thopter, the Clue, and the Sensei's Dividend Top. Going to use 2 of that along with Prismari Command to blow up what, Derek?
Power Stone token?
I'd say that if we're calling about the last option, yes, that would be the last.
Eager Wellspring?
Okay.
See, Vince is suggesting it.
Yeah,
means
that's
it was a
smart,
good one.
Vince is like, hey, I don't. Vince is making sure that Derek is aware of all the possible options. That's such a nice opponent.
That's just
to have.
good communication
It
skills.
is good communication skills. He's going to take out the Aether Flux Reservoir. Man, that is going to be tough for Derek. You have one destroying artifact effect, and you have to choose between Aether Flux Reservoir and Paradox Engine.
Yeah, those are 2, mean beans.
And he dealt 2 to Karn, and he's going to try to finish it off with this
Den.
Den of the Bugbear. It's going to use his whole turn to do that. Now, the good news is he's going to be able to finish off this battle he started about 14 turns ago.
Yep, that's correct.
So he's going to pick up an artifact. I mean, at this point, I imagine you've got it all the way down to 1, Derek. You've got to just finish it off.
Finish the job. At least
this little goblin that's going to come in with Den of the Bugbear.
It's good to celebrate small wins when you get them.
You really have to. That RF Stein is still sticking in play. So it's going to be really difficult for Derek now having deployed his Prismari command. Hopefully he has something else. We know he's got it in his sideboard.
Yep. Right now we're just checking for can this Goblin token attack the battle and this land attack a Planeswalker. Don't say that to somebody from 1993. They will not know what you're talking about. Because you're from the future. You're talking about these weird card types that weren't around early in the game. Yep. So Thopter goes here. Din goes there. And the Goblin, let's see if we're going to see. Goblin also goes there. You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Because, the Aura of Silence could get rid of that Thopter. Thopter, are you? Oh.
That's true.
It's you?
He's making it, yeah. Derek, you know what? He's so committed to this battle. I actually appreciate it. I've turned the corner on it. At first I thought, maybe spend time battling Vince, but had he done that, Vince would just be at 26. So
yeah, I mean, ideally, so now that Derek has Aetherwing, the Golden Scale flagship, probably the sweetest looking vehicle in the entire game of Magic the Gathering.
Oh no.
Oh no?
Oh no.
Oh no.
So when you defeat a battle, you're able to cast the card for free.
Yes, you do cast it.
Well, it cost you 2 more.
Well,
It cost you 2 more, so Derek's not able to cast Aetherwing Gold Scale flagship in this situation because he doesn't have it. So, okay, I revert. He has now incidentally wasted his time fighting this battle. I mean, that's something you don't think about very often.
If I was there, I literally would have done the exact same thing. I know I would have. I wouldn't have thought about that. So, maybe I'm washed too, buddy.
Well, I thought you weren't going to call him.
Now
he's proved you wrong.
Wait, so it's okay. We've all been there.
I mean, to be fair, honest, for Derek, at this point, this is a fact-finding game, right?
Yeah, we're doing recon right now.
We're doing recon for game 2 on Vince's deck.
Sure thing. And, there's only so much time in a round. And for Derek to win, he's going to have to win 2 other games.
Yes.
So there comes a point, because it doesn't look like Vince is any close to killing Derek anytime soon. Maybe Derek at some point just calls it quits for this game. I might actually do that now if I were Derek.
I think he knows enough to be able to sideboard appropriately.
Yes, I would agree that to be true.
Now, he doesn't know all of the terrifying things, but little does he know, they're in the same vein of what Vince has deployed thus far.
Yep.
Now, something Vince doesn't have is a 3rd black, and he got rid of that treasure token last turn. So if he has a Bolas Citadel, it's going to have to wait in the wings for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, there's always maybe find some way to discard it, and then he can bring it back with Refurbish. And here we do have the Refurbish, probably on
Well, we just got rid of Aetherflux Reservoir, so I would imagine that's going to be the thing that's going to come back.
Oh, that's a good one to bring back.
Yeah.
So anything Derek does, Vince says, you know what? I'm going to cast a white spell and bring it right back. They've been brought back, which is also in the cube.
And we saw Vince use exactly one artifact mana. He floated one from the Power Stone. Going to go up, counting all of his mana, counting his Storm. And then we're going to see, looks like Invasion of Tolvada. You had a battle. It's time for me to battle.
Oh, yep. So Vince is going to gain some life, gain some mana, bring back a non-battle permanent. I'd bring Karn back if I were him.
I think that's definitely going to be the choice.
I mean, Karn's not a battle.
The other option would have been sacrifice Aura of Silence to just destroy something. Mainly just to make Derek feel
What are you
worse.
going to destroy? All of Derek's non-land permanents cost 0 or 1 mana.
Exactly.
Like they're not very impressive. No shade to Derek. I'll give him enough shade.
Karn is going to come back, work his way up to 7 mana, and that, you were saying things aren't imminent, but that is a very realistic win condition for Vince. Is getting Karn to ultimate.
Yeah, that's probably what'll happen. Is it worth the time that's going to take for that to happen?
Well, that's up to Derek.
Yeah, Derek.
Because I do not see a path forward for Derek in this game.
I don't either, and we're looking at his deck list right now, and yeah, it's a bunch of blue-red cards that cannot kill 17 artifacts at once.
Right, and we know there's no Mind Slayer, so there's nothing, incredible tricky that could happen. Maybe he could rely on this Den of the Bugbear if Vince simply doesn't draw any spells for the entirety of the rest of the game.
Yeah, well, he does have a Karn Living Legacy in play, which can, get cards to his hand, so I wouldn't bet on that either.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Vince is going to do. He's going to -1, is going to look at, I don't know, 4 or 5 cards, try to find something.
Yeah.
He sees Clock of Onums. He says Meticulous Excavation is probably going to pick up one of those two. The Excavation can essentially...
There's a way for that to go infinite.
Provide infinite mana.
Yeah.
Right. If you dream it, you can make it. You can make it happen. And, oh, wait. Is that Bowls of Citadel? That was the other card. Yep. Vince can't cast it.
Not
he can only
yet.
Not yet. He can only pick one of these, and the rest are going to go on the bottom.
Yep. So now Vince is doing Meticulous Excavation math. So this is an enchantment. You play it, which will untaps all your non-land permanents, namely your mana-creating rocks, and then you can return a thing to your hand, maybe that Ichor Wellspring, that's what he chooses. And then starting with that, Vince can really start going off and maybe gain enough life, because once Vincent gains 29 more life and gets to 50, he can then deal that much damage to Derek and will probably be enough.
Now, the only issue is he only has access to 1 more white man.
Yes.
Problem for Derek is he's going to have access to 4 next turn.
Yep.
And that's going to go up pretty quickly. Derek also can't just ignore this Karn, because that's going to be a problem.
You never can ignore a Karn.
Yeah.
Have you tried any version of Karn?
No.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't work. No. Not truly, literally any version of Karn. So Vince still has 6 colorless mana.
Thank you,
all of his non-land permanents are untapped.
Yep.
Vince is largely just like, yeah, well, fine. You're just gonna go through the motions here. Let me use all of this. The circus is in town, and Vince is the ringleader right now.
And Derek's in the audience, not having a good time.
He's straight up not having a good time.
Maybe like it's clowns, and it's like, no, the clown was you all along.
Yeah, we're gonna go to our audience for a clown, and we're gonna select you out of it. And that's what Vince is doing. Saying, yeah, it's, whatever. So he's picking up the Ichor Wellspring, which can dig him a little bit deeper into his deck. Again, only doesn't have access to any more white mana this turn. So he can't do any further tricks, but is going to deploy that Ichor Wellspring to draw a card, untap 2 of his non-land permanents. Oh, we're going to see this black 2 and
Underhanded Designs. So now, with the bouncing and the playing of these artifacts, Vince will finally be able to do a point of damage to Derek. It also has a removal spell attached to it, but that's probably not that important right now. It also, notably, gains Vincent 1 life when you play it. So is this 50 life with Aetherflux Reservoir?
It's 40. I think it's 49.
Is it 49? Are we there? He needs to get to 51. Don't do it when you're at 50.
Yeah, that's a... Yeah.
So now Vince just needs a colorless spell with that 8 colorless mana to cast to finish off Derek, but it looks like
we see a Adventure Sphere.
Yeah, that doesn't add colored mana.
But has he played a land this turn? If he hasn't, that essentially we'll find him another spell.
Yeah.
And I legitimately, he is not. He's gonna. This is how it ends.
Yep.
He's gonna play it. He's gonna use 4 of his 500 mana to sacrifice his Vinter Sphere, search through his deck to find anything.
Well, as long as it's an artifact.
As long as it's an art. No. Anything he can cast that's an artifact.
He does have his P1 to get, or he can get Chromatic Star.
Chromatic Star, and that's going to get him
some life,
enough life.
Go to 51, shoot you for 50. Is this good?
Yep, and I believe that Vince has a little bit more life than we're seeing here. But either way, yeah, we're going to see that we're above 50, and that's going to be enough. Looks like Vince was at 45. Now he's going to go to 56, 57, and that will be enough.
Oh, nope, still more. 52.
52.
That's enough.
That's the magic number. We know Derek is tapped out, and he says, yeah, I'm going to do that. We get a fist bump. We're going to move into game 2. Derek is going to take a real hard look at that sideboard.
Yeah. If I was Derek, I would probably throw out, 5 of these cards and bring in all these removal spells, because Derek can have a threat early on. He can turn 2, have some scissors, chomp away, and then remove these big, chunky artifacts that Vince is relying on to get his crazy engines going.
Yeah, and not only that, I think there's a good chance that Derek actually does more than just his sideboard. He might go into the basic land box and get some more planes to be able to cast those cards he needs so desperately. He also he's gonna need to do a lot, but the last thing he's gonna need to do is really assess the keepable hands that he has, because he specifically kept this hand saying this is going to be good enough in a lot of games. And from his opening hand, we knew in the booth that this was going to be almost impossible for Derek to win based on that context.
Yeah, well, the decks in this cube are so varied. Despite it being called the Creatureless Cube, the decks maybe are doing artifact deck or a creature token deck or an enchantment deck or a storm deck. So, Derek's opening hand has some lands, some spells, a way to churn through your deck, and that's fine. You've got lands and spells, but now that he knows exactly what Vince is doing with this artifact life gain combo deck, he can bring in the right cards for the job.
Right. Derek might be thinking back to earlier when he was doing the Mind Twist game show.
Yes.
It was sponsored by Card Castle, our exclusive sponsor for our CUBECON University activities this weekend here at CUBECON. They're the premier collection management platform for Magic players and collectors. That's you. You're both of those.
I'm many things. You are too.
You can merge, and I can too, the physical and the digital realms by wielding your smartphone effortlessly to scan your cards and create a digital collection of everything you have, accessible on your browser or your phone. Stay on top of card prices and even manage your cube. Do you like managing cubes?
I love managing cubes.
Yeah, me too. Don't we all?
I do. Every time a new set comes out, I'm like, wow, I wish I had all my cards organized and managed so I could easily figure out what to take out, what to put in, or what new cube to make.
And that's easily doable with Card Castle. You can free your mind from the chaos and clutter of your collection. Join thousands of Magic players organizing their collections
today.
With Card Castle.
Today,
right now.
Right now.
Derek probably wants to.
Derek needs a new pencil.
Derek probably wants to free his mind from the chaos of what just happened in that last game.
Well,
and see, normally when you're doing coverage, especially in Cube, so when you cube, you usually have you're 4 or 5 cards in your sideboard, right?
Yeah, if you're playing Yorion, you got no sideboard.
Yeah, no sideboard, right. So normally, in CubeCon coverage, we get notes from our producers of letting us know where the players are if they're going back. Derek is sideboarding extensively, which is why we're not ready to go back quite yet. So good on him. I'm very appreciative of that. I really hope that Derek transforms his deck. I mean, I would say he's going to transform probably a fourth or so of his deck for this matchup.
So a lot of times when you're sideboarding, I bring in my removal spells for the creatures or my counter spells for their threats. Sometimes you take your entire sideboard and just put it in, and then you take out the 15 worst cards of your deck. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Derek's doing right now.
Yeah, I think that's actually a realistic possibility. I would imagine he is going through and carefully reading all of the cards in his sideboard. No, seriously, to see if he has any sort of angle to deal with the unique threats that Vince is providing.
Yep. So Derek is a consummate cube player. He's a creator of Derek's Cube.
Oh, yes. I've heard of that one.
In this event, formerly known as 4 Packs of Magic, It's a really excellent legacy-inspired cube to make. He spent tons of time on it. He streams Cube. He plays Cube. He came out and stayed with me early in the year. They're in Seattle. Did lots of cool things, and I'm so excited to see him. Here we go right back to the match, Game 2 against Vince, and I hope we get to see a Game 3.
I do too.
Nothing against Vince. I just like watching Cube being played.
We just want to see free Magic.
I love Magic. I love Cube.
Well, we know that Derek is on the play this time, which is going to be really important. He's going to need to either come out of the gate swinging or have a plan for Vince's plan, or most likely both.
Yep. So Derek had 5 lands and a Rise and Shine in hand. So lands, a lot of lands, and a card that you need another threat to play. And Derek was like, you know what? I can do better. Ship him back.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Derek aggressively mulliganing, because I do think that's what it's going to take to win this matchup. It doesn't mean that he's going to be down. Derek's a good, even if he goes down to 5, a good 5 cards could be sufficient if they're the right ones.
Yeah, so in this cube especially, we're not real. This cube isn't really a grindy cube. You're like, mind rot you, divinate, cast these 3 mana 2-for-1s, but they really want you to get your engine going and do the thing you built your deck to do. This cube isn't quite ships passing in the night like old school modern but what have you, but they're more like still synergy linear decks that can interact some, but really it's way more important to have your engine online than it is to keep all 7 cards all the time.
Well, Derek says these 6 will do is he's going to keep 6 and get started here with a Rogren Triumph tapped.
Rogren.
Exactly.
Rogren. This guy.
And we see a Inventor's Fair in Vince's hand, but he's going to start with just a basic Plains, and I think I see that Aura of Silence peeking out.
That is not the card Derek wants to see, but he's going to get down with an artifact ahead of time.
For Mirrodin.
That, by the way, that card, I believe that card is in 4 packs of Magic in Derek's cube, and you have to shout that or you don't get the token.
Right. Well, I think that's how it should work all the time.
Yeah, Derek's a heads-up guy. That's why he's one of my best friends.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So let's see. Vince is going to go little black mana, little white mana, little Ebony Fly. You like this card.
I love Ebony Fly. It's actually a win condition. Like maybe on turn 4, Vince is like, fire up the fly, attack for 3.5 damage. That's the average. That's the average of 1d6 is 3.5. So, an average of 7 turns, Derek is lights out due to this fly. But Derek's like, you know what? I have some currency, but I wish there was...
Average was 6 turns, right?
6 turns?
3.5 times 6.
Oh,
I can do that math.
If you believe in math, do you believe in conversion?
I do, especially when it's currency converter, because that's going to turn your junk into great stuff, like treasure and more cards.
I love treasure and cards.
You're going to really like currency converter then.
Yep.
You know what Derek's going to hate?
I have an idea. It might be the form of a 1 white enchantment in the form of Aura of Silence.
Yeah, that's the 10th edition version, originally printed in Weatherlight, I believe.
Wow, you would know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty old.
Derek's converting some currency with his currency converter. Draw a card, discard a card, see what eventually you can put under it.
And looks like Urza's Command is going to be the card discarded. And Vince saying, it's going to go under there. Derek's like, that's actually where I want it, so heads up Magic on both sides. As Derek goes into his very critical 4th turn of the game.
Yep.
This is where he's going to need to make some hay on this turn.
Yep, so he does have a threat in play. He does have some damage. Derek also has a Prismari Command in his hand, so he could get rid of that Ebony Fly if he wanted to, but I would imagine he's saving that for juicier targets and is going to save it in his hand for later. He does have that same battle, the Invasion of Kaladesh we saw before, but this time I bet he would not be casting it without any mana untapped with that Orb of Silence in play.
Or, he would not going to be attacking it. He might, if I'm Derek, I don't know if I'm going to spend my time attacking the battle. I might go and get the Thopter, and I think that's very possible, but I don't know if I'd attack the battle. Looks like Derek's opting to hold up that Prismari Command, as Vince is also getting to 5 mana on his 4th turn.
Yep, so Derek really needs to figure out a way to deploy some more threats while this Orb of Silence doesn't stop him from doing that. And Vince is, well, you know what? There's more where that came from, and here is a Worn Power Stone.
Right. Now, is that a juicy enough target for Prismari Command?
It might be. If Derek has nothing else to do on his turn, which he kept all that mana open so he could, But here, Derek is going to be activating Currency Convert and bringing in not just any old regular rogue token, but himself as the black 2/2 rogue from
Wow.
Currency Converter.
And Vince is impressed.
Yeah, I mean,
Vince is impressed.
yeah, anytime your opponent not only brings out their own token, but a token made basically only by this one card in Magic, it's quite the flex.
Yeah, so Derek very excited. Vince very impressed. Vince doesn't concede due to being pressed, though. He's going to continue on as his Worn Power Stone goes to the graveyard. Derek's going to pick up a treasure token and going to go to his turn with potential for 6 mana, which he's going to need in the face of that Aura of Silence.
He will really need. I would love to see a Rise and Shine here, so you could animate. Oh, Black Staff of Waterdeep is basically a Rise and Shine, and that can like suit up either the treasure token or the Currency Converter and make Vincent blow that Aura of Silence on that Black Staff.
I think the Rise and Shine is going to be need to come down next turn because you don't want to have to use the treasure to cast the Rise and Shine.
That's true.
Yeah. But the Black Staff.
Black Staff can come down right now.
Black Staff can come down right now. It does going to cost 3, so he's going to need. Does it cost 1 to activate or 2 to activate?
2 to activate.
Ooh, so he's going to need another land.
I mean, he's got that treasure token.
But you really don't want to have to use that. Mana's so valuable for Derek.
Mana is pretty nice.
That being said, if he doesn't have another land, the treasure needs to go.
Yep.
And Currency Converter.
Ooh, I might have thought about that equipment activating on that.
Yeah.
Because that Currency Converter is so much more valuable to me. But like it doesn't really matter because the Aura of Silence is going to hit that staff anyway.
Right.
So attack for 4, put you to 12. You're up.
This is a much better start for Derek. He has not drawn any of his sideboard cards, notably.
Notably.
Which is good. It's good for him.
I mean, yeah. If at any point he draws that Return to Dust with that, he's got 2 white mana. He can just make life real bad for Vincent.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be so pleasant for him now, would it?
Vince, heavily considering what he's going to play for his last land or his 4th land here. Is it going to be a Plains? And I think wisely, since he doesn't have Metalcraft, going to keep that Inventor's Fair in his hand. Putting Inventor's Fair out, Derek knows he has the ability to jump up mana very quickly, so you don't want to let Derek know you have the chance to get whatever you want out of your deck.
Yeah, if you're not going to hit 3 metal, 3 artifacts, there's no reason to play that Inventor's Fair. It's just giving your opponent more information, and in a game of information like Magic the Gathering, that can be important. But a really big piece of information is this Paradox engine that Vince is deploying.
Right.
Which, right now it doesn't do a lot.
No. And, well, we know Derek just spent the last piece of artifact destroying interaction he has in his hand, but not in his deck, as we know that he sided more in. But Vince doesn't know that. So Vince is like, the coast could be clear after I see this Prismari command be spent already. But is that going to be enough? Because you are getting beat down. You're getting beat down by 4 every turn.
4 each turn, which, doesn't sound like a lot. Like you played a 2/2 on turn 2 and then another 2/2 on turn 5 or something. Yeah. But you can't just sit around and do nothing. Like you got to do something. Meanwhile, Derek is, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and draw. Lightning Bolt. Does this change the math? This Lightning Bolt?
It doesn't yet. If Vince takes 1 damage, it changes the math quite a bit.
Entomb. So here comes Entomb. What are we looking for? There's no Savine's Reclamation. Is there a Refurbish in Vince's hand? Nope. We're looking for
Savine's Reclamation.
Just a value reclamation. This will bring back
Aura of Silence and
the card that Derek shattered with Prismari Command.
Worn Power Stone.
That's the one.
That's not bad. And if he's able to play another land, he'll have 7 mana and then could potentially cast something else to untap him. I would say that's unlikely. He doesn't have too many 1 mana spells in his hand. I think it's time to play. Yeah, it's time to play the Inventor's Fair because we're going to need to have Metalcraft to gain that life next turn. As we know, it's even more important now that Derek has picked up that Lightning Bolt.
Yep. In fact, Vince has nothing else in his hand. He has 2 more lands in his hand. So he's kind of running empty. He's going to bring back these 2 cards. And this Aura of Silence, notably, doesn't stop these 2/2s from crashing in. He'll go ahead and get rid of that Currency Converter because that would make another Derek Gallen Rogue Creature token.
Yeah.
Let's stop that and try to keep you down to 4 tokens. But this is a 2-turn clock, and Vince has nothing to do next turn unless he draws a card or activates that Inventor's Fair looking for another artifact.
And we have a lot of live draws for Derek here. We have Insult Artifact. We have Chain Lightning.
We have Turn to Dust.
We have
Lightning Bolt me.
Yeah.
5.
Well, you don't have any other options, Vince. You're not in this mainly in this whole deck. You're pretty much working with your face and maybe a couple of other.
Yeah, here comes the Rise and Shine on the equipment,
And-
and then attack for 8.
And that will potentially be able to do it because Vince is actually at 5.
Yeah.
So we could see Derek game plan of BE aggressive could be working here.
Yeah.
And I think they're checking, is it going to unequip the Rebel? And we know the answer.
We know
is
the
yes.
answer. Yeah, creatures cannot be equipped to other creatures. That rule cannot be changed. So once you make that a creature, it's going to fall off and become its own creature, sprout legs, and attack for 5.
Yeah. All right, and we're going to see the rise and shine. Vince.
Good morning.
Is working with 2 lands, saying, okay, that's pretty good. I'm going to scoop it up and go to game 3.
Yeah, good morning, Vince. It's a equipment. It's now a creature. Off to game 3.
It's off. It's weird that it's called Rise and Shine because most of the time when you cast it, you're saying good
Good
night
night to your opponent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one person's good night is another person's good morning.
That's true, as we learned from CUBECON last night.
Yeah.
As many of us were getting up this morning, some people were simply just going to bed. Derek might have been one of them, actually.
Derek actually gets up at about 5 a.m. each morning and goes for a run. He is clinically insane.
That's actually ironic. So I know Vince was at CUBECON last night, so Derek was not. So they were definitely 2 ships passing in the night. I think this is actually both of their first drafts they played today for opposite reasons.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, Derek has helped us add a lot with the interviews you
Yes.
see in between breaks or during breaks and the fact sheets to show, designers and their cubes they played. Derek worked all on that tirelessly, much like all the other organizers of CubeCon,
That's right.
which I want to just name them off.
You do?
Yeah, Jonathan
I'll
Brostoff.
let you name them off.
Jonathan Brostoff.
That's 1.
Zach Halpern.
That's 2.
John Terrell.
That's 2.
Jonathan Parnell.
That's no.
Yeah, that's you. You're 1. I'm saying you're 1.
Jonathan Parnell?
Yeah, you're Jonathan.
Jornathan.
Jonathan. Justin Parnell.
Yep.
Do you have a name? Where's your name badge?
Well, I'm not wearing it on coverage to be more professional, just
Wow.
like you.
Yes. Libby, Landon, and Gwyn Decker.
And Michael Hepp and Brian Kowal.
Yeah, that's why we're a team.
That's right.
Much like how we're a team, Vince and Derek are bringing you a team filled of magic, and Vince has played Meticulous Excavation
That's right.
on turn 1.
After Derek
Has
being
struck
on
a
the,
rich.
being on the draw this time, as struck a witch on turn 1 was going to allow him to get that
Oh.
crowbar going.
Crowbar. He really, he
Vince said,
really,
okay.
he struck it rich. Yeah. You know how we struck it rich?
Yes.
With the wonderful NRG series, folks, bringing coverage to you right now. That's how we struck it rich. Having such wonderful partners to work with.
It's true. And Vince has the Meticulous Excavation. Going to deploy a Nettlecyst, his pick one, which we have not seen all match.
We haven't. And so Derek brought in equipment. It comes with the creature. Vince brought in equipment. It comes with the creature. Sadly, once the equipment is gone from Vince's creature because of Derek's creature, Vince's creature will be no more. And Derek will have
A citizen.
Citizen. And thank you, random citizen, for that crowbar.
Derek going to take 2 off of this Steam Vince and then deploy a Prismari Command, the card we have seen frequently. And we're going to see a very, very aggressive start again from Derek, which again is absolutely critical for him to win.
Yep, this is exactly how Derek drew it up. He's played not only a threat and a removal spell, but that threat is also a removal spell itself. And Vince has nothing to do on turn 4 and passes it back.
Now, that treasure token is going to be very valuable for Derek because he currently doesn't have access to white mana. He played the crowbar off of a treasure from
Yes.
Psychic Rich, and now he's going to need that second treasure to activate the crowbar itself.
Let's see what's in Mishra's desk. It's an island, and it's a planeswalker in the form of Saheeli.
Saheeli
Sublime Artificer. There. So now Derek's eyeing the prize and seeing should he play a land from his hand, and that's Saheeli, or a land from the desk. Looks like he's going to go with the land.
Yeah, he's going to go with
Yeah.
lands.
Thanks, Mishra.
I think that's probably wise.
Yeah. Derek also has that crown, that Hilda's Icy Crown. Not so great against...
That's an interesting one to keep in because you didn't really see many creatures at events, and it's only tapping creatures. It can't tap anything else. It's not Icy Manipulator, although that would be very good against Vince, being able to tap some things down before he could get to them.
But we're seeing it. Derek has deployed it, and Vince is like, oh, great, yep, a card that doesn't affect me. Love it. Let's go.
Love to see it.
I mean, Vince's Meticulous Excavation isn't hurting Derek in any way.
Now,
so
we say that.
Yeah.
The creature Attached to Nettlecyst is going to come back, which is a germ, and we know that Nettlecyst is a 2/2. There's one artifact, one enchantment on Vince's side of the board, and it's really going to look to get big enough to stop the Citizen in its tracks.
Yes. The one thing that Crown does do is add to Metalcraft if Derek were to deploy that Rusted Relic in his hand.
Now, Rusted Relic is going to immediately be a 5/5.
Yes.
Because we know there are exactly 3 artifacts for Derek, and that would be the 4th. So going to be pretty protected. But Derek says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this Nettlecyst.
Yep.
I'm going to spend my treasure to do this and tap my creature and then deploy a 5/5, which is no longer an artifact because we've lost Metalcraft by losing 2 of them.
Yep. But Derek did play that Crown, which lets him do this play. So next turn he can play one more artifact and crash in with this 5/5. Derek also has Improvised Club in his hand. This is a 2-mana instant spell that you sacrifice an artifact and deal 4 to any target. So he wisely kept that in his hand and used up the crowbar so he can keep that club for future clubbing needs.
In a tight game like this, where life totals are going to be very critical from here on out, as Derek now, the gig is up for Vince. Derek's going to have to be aggressive. Underhanded designs, Vince is likely not going to miss any triggers to gain life as he plays artifacts. So this is going to require Derek to go a little bit farther, but he's really prepared for it with a Dragon Wing Glider.
Yeah, so there's a similar feeling whenever your opponent casts 3 RR flying haste creatures. You're just like, oh, like it is such a huge pressure. And that's just the magic of 3 RR flying haste creatures. You love to see them. They do so much pressure. And they're like, all right, Derek's like, here's what I got. Are you going to affect the board in some way, Vince?
Well, Vince is really going to need to because he's down to 7. That changed the dynamic quite quickly because not only was it a creature that had a 4/4 for haste, but it turned on that Rusted Relic to become a 5/5.
Yeah, that's just thinking creatively right there with Derek and thinking creaturelessly with all these creatures that he has in play.
So Vince looking like his body language tells me he's short for something.
Oh, and this Bolus of Citadel would have been so good and so many other turns of other games.
Right.
Just not this
now,
one.
what if he reveals Aetherflux Reservoir off of the top?
Instead, he revealed Doom Foretold, which isn't so great when you are dying and your opponent has a fair number of creature tokens.
It's at its worst there. But you know what? I mean, Vince, buddy, you played it.
You're dead next turn, so you have to cast this.
Might as well die on your turn. I'd rather die to my own Bolus of Citadel.
I want this 4 to come out, and I want a 3-drop to be on top so bad.
Yeah, let him just do it. All right. He's played a land, so he can't play a land. Gonna go to 3.
Just flip in the top.
Refurbish,
Yeah.
can't cast that one.
Just flip it up for all the world to see.
Derek Gowling going to take down this first round as Vince was unable to assemble his combo. Derek changed his game plan saying, you know what, I got to make it a lot quicker. And he did just that with his sideboard. With his sideboard plan of destroying artifacts. And looks like we're going to draw one. I don't know how that was sacrificed.
The key. Well, we've got a key. We're checking it out. And then we're going to attack you for a lot.
Oh, yes, I see. All right, then we get the handshake. Derek Gallen going to move on to round 2 as we're going to go to the backup match here in just a moment. There he is.
There he is.
Live in the flesh.
The rogue. Not only did Derek win, but this token won.
Wow, it did.
That's pretty good.
It picked up the win in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, Pleasant Kenobi. Vince does have his own token, but didn't have the card that created it.
Hold on.
I'm holding.
Got you right here.
Wow, insect.
There you go. This was the matchup right here.
Right here. Bonk. And it was.
Oh my gosh.
Get down
See,
here.
the problem was this lost flying and tried to attack.
Yes. And this just attacked.
And then it just blocked.
Yeah.
Well, it's just
so,
magic. That's simple math.
That's simple magic. So nice work, Derek, taking down Vince 2-1. But that's not all the magic we have for you this round. No, we have a backup match here. Austin Ash versus Andy Damasco. And there's a lot going on here, Justin.
Yeah, let's take a second to really calibrate this board. I know Andy's at 2, but he has an Asika's Chariot.
Great. That's great.
Yep. We obviously don't know. It looks like this land was something else, potentially. I see. Is that a Sprout Swarm in Andy's graveyard. I believe that it is a Sprout Swarm.
That sounds about right.
I'm not 100% sure. I believe it's a Sprout Swarm. Austin at 19 and is up a game. So Andy's back's against the wall.
But he's
even
crashing,
with an Asika's Chariot.
He's attacking for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like right now. But Austin does have a couple of flyers in the form of the Modern Ages Transform side and a Spirit, it looks like there. But does Andy have any reach creatures or flying creatures to block?
I do not believe so.
It doesn't look that way, but maybe there's something going on that we don't. Well, Andy is explaining to a judge. Oh,
and we see the handshake, and Austin is going to very quickly win this backup match. Thanks for seeing. But you know what? We're likely going to see Austin down the line, so get a good quick look at his deck. Blue-black and a little creepy carpet action. Got a little smuggler's copter action.
A little creepy teepee.
A little creepy teepee.
That's what they call him.
They do now if they didn't before. Okay, so Derek.
Gallon.
We're going to see him in round 2.
I look forward to it.
He's going to continue moving on as we're going to continue moving on with CubeCon coverage. Now, we are going to take a quick break, but I don't want you to go anywhere, okay? Because this is the Creatureless Cube. It's one of the most exciting cubes we've covered. It's super interesting. We've had a great time covering the draft, had a great time watching that first excellent matchup.
Oh, it was great.
It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
So do not go anywhere. Justin Parnell, Dave McDarby, CubeCon 2023 will be back in just a moment.
CubeCon.
Welcome back to CubeCon 2023. Justin Parnell, David McDarby, and we have the Creatureless Cube that we are covering in draft number 5. We're going to see Derek Gallon face off against someone that we're familiar with, actually.
Joe Harvey?
Joe Anderson.
Joe Anderson.
Yeah, the guy that won last night's draft, drafting Mono Red.
He's back at it.
In the Creative Cube.
Yep, so Mono Red will be pretty hard to play here in the Creatureless Cube.
That's right.
But I wouldn't put it past him. So if you're just joining us here at CubeCon 2023 in beautiful Madison, Wisconsin, the Creatureless Cube is a cube that, well, has no creatures. So what does it have? It's got a lot more artifacts, a lot more enchantments, a lot more instants, sorceries, planeswalkers, battles, and you make this crazy Rube Goldberg machine in order to try to leverage these synergies to take down your opponent.
An amalgamation, if you will.
I will for you.
Great. Let's see if they will as we go down to our feature match area as Derek gets ready. And he's starting off hot with a currency converter as Joe is on the play but doesn't deploy anything in his first 2 turns.
Yep, so it looks like Joe is on green-white right now. Now, why this may be called the Creatureless Cube. Green-white makes a lot of creatures. How so? Tokens.
Tokens.
They love their tokens.
Now, that's going to populate him a bit, too.
Yep, and here on turn 3, we have a Palantir of Orthanc.
Just going to ponder the orb. The opposite of what he did last night when he was drafting him on already. He said, I'm going to take it a little bit slower today.
Yeah, this cube, you often don't attack for 2 on turn 2 and lightning bolt them. He's going to put an influence counter on here. Derek says, you know what? I'll take the damage. Ooh, it's a 2 in the form of Winter Orb.
He's really, do you think he is just orb type-al?
He might just be. He loves his orbs. This Joe.
Loves his orbs. And we see Winter Orb. That's a good one for Derek to know about, but also not have to interact with this guy.
Yeah, so Derek's deck is a little aggressive, a little low to the ground. So it sounds like he's okay. Maybe he'd be okay with Winter Orb. So he did put a land under this currency converter, which means it gives him access to 4 mana on turn 3. What can he do with it?
What can he do? And we're going to find out. I think most of the time in Derek's deck, it's probably going to be doing something like doing 2 spells in a turn.
Yep.
He wants to really be low to the ground. He's got a lot of 1 and 2 drops, including Artificer Class and Sensei's Divining Top. There we go, 2 spells.
Yep, so Artificer's Class, that's the first artifact you cast each turn. It costs 1 less. And then the second ability on that class is you get the top artifact from your deck. Sure. Then the third ability that costs 6 mana to get to level 3 of this class card is at the beginning of your end step, you make a token that's a copy of an artifact you already control. That's crazy. This card has infinite end game. Like once you've pumped the mana into it, you're cranking out machines and servants and familiars and all kinds of crazy things in this D&D class card.
Including lands like a Silver Bluff Bridge. You just played an artifact land, which is not only good when he gets to Artificer Class Step 3, but also with his Insult Artifact and Black Staff of Waterdeep. But that, for Joe Anderson, is a Parallel Lives.
Yep, so this is exactly what the green-white wants to do. It kind of sets up with this Parallel Lives, gets all its ducks in a row, and then eventually you're casting, a Lingering Souls or some other card. Instead of making 2 tokens, you make 4. Instead of making 4 tokens, you make 8. And it kind of gets out of hand very quickly, and it has pretty defensive stuff for Derek. But Derek decided to, you know what? I'll take more damage. I'll take 4 damage, 5 damage.
3 from Nuisance Engine and 2 from Rise of the Hobgoblins.
Oh, Nuisance Engine is 3 mana. How could I have been so blind?
Well, the more you know.
Yeah. So so normally Derek is the aggressor, but Derek is saying, you know what? I don't want you to draw cards from my deck. I want to take the damage, and is 7 life points lower than his opponent, despite having more cards in play. He does have a lightning bolt.
The orb is mentally straining, and that's exactly what's happening to Derek.
I mean, it's one of the lost Seeing Stones. It's from the Second Age.
Which we all definitely knew.
Yes.
Absolutely. Now, Winter Orb is something that it's in Derek's graveyard, but we do know that there's ways to return things.
Yep.
And you did mention earlier, Derek's kind of low to the ground, could potentially get under it, but Winter Orb's one of those cards that you think that you're prepared for it, and then if it happens in a turn you're not prepared, it doesn't matter how prepared your deck building is.
Yeah, like the famous Magic the Gathering boxers always say, everyone's got a plan until they get a Winter Orb with the face.
Yes, exactly.
You know. Looks like Derek is leveling up his Artificer class. He's going to flip through his deck until he gets an artifact to his hand. Yep, right, directly to the hand. Did not pass the battlefield. Did not pass the exile zone.
And Soul Artifact, Saheeli, both love artifacts, but are not an artifact, but Rusted Relic is.
Shuffle them up. Wow, did not even present those 2 cards to cut to Joe.
Unbelievable. Complete outrageous disrespect from Derek.
We got to call the DCI here right now. The convocationalists are coming. Hilda's Icy Crown. Now, that is a card that could see some good play in the green-white creature token matchup, and Derek agrees.
Right.
Here
I think it's going to be more useful here than it was against Vince.
You know, so far, all it's done is provide 1/3 of Metalcraft.
Yeah, no matter the matchup.
You know, but there it is. And it's really the onus is on Joe to start doing things. He does have that orb taken away.
He also has a Luminarch Ascension, and Derek is providing no pressure at current time. So things could get off the ground very quickly for Joe if he's able to hold off Derek.
Yep, so Joe is saying that go ahead, take your time. Let me play some angels. And Derek's like, I've taken 7 damage already. Go ahead, draw a card.
I really appreciate the card that Joe drew was called the Herd. I appreciate he put it on top because he's like, you let me draw it, or you let me draw it and then take 4.
Yes.
Or take 3 rather.
Yep. So this call the Herd could add some pressure, but Derek's kind of under hidden pressure in the forms of Orthanc, the Palantir of Orthanc, and Luminarch Ascension, kind of passive pressure, if you will. Your life total may not be going down, but your options and resources will be going down relative to your opponents.
Right, they're definitely dwindling, and Derek is going to need to start to apply some pressure. Looks like Luminarch Ascension is likely going to get a counter this turn.
I mean, Luminarch cards often get counters, but
They do.
Ascension is way more powerful in Commander than the Aspirant.
It sure is. It sure is. But you know what? We're playing Cube today,
Cube.
and I feel like it's still going to be tough for Luminarch Ascension to get to 4, and that's the number of counters that it needs to be able to crank out these 4/4 angels. Now, if it can, Joe's going to be able to tap 1 mana, 1 and a white mana to be able to create a 4/4 angel, but it's actually going to be 2 thanks to Parallel Lives. So Derek on the other side, really considering his options. We know that he has Rusted Relic in hand, so that is something that could come down and start applying pressure next turn.
Yep.
But right now, he is going to play the Rusted Relic because it costs 1 less thanks to Artificer.
Thanks, Artificer class.
Thanks, what a guy.
Yep. Luminarch Ascension. Also, I believe if Derek is wondering if he wants to Lightning Bolt Joe right now, because you just had to not lose a life on your opponent's end step. So that Lightning Bolt kind of can be a way to stop you from getting a counter. But Derek's going to play the Black Staff of Waterdeep. So, yes, you get a counter now. But Derek is deploying some creatures, and we'll get some pressure going. It's on to Joe to actually affect the board in a meaningful way this turn, probably with this Call the Herd.
That's good because Derek's going 7 wide across his battlefield right now. And we do have that good on Derek, making sure that Luminarch Ascension gets 1 counter. But Derek's saying, I'll give you 1 because it's going to be the last one you're going to get.
Well, sure. But also, Derek is just a consummate gentleman. And, you know, it's CUBECon. We're not competitive REL. We're CUBECon REL.
That's
and
exactly right.
You know, let's just play the game. Have a good time.
Maximum fun REL.
Maximum fun.
Joe's going to scry 2, and then Derek's going to have the option to mill 4 or let Joe draw. I think we are firmly in the you can draw a card stand.
Yeah, Palantir of Orthanc has turned into a instep scry 2 draw card.
Yeah, not bad.
That's not bad at all for the Lost Seeing Stones.
And Parallel Lives did put 2 elephants. One of my favorite art token, Lars Grant West, is the artist for the elephant token there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And one of my absolute favorite tokens, and one of my favorite cards that has fallen out of favor in a lot of cubes, Call of the Herd. I do wish that we were in a situation where it could be great, but it is going to potentially do the job here for Joe.
How do you feel about Trumpeting Herd?
I like Trumpeting Herd. I like it in a cube I played recently, the Peasant Combat Cube.
Oh, wow, that's a really good cube.
It is a very good cube. It's one where the name on the box tells you exactly what it is.
Much like the Creatureless Cube.
Exactly.
Look, no creatures in play whatsoever right now.
Well, only 3 creatures in play, but 4 because Currency Converter, again, has taken up the Black Staff and has turned into a 4/4 that's going to come down, and we are going to see Lightning Bolt be deployed to take out one of these elephants to avoid the double block, and Rusted Relic will finish off the other one.
Yep, so Lightning Bolt did get rid of one of the 4 elephants that will spawn from that one piece of cardboard.
Right.
You know, you do what you got to do. Now Derek is playing another creature for Mirrodin.
And we're going to see a single 2/2 Rebel come down because Derek does not have a token doubler. That's on Joe's side,
Yep.
and he's going to likely try to leverage that for the rest of the game. We know he has a Keljoran outpost in his hand, and that's going to be able to make 2 tokens every turn that he activates.
Yep, it looks like Joe for the turn drew Doubling Season, which is really good with token creators. However, he needs to figure out should you play the long con and have all these enchantments that don't affect the board so you can have an explosive turn, or do you know what? I kind of need some more 3/3s to stop this Rusted Relic and this Rebel from really wrecking my life points.
You
I
were
was
so
trying.
close.
I was trying.
You were so close.
My resources. I was there.
I'm gonna give it to you anyway.
Thanks.
And
All right.
Joe is gonna say, I don't think I have time for the Doubling Season. And honestly, I'm not 100% sure what I would have done, but I do know this is the last realistic turn he has to cast Doubling Season. But I think it's smarter and safer for him to just deploy the 2 elephants along with the Keljoran outpost, which again is going to be able to provide 2 1/1 soldiers at some point during Derek's turn.
Ooh, that ain't bad. The outposts are being quite occupied by soldiers now with the Doubling Season, or with Parallel Lives in play. The soldiers, 2 different lives, 1 soldier. But Derek's like, you know what? That's okay. I have a Currency Converter, and I might just pop out of it. You just might. Oh,
So we see the Black Staff under the Currency Converter, indicating this is going to stay tapped and let that remain an artifact creature.
yeah. Yeah, as long as we've communicated that it's not like equipping or enchanted or blah, 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 but like, we'll just put it under here to like
Just a reminder.
show the association between the 2 permanents.
Right.
Oh, he's untapping the Black Staff. Has greater plans. Maybe wants to use the Currency Converter to convert some currency, and then can wake up a different artifact with that Black Staff.
Maybe something like a treasure token that's maybe less useful than the Currency Converter.
Oh, maybe. And we can see that Hilda's crown tapping down one of those elephants. Just to, maybe I get in there with my creatures and sacrifice the treasure. Rise and Shine overloaded. So all of Derek's non-creature artifacts are going to wake up and become 4/4s.
Joe's body language says, that's probably good enough for me. Let's go ahead and count this damage up. And
Wow.
the great thing for Derek is 16 happens to be divisible by 4.
It does.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 4/4s, a 5/5, and a 2/2. We're going to try to go to blocks. And I do think that Joe is going to barely survive, but none of his creatures will. So he's going to go, one elephant is.
One elephant,
One
yeah.
elephant's going to survive.
I think he can survive, or maybe even take down one of Derek's creatures, but he's going to need something very impressive next turn.
He cannot take down. He can't. I'm trying to do math here.
I mean, are you blocking right now?
No,
That's probably not for you.
He cannot take down one of Derek's creatures. He will die.
All right.
So we're in chump block mode here. Gonna chump the Rusted Relic and 2 4/4s, and then he's going to take 14. So that is his best. Unfortunately, he cannot take down this 2/2 Rebel.
All right.
Yep. Gonna block those. Gonna take 2, 4, 8, 12, 14.
So it looks like Joe Anderson really could have used just some big X spell to make, I don't know, 1 million creature tokens, because Rise and Shine does not say until end of turn. It's forever. You wake up, you're ready to start your day,
Never sleep.
Wake up in the morning, struggle to the
there-
kitchen, pour yourself a cup of ambition.
Pour yourself a cup of artifact attacking is what Derek did on his last turn. So it's going to be tough. Joe really needs a sweeper or a significant amount of blockers. And even that's not safe because we know that Derek already had Lightning Bolt, but he's got a Chain Lightning still lurking.
Somewhere, hiding in the shadows. And I don't think Joe has the RR to shoot it back at him. He's got R, I believe, in the form of that trio.
He does, but that's certainly not going to be enough. And Joe's really just double checking before he's like, before we need to move on. I just want to be sure that this is the case. I want to be sure that this is not what's going to do it. And we're going to see the handshake for game 1 as Derek Gallen wins game 1 off the back of Rise and Shine. He's up early, like you said, 5 a.m. going on a run, and he proved it today with Rise and Shine.
Yeah, he's rising and shining. He's playing his own token from Currency Converter. He's playing Cube, so he's really in his element. But, I mean, so is Joe. Like, Joe played Mono Red and got a trophy last night. So he's also in his element. So
Right.
I'm excited to see these two Titans of Cube clash again here at CUBECon.
Exactly. Joe really going for that second win. And you get a little Cube pin whenever you win a draft.
Clearly, we don't have one.
No, I'm
We don't.
I'm pinned.
I mean, I'm just not wearing any of my 0 trophies I won this weekend.
Same.
But
Same.
yeah,
Same. All right. Do you know the easiest way to sell your Magic cards?
I don't, but I bet you're going to tell me.
I do, and I am going to tell you, and I'm very excited about it because it's Card Conduit.
Great.
Great. I'm glad you're excited. You can ship them your unsorted Magic cards. Okay. I know some of you out there, you got a box, probably a shoe box, maybe a draft box that you just had. You threw them in there, you opened the cards, you took out the 3 that you wanted, and then you threw the rest of the box. So you can just ship Card Conduit that unsorted Magic box, and they will sort and grade all of your cards, and then they will find the best buy list prices for everything that you sent them inside their major retailer network. You're paid the total sum of all of those cards. Card Conduit's only going to take a very tiny fee out of that to make sure you get the best prices for every single one of your cards. Go to cardconduit.com to get started.
Cardconduit.com.
Yep.
A lot of C's. Cards, cubes, cons, com.
Yeah, we got a lot.
A lot
C,
of
the
C.
most powerful letter here at CubeCon.
C. Today's letter is C for Cube.
Yeah,
it's that letter every day.
It's going to be the letter tomorrow, too. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so.
Do you think Derek is spending a lot of time doing sideboarding in this matchup?
So Derek saw his opponent was on creature tokens and enchantments to make more tokens. I don't know if Derek has anything to really do about that. But Joe was like, you know what? This 7, not for me. I'm going to throw it back. Joe's deck sounds like it has the higher payoffs in the forms of doubling season, parallel lives, and whatnot, but needs more work to get that work in. Meanwhile, Derek can play some creatures, some artifacts, and attack, and maybe, just maybe, get another Rise to Shine off for 5 or whatever it was.
Right, and Derek doesn't, he's played 1 game in this matchup, but he did play 3 against Vince. And while Joe and Vince's deck are not similar in construction, they are similar in the way that Derek is likely going to have to interact with them, getting on the board early, doing a very small amount of really pointed interaction to finish them off before they can really set up their engine.
Yep, and Joe is draw his 7 again for 6 and is thinking about keeping Melgan. He's going to keep it with the 6 cards and play a Stirring Wildwood past the turn. All 10 creature lands are in this cube. Well, 10 creature lands are in this cube, 1 for each color pair, because you got to get your creature somewhere.
That's true. We're going to see Stirring Wildwood as the first one to come down to this matchup.
Yep, and then a lot of the Adventures in the Forgotten Realms creature lands are also in here. Like we saw Din of the Bugbear try to take down Karn Living Legacy. Derek answers back with a desk in the form of Mishra's Research Desk.
Wow, you've made that sound incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really strong card. Have you seen how many words are on this card?
I'm still reading it.
The words on the card relative to the amount of mana shows you how strong it is.
I'm glad that no one has played the One Ring yet because I started reading that back in June and I haven't finished yet.
Well, I heard that one cube out here, the Devoid Cube, has the One Ring in it that also has a Chaos Orb in it. And you flip it or something, you flip it on the round.
Yep.
I saw somebody cover up one of their best lands with the One Ring.
Indestructible.
It's indestructible.
I got to that part.
Yeah, so you couldn't blow up that land.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, much like the Darksteel Citadel that Derek played.
Only at CubeCon can you see that.
Yeah, that's great here.
But something you can see in a lot of other places could be Call the Herd.
Yep, could be.
It's been around for 20-plus years.
Still good. Still good.
We're going to see, again, some searching through that token stack to investigate for a clue, which Derek has found as he goes to his third turn. Still no red mana to activate that research desk, but we probably have some lurking, and it's not like he really wants to activate the research desk anytime soon.
Yep, he doesn't even need it right now. But Joe played Call of the Herd. I did spy a doubling season in Joe's hand, which means, after turn 5 comes around, he's making some tokens. But Derek's like, you know what? I think I don't want you to have that time. I'm going to animate this indestructible land with Rise and Shine and attack for 4.
And this is the exact kind of thing I'm talking about. That this needs to be Derek's plan, and I think that probably now that he's played with this deck more, because when you play with your cube deck, the first match you don't always have a lot of time, and Joe is going to try to slow down Derek from doing that with Glare of Subdual, being able to tap his creatures to tap Derek's creatures.
Yep, so this is Glare of Subdual is kind of like opposition, but instead of blue, it's green-white. So it's less strong, but more acceptable. And this lets Joe tap his creatures to tap Derek's creatures or artifacts. Notably, there's a lot of artifacts, and that artifact not only is an artifact, not only a creature, but a land, and it kind of performs the role of opposition, tapping down the opponent's lands.
Derek follows up with a red-blue land in Silver Bluff Bridge, an indestructible land, his second of the game to go along with Darksteel Citadel. Now, Joe has the chance to really lock the game down by deploying a handful more creatures. Ooh, and this is a gigantic spell.
Wow. So
Sundering Growth. What does this do?
I played Sundering Growth so many in my cubes. It's a naturalize, first off. For green-white hybrid, there it is. Not only does it 2 mana destroy a thing, but it populates. And there's probably nothing better you can populate on turn 4 than an elephant, or turn 5 than an elephant you just recently made. That's huge. A 3/3 destroy a thing for 2 mana. That's the power of Selesnya, baby. One day, every pillar will be a tree, and every hall a glade.
But today, a research desk is going to be a graveyard desk.
Yeah, that's fine.
As Derek's going to find a couple of spells, going to leave the Rogran Triome in the exile pile, and then is going to play it. That's going to be the selection to be played for the turn, and then we're going to see the Crown deployed.
Yep, so here we are, Hilda's Crown of Winter. It's going to tap down his opponent's creature. So we got kind of a tapping mirror match, a real tap dance battle, if you will. I'll tap my thing to tap your thing. I'll tap my thing to tap your thing.
Yeah, I think that Joe is going to be winning this tapping battle, as unlike last game, Joe's got time to deploy Doubling Season, and
this is a card.
Derek, he has a lot of ways to deal with artifacts. He has slightly less ways to deal with enchantments.
Yeah, blue and red doesn't really do that. White does. But did Derek board in any of the white enchantment removal cards?
He didn't see Glare of Subdual. He didn't see Doubling Season. Those didn't get deployed last game. He saw Parallel Lives. Was that enough to say it's worth it for me to go heavier into white like he did against Vince? Right now, it doesn't look like it, but that doesn't mean that Derek didn't have the heads-up play to do that.
Yeah, so Derek has some time. He has some cards. He's got that treasure token. He's got the clue token. He's got the Mishra's research desk. He even has Hilda's Crown of Winter to let him draw some cards. So now it's really up to Derek. Does he want to try to fight through these tokens? Does he want to remove the tokens? Does he want to remove the Doubling Season? What does he want to do? And Joe's like, those creatures are being tapped. So yeah, looks like Derek tried tapping a creature, and Joe's like, well, I'll tap your creature if you tap my creature. And now it's up to Derek to see what he can do to deploy some threats to deal with Joe's elephant army. Elephant graveyard. Wow.
There's an elephant graveyard potentially lurking, but right now we just have the elephant crew in the form of the both halves of Call of the Herd. Now, fortunately for Derek, we're not going to see Call of the Herd come back, but what we are going to see is a magic card that might be from a secret lair. If I had to guess.
Yep, that sounds about right.
We're going to try to exactly find out what that is. It looked like it tapped the Hilda's Crown of Winter, and we are going to see Call of the Herd coming back for the second time.
That sounds about right. Making 2 more elephants.
Where did the first elephant come from?
The first elephant came from Paul the Herd. The second
this-
came from the Naturalized.
That's right. We populated it.
Yeah, we populated.
Oh.
Elephants had some fun, and boom, another elephant
That's
was
bad
born.
news. That's bad news. That's too many elephants for Derek.
Yeah, if I were Joe, I would just probably tap that Darksteel Citadel right here on Derek's upkeep so that he doesn't gain access to that mana.
Yeah, because right now in his main phase, he has the chance to either decide if he wants to attack with it. I'm putting that in air quotes because he's not going to get the chance. But I would, if I were Joe, I would take the decision out of his hands and just say, nah, let's just go ahead and tap that now. And we're still trying to find out exactly what this
They're
card
trying to help us out here really bad.
unsuccessfully. We'll continue on, and hopefully we will get an update soon on what that secret lair card could potentially be.
Oh, Pithing
Pithing
Needle.
Needle.
Thank you so much.
That would have been my 100th guess.
So it
I'm
sounds
glad we
like,
have to go down
yep,
that
I would imagine Joe named Hilda's Icy Crown perhaps with his Pithing Needle. To, you know what, just don't draw cards, don't tap my creatures down. I have a needle. Your turn.
Yeah. I'll be doing the tapping here, says Joe. No more tapping for you.
You can tap your card. You can tap your mana.
You tap your mana,
not my
which-
creatures.
Which is what he's going to do to cast Urza's
Command. So we'll see what Derek decides to do with this. It sounds like he'll be making a Karn Struct with his cards. That's oftentimes what is being made with it. But maybe he just drew a card. We don't know. We'll find. A Power Stone
Power
and draw a
Stone
card.
And
Scry 1, draw.
Scry 1, draw a card?
Yeah.
Okay. Going to go up essentially 2 mana with that Power Stone. And, I think Derek does need to go deeper in his deck and have to put together a big play here. Glare of Subdual on its own is really ruling the roost, but Doubling Season is able to break the game open, as many people know, at any moment.
Yeah. So Doubling Season works great with token producers, also really strong with Planeswalkers, as you usually get to use the ultimate ability immediately. Doubling Season is just an amazing card for every format that has the environment where you can play a turn 5, do nothing enchantment on turn 5.
Now, here's the big. Now we have a nuisance engine. Here's the really big problem for Derek. He has a Castle Ardenvale. Joe could simply just decide to stop casting spells, make 2 1/1s a turn, use those 1/1s to tap Derek's blockers, and start attacking with his 4 elephants. And that happens about twice in the game's over.
The game's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with this Nuisance engine, Joe can make a couple of 0/1s each turn. Usually this isn't that bad, but with Glare Subdual, his defensive army just continues to grow. And Derek doesn't have a lot of ways to end the game outside of attacking with artifact creatures. So this is really going to be a big problem for Derek.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge problem. And Derek's still not going to be able to, required to have to tap his lands from the Glare because he's not able to quite do that, unlike opposition. So he has options. He has a Sublime Epiphany in his hand, but is it too little too late against 6 tokens and more on the way, as many turns as Joe wants with that Castle Ardenvale?
Yeah, I mean, Sublime Epiphany does a whole lot of magic for 6 mana, but I don't even know what the power of the most powerful blue 6 mana spell since Upheaval even has it in them.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think that Derek has a sweeper in his deck. If he has Mindslaver in, that would probably do it. But
Don't think he does.
I would guess that Mindslaver sitting in the sideboard, despite what Derek truly wanted to do with this deck. But he decided to not quite be as cute and have Mindslaver. But we're just going to see those 2 little pest tokens tap Derek's 4/4 and 5/5 attacker. And Derek knows this is his last chance because the elephants are going to start to come to town now, and they are angry.
Yep, I mean, an elephant never forgets to attack, especially when there are pest tokens that are blinding your opponent's creatures in the eyes.
Right? So we have 2 pests. Oh my gosh, what are we going to see?
What is
here?
this?
6 mana. We see Joe shrugging, and this is
Titania's Command.
now.
Joe's like, you got a command? I got my own.
Yeah, I have the better command, the Sublime Epiphany.
But Derek has a counter spell, a bounce spell, a copy spell, and a draw spell. A lot of spells for 6 mana.
It is a lot of spells, and I can appreciate Joe going for the KO because had that resolved, the game would have ended. We would put 2 +1/+1 counters, which is 4 +1/+1 counters with Doubling Season on each of his.
Sure is. Holy moly.
And he could have got 2 bears, which would have been 4 bears also with Doubling Season.
Duh, Bears.
Yeah, instead we're going to say, nothing. And Glare of Subdual going to get bounced back to hand. If I were Joe, I would say, well, your mana's tapped. You've bounced the Glare. I can still attack for 12. Even though you have the chance to hit me back a little bit, I still feel pretty comfortable doing that.
Well, he can get hit back for what? There's some pests around that, but yeah, they don't matter. The glare is being bounced. So attack for 5 because of the 2 rusted relics, 4 because of the Darksteel Citadel, and then that's 14, which puts Joe dead to lightning bolt or chain lightning.
Well, that's if he doesn't choose to just block with those pests.
Yeah, if he doesn't choose to block. So
I would imagine that he is. I think Joe has played this game pretty conservatively.
Yep.
He has opted not to attack in the last couple of turns, trying to really sew up the board. For this turn, it didn't work out, but I think he's positioned himself well to where he can't just get got.
you never want to get got.
You do not want to get got.
Oh, I hate getting got.
It's the last thing that you want to do. And it looks like Joe is just going to, I think he just might be passing the turn. It looks like he's still deciding. Okay, I don't want to speak too soon. There we go. There we go.
Here they come.
Get in there, buddy.
Get in there.
The red zone. You drafted mono red last night. You like to attack. We know it. Going to serve for 12. 9's going to get through with those 3 elephants. And Derek's going to go to his turn with some big decisions to make. I think this is going to be a very critical turn for Derek. Whether he makes it to his next one is not guaranteed, so he's going to really need to do some work here.
Yeah, Derek drew 2 islands for his most recent 2 draw steps. And with that crown disabled, he's going to really have to think about what he's doing. But he's counting his mana. He's doing the math. Artificer class. Okay, this is something. It doesn't do anything right now, but with 2 more mana, it does get him the top artifact from his deck. And we're going to find out together, all of us here, what that artifact's going to be.
Me, you, Joe,
Derek,
and all the viewers. We're all going to find out together.
What this artifact is and what do you want it to be right now?
I want it to be something that's not in this cube.
Okay.
So.
Well, I want reality to maintain its reality to me.
Okay, so what do I want to see?
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to see lightning bolt. We're not going to see.
What about a halberd?
Well.
Hexblade halberd, right?
Yeah, it is. And Joe is going to be celebrating Mirrodin here in just a moment.
Joe is definitely celebrating Mirrodin, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Derek might not be as excited for Mirrodin as Joe is because that was something that, you've played an artifact and or a creature. Well, that's something I'm simply going to tap on my turn.
That's fine. I accept the charges, Derek.
And this is the problem. This is the problem with cards like Glare, cards like Opposition. If you know it's around, what you're going to attack, you can't play any blockers. If you use your attackers to attack, you're going to just lose on the next turn.
Yeah. So Derek is going to, well, I want to deal some damage, so I will destroy these 2 pests with these 2 rusted relics, and then for 6 mana, deploy. This is the card I didn't know what it was. Flood of Tears
is going to return all of the permanents. Now, you were talking about upheaval.
Oh.
This is about as close as it gets.
Yeah, this is just Cyclonic Rift. Well, for everybody. So, yeah, upheaval, all these permanents. So, Derek's taking us back to the Stone Age with Flood of Tears. Did Derek return 4 non-token permanents to his hand?
He did. He already picked one up, so he's going to get to play one.
Here comes the Omniscience. Here it comes.
I believe.
Yep. This is Omniscience.
Or I could be. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess he only picked up 3. That's rough. That's rough.
All right.
So that was a break glass in case of emergency button for Derek.
Yep.
It's going to buy him a turn. It might even buy him 2 turns if he's lucky because those tokens are not coming back.
No, a doubling season might be the first thing Joe puts back. We have to figure out, does Joe want to go big for the season? Or, it is not the reason for the season, and Joe simply wants to tap 4 mana to put Derek to 5 with that Stirring Wildwood.
That's an interesting decision because we know the cards that are in Derek's hand. We know that he has.
I mean, Joe doesn't know. Well, Joe knows most of them.
Yeah, I was going to say he knows most of them. We know Artificer class. Artificer class can find something else. It's also going to let Derek cast his artifacts for less, such as this Rusted Relic that's probably going to come down for 3 mana. Nope, we're going to go looking.
Go looking.
What artifact can we get this time? Not going to be a 4 Mirrodin artifact. Well, it actually could be.
It could be.
We could see a Dragon Wing Glider come down as he's going to go through a crazy amount of his cards.
We found one.
We
found one, and it costs 0 to play. That's even better.
Wow. You didn't think that card could get more powerful, but
here we are.
Here we are.
Derek's like, ooh.
Derek still has 5 mana and a 1 mana discount for the artifact that he's going to cast next.
But for 2 mana, here comes the Hex Gold Halberd. Nope, not for Mirrodin. Oh, it will not be for Mirrodin today.
I will not preemptively say for Mirrodin. I think that would.
Thank you.
Yeah, you really got to wait till it resolves to make sure. I just want, let's wait for Mirrodin. Okay.
Excellent timing.
Now that we've got that out,
excellent timing.
Derek is going to deploy a second card, which is going to be the Rusted Relic.
Yeah.
Trying to put more pressure on Joe, who decided to attack with that Stirring Wildwood rather than reset up his board.
Yep. So Joe is trying to go for the kill before Derek is able to put up the defenses. But now Derek has a 5/5 and a 2/2. There are exactly 3 artifacts on Derek's board thanks to that Dark Steel Citadel. So Rusted Relic ain't so rusted anymore. Oh, removal spell, here it comes.
Return to nature. How appropriate on the Rusted Relic. You were in nature before, then you turned into a creature. I would like you to go back to nature permanently this time.
Please. Does Joe then attack for 3 with this Stirring Wildwood?
You made the decision, if you're Joe, you made the decision to do that last turn.
Yeah.
I would imagine. I mean, you're not going to do. I don't see any lightning bolts in Joe's future. Those are on Derek's side of people with red mana. So, what was your? What's the plan if it's not attack with Stirring Wildwood?
Maybe Joe is drawing to some spirit tokens that he has in his deck. Maybe he can draw and fly over Derek's thing. But he's got the Palantir of Orthanc yet again. And Derek, I would imagine, even this early in the influence counter journey, he'll be letting Joe draw another card.
Well.
Joe has played 2
Orb
orbs.
typal.
Joe has played 2 orbs in one turn. One orb came out a couple months ago. One orb came out quite a few years ago in the form of Winter Orb.
About 30.
About 30.
About 30 years ago.
About 30. So
now, remember what we were talking about earlier about Winter Orb, and I
Yes.
was like, yeah, you might think you're prepared,
I mean,
but you forget about it for a second. You tap 8 lands, and then you untap with 1.
it very quickly becomes a loser orb for you instead of a winner orb.
Yeah. Joe's got a light of life to work with here. So Derek's going to need to attack with that Rebel 8 times.
Yeah.
And I imagine that it's going to be difficult for Joe to, for Derek to deploy too many more threats. Fortunately, Artificer class is going to help him out against this Winter Orb. I don't know that it's going to be enough, but what I do know is Joe is now off of Stirring Wildwood as a plan. I can confirm that.
That is not a great use of resources. And Joe simply passed the turn. Derek was like, yeah, whatever you do, you're drawing a card. I'm not going to take the risk of getting hit with a 5 mana spell or, 5 mana worth of spells total. And Derek's like, well, I'm draw a card, attack you for 2, I suppose. This Sensei's Divining Top, really bad news if you want to use it to look through your library with Winter Orb in play.
Yeah.
But Derek decides, you know what, I'll play the Currency Converter because this lets him make a 2/2 creature who makes himself every other turn. And that might just be the threat chain that Derek's looking for to convert his spells into
It could be,
rogues.
but we also know, is this the Huntsman's Redemption?
It sure is.
Now, you know a card that's in Joe's hand? It's Pithing Needle.
Oh,
That got bounced. It's no longer on the crown.
That's true.
It could come back down on Currency Converter.
and just like stick. It's like oh, Derek says lightning bolt that elephant.
No chance.
Get out of here. It's like a paperclip in the currency converter. Just like bloop, and it just can't work anymore.
We're gonna find out if Pithing Needle is gonna be deployed, and that was a pretty big and meaningful turn for Joe, trying to put down a 3/3, which very critical. But it's not that the game has necessarily screwed to a crawl, but there are now cards in both Derek and Joe's deck that are simply not going to be cast for the remainder of this game.
Right. That is the effect Winter Orb has. And honestly, this Winter Orb is going on for quite a while, but we see Joe play Staff of the Storyteller. Like I said, it is a card that makes flying creature tokens that can maybe fly over of Derek's defenses, which is, maybe that was a heads-up play to get Stirring Wildwood to get Derek down to 5 life total points.
Well, and realistically, it's going to be even more because we know the Huntsman's Redemption is going to give that spirit +2/+2 and trample next turn, likely putting Derek to 2, which is danger zone against that spirit. And Derek not quite beating down quickly enough.
Not quite.
To be able to make that race go in his favor.
Yep, so Chain Lightning was in Derek's Game 1 deck. We'll see if Derek kept that in or boarded out. He drew a mountain with the currency converter.
Now, here's the thing Derek is thinking about. Do I want to discard a land that I don't need, or do I want to discard a non-land that could turn into a rogue?
Into a Derek.
And that's what he chooses. That's what
you
he
know,
chooses. I think that's what I would choose, too.
I think so, too. I like Derek's token.
Den of the Bugbear, similar to Stirring Wildwood, will never activate.
Yeah,
Not gonna
really,
happen.
in the battlefield, tapped lands are not so great when a Winter Orb is in play. It's not really where you want to be. But, you know, that's the only thing Derek had to do.
And that's interesting. So maybe that's like Derek's last turn, because he has a mountain that he could have just played instead, but he willfully played the Den of the Bugbear.
Yep. Target my spirit with Chapter 3. Redeem this spirit from the storyteller. Let me tell you a story about how your life total is going from 5 to 2.
Is Derek going to take a look with Currency Converter? Not quite.
Not quite.
We're going to likely scry 2,
Let me help you
draw a
out.
card. Yeah, let's put that in the graveyard, please. I don't want that to hit Chapter
It is
3 again.
not the never-ending story.
No, the story's over.
It's quite over. The Huntsman has been redeemed. Moving on. There he is.
Derek going to apply additional pressure in the form of himself.
So currently, Derek will attack for 4, put Joe to 2. Joe will attack Derek for 1, put Derek to 1, and Derek could finish the attacking with 4 next turn. So Derek is currently winning. He's in the driver's seat in this race.
That's true.
It's up to Joe to do something, and Joe is doing something.
Yeah.
He's casting Verdant Command.
That's
this-
going to make some tokens.
This will make 2/1/1s, and I imagine Joe would be gaining 3 life here.
Yeah. Yep. Do the tokens come to play? They do come to play tapped. So Joe going to be going down to 4. But
Yeah.
Still going to be ended up with 2 tokens. That might be enough
To change the race.
to fit. Well, because Derek, it says 5, but we know Derek's at 2. There we go. So that life total has been updated. We now have any 2 of these 3 attackers are going to be lethal for Derek, and this is something I might have waited until the very end of the turn to deploy.
Yeah, now Derek, he has a healing in his hand. So Derek is trying to figure out, can he change an artifact into a creature? But I think Derek's just going to draw a card with the Sensei Divining Top and look for an out to these squirrel tokens that came out of nowhere.
That sounds like desperation, but it is where Derek is. He does need to find something to deal with not 1, but 2 of these.
Yeah, Derek
these
drew Improvised Club. Without that 3 life, Joe would have been dead. But he gained 3 life.
He did.
So Joe's not dead. I'm very good at telling stories.
Well, but just goes to show, had Joe waited until the end of turn, or in response perhaps to that Improvised Club, he could have really got Derek. But now Derek has some options and a play available to him. Does he have that Prismari Command in his hand?
Not currently, I don't think.
Okay, all right. I thought he might have had it in his hand, but the Improvised Club is going to pass the turn.
Yeah, so now Joe is still in the driver's seat, and honestly, all Joe has to do is attack. That's all he's got to do. Attack with those creatures and see if Derek has a response.
2 responses.
Two
Unfortunately,
responses.
one's not going to be enough because he needs to get rid of both of those tokens.
I was mistaken. Derek does have
Oh,
the Prismari Command.
He does have the Prismari Command.
So
he actually could have, on his turn, Prismari Command, make a token, then sacrifice the token, sacrifice another artifact to deal 4 damage. It's not exactly what you want, because I think the Improvised Club is a sorcerer, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's an instant. Those clubs can be
Oh,
improvised
okay.
at any time.
Okay.
So this club's going to get picked up, the currency converter. It's a big old cash register machine. Bonk the squirrel in the head. Prismari Command takes out the flying token, and Derek will take 1 and go to 1. Man, Derek had 6 points of damage in his hand when Joe was at 7.
This game's going to ultimately,
close.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the wire.
I wonder, could Derek have tapped that Sensei Divining Top in response to the Verdant Command to draw the Improvised Club and take down Joe before he gained 3 life? Could that have happened?
It could have, but a lot of things, Joe would have had to, Derek would have had to have the foresight to know.
That he has exactly 6 points burned in his deck.
Right. Yeah, because he didn't have access to all that information when
Yeah.
he did it. Now, retrospectively, yes.
Yeah, but it's because the Sensei Divining Top is free every turn,
Right.
as long as Derek doesn't plan to play another artifact. So it kind of would have been a free look, but
Right. Only the first one with Artificer class is reduced by
everybody gets 1.
Everybody gets 1. And Joe's going to get 1, and that's a look to try to end the game here as he only got attacked for 2 last turn with the Rogue.
But I
The
see
Rebel
that.
stayed back.
Yep, I see that Stirring Wildwood is there with 3 other lands. Joe's playing your favorite equipment.
Oh, Grafted War Gear. Well, this is going to force a block. We know that. We got a block for Mirrodin. That's over. That's over. And now,
With the Rebel Yell.
and now we have to decide, how are we going to try to finish this game? Do we have Chain Lightning to attack for 2 and finish it off?
Oh, geez, I don't know.
Joe is going to continue to draw. Derek, again, did take a free draw because we know that that Sensei's Dividing Top is going to come down for free
Tap
on the next turn.
1 land. Here we go. There it is.
And this is actually, it's clever because it costs nothing, and it gives you a little bit.
Oh, Chain Lightning!
My God! Off of the top, unbelievable!
Oh my.
Wait.
Okay.
So we want to confirm
The life totals are
we want to
5.
confirm the life totals
We're correct.
were correct, because if that was the case, then we could have seen an attack for 2 and then Chain Lightning to the face.
Oh, I think.
Oh my!
Okay.
No.
The life totals are
The
correct.
life totals are correct.
The life totals are correct.
And so is the word on Derek's shirt.
You said it, not me. This game is very exciting to watch. I will say that.
Oh my gosh! And we have a Legion's Landing, and that's really bad.
Legion Landing, normally
Lifelink.
normally a 1/1's not that big of a deal.
How about a 4/3 lifelinker? Is that a big deal?
That's a big deal.
That's a really big deal.
Yeah. Let's
Derek's
check out this
Derek's
equipment.
going to need to find a third
1
mana, 3 damage spell in his deck.
I mean,
and I don't
he found
think
2.
that it exists.
Here comes Pithing Needle. I would probably say Sensei's Divining Top. Just cut out that second card down below.
Yeah, let's not worry about that. Yeah, not going to be able, and that's basically going to cut Derek off of a draw.
Top. Yep. Yep. And Derek's like, you know what?
Oh my goodness.
Derek shakes the hand that they'll mid-match handshake. So there aren't. I don't know how much time there's left in this round, but it's not infinite.
No.
So we're going to be going to game 3 and see just how far we can get into it in the form of Derek's Jeskai Artifact aggro deck versus Joe's green-white creature token making deck
It's gonna be tough.
with Winter Orb.
And it's 5 after 5 here in Central Time. And David, I know that you have something that you're very excited to do, and that we're all very excited for you to do.
I am.
So I'm gonna give you the option.
I want to be here with you.
Okay. All right.
We have
There's
4
minutes left in the round.
4 minutes. I'm staying here.
All right, we're gonna
until the
finish
very
this.
end.
We're gonna finish this round out, and you should stay around too. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We're not even gonna break. We're not breaking.
We're not breaking. Normally, when we say don't go anywhere, it means you go somewhere.
Yeah, don't-
but really, we're not going anywhere
No,
this time.
Don't go. It doesn't mean like they don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah,
don't
right.
go anywhere. But what I do want you to do is I want you to follow NRG Series right here on Twitch. We have been so appreciative of their assistance working with us to make CUBECON happen and show you all of this excellent coverage. We could not do it without them. This last match is going to have to go fast one way or another. That's what Derek wants.
That is what Derek wants.
And he's on the play.
Well, it's up to them. We'll see just how fast. I mean, I was talking about this time management strategy. You know, if you're playing a Magic tournament solely to win, there are oodles and oodles of articles you can watch of how to win Magic the Gathering tournaments. But, you know, when you're here to play to have fun, you still kind of want to finish your matches on time because it doesn't feel great when you go to an unintended draw.
No.
It doesn't feel
No
great.
one wants that.
Nobody wants that.
No one wants that.
Yeah, so sometimes, you know, look at the clock, see how much time is left so you can get more cubing in. So you can qualify for day 3.
Day 4.
Day 4 tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's day 4, yeah. Day
Top
4 tomorrow.
64.
Top 64?
Cut to it.
What cubes are they playing?
We don't know yet.
We don't know?
No.
Oh.
I know what cube we're going to be covering. We're going to be covering Emma Partlow's Peasant Cube, which is going to be very exciting. Emma's actually going to be in the booth tomorrow, but she also is going to be in the booth in round 3.
That's true.
As David is going to have to go handle some business with some dungeons.
So yeah, there's a dungeon. It's true. It's true dungeon. Real props. Real dungeons. Real cool. Here at GameholeCon.
Yeah, we're very excited about it.
Yeah. I'm excited too to represent CubeCon
And
at True Dungeon.
Derek on the play here, really thinking about this hand, using a lot of that 4 minutes left in the round.
Derek's thinking about, why did I chain lightning? You were, yeah. That's okay. I have been there many times. I have been there a lot of times.
Derek might be thinking about, should be thinking about how can I win in extra turns from turn 0 on my first turn.
That's true.
because that
Yeah.
could be what we see here. We're obviously not going to go to a backup match. This is the waning moments of the second round here in Draft 5.
Is that an ensnaring bridge in Joe's hand? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just
I
making
think
up
it's
card
the
names.
grafted word.
All right, that makes sense.
All right, we're going to start off with a Silver Bluff Bridge coming into play tapped. And then on Joe's side, we're going to see a
Basic planes.
Oh, it is an ensnaring bridge.
I saw like
You
one.
peeked it.
I saw 1 centimeter of that art. I have looked at that art before. I know this art.
Impressive.
So ensnaring bridge, not great for your opponent when your opponent wants to attack with creatures quickly.
Okay, what is in Joe's hand that he played the planes instead of the Stirring Wildwood last turn?
I'm not sure, but here comes the Wildwood. Yep.
We're going to find it.
Enlightened
Looks like
Tutor.
Enlightened Tutor.
So Joe can find anything he wants. He already has the ensnaring bridge. I don't know if the Winter Orb is exactly what the doctor ordered here.
I would say it's specifically not. It looks
Okay.
like Staff of the Storyteller.
Oh,
No, it looks
Huntsman's
like
Redemption.
The Huntsman's Redemption instead.
The Huntsman's Revenge.
It is going to be. It is going to be.
It's the revenge of the Huntsman's Redemption. There it is. That's really good art.
All right.
I mean,
we're
it's
gonna-
Magali. Never misses.
Yeah. Arguably the best Magic artist currently illustrating
Yeah,
cards.
the chain veil just right up there. Oh, so yep, there it is on the battlefield, making a 3/3. 3/3 turns out bigger than a 2/2.
Might as well be an Indomitable Ancients on the other side for Joe as far as Derek's concerned.
The 2/10.
The 210.
I do quote that card a lot. February 10th, my favorite day of the year.
Yeah. It's a great card. It's a great card. And Derek gonna take a little second to read that. We know that any creatures that are going to be stuck around on the next turn,
Yep.
are going to, and this is I'm in for it.
Yeah, Derek has, I think, Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning in his hand and Flood of Tears. A lot of good spells,
Yeah.
but it sounds like it might be turns since Joe's talking to somebody else.
I do. Well, you see that green die at the top. I know what that means.
Oh, I can see the Ensnaring Bridge from a mile away, but a green die directly in front of my vision.
Yeah. Joe looks like still going to continue the beatdown as we're going to attack in with a 3/3. That Huntsman's Redemption did not do much of anything. We did not sacrifice a creature to go find another creature. We know that for sure. Is the crown was used to draw one card.
Yes.
As we're now in turn 4.
The head is heavy. Oh, Chain and Lightning Bolt. Take care of those 3/3s.
All right,
Attack,
attack.
4/2. Play
Attack
it
for
top.
2, yeah. This
Storm
one's
count
headed.
3.
This one's headed to a draw, and I think Derek might lose a little bit of sleep over that last game.
I mean, there's a lot more cubing to be played left
There is
for Derek,
There is, including another round.
including another round, including tomorrow probably.
Now here's
Play Call the Herd. Yep.
Here's the interesting thing. We're actually not going to see. Well, we might see. We don't know if who we're going to see between Derek or Joe.
Yep.
Next round. We're actually going to see one of them on coverage, but we don't know who.
Well, isn't that exciting?
It is exciting.
You never know who you're going to see in coverage. You never know what cards you're going to draw.
Speaking of which, we are going to see someone else new in coverage.
That's correct. I must leave for True Dungeon when the next round starts, but you'll be joined with the very capable Emma Partlow,
Yes, very much so. Very excited.
creator
to
of
work with them.
Emma Partlow's Peasant Cube.
Yes.
As you might know, an amazing commentator. I'm going to watch the VODs after this, but
Right.
it's been an honor commentating CubeCon with you, Justin.
You as well. Couldn't have asked for a better partner on the entire weekend.
I could, but I won't.
Well, that is so kind of you.
I call him, I can see him, but no. Cube is very important to me. I love Cube so much. I've been here. This is my second CubeCon, helping on the side, but, the CubeCon staffing team and NRG series, they've all been awesome people to work with, and I love spreading the joy and love of Cube to you and everybody else.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone
And
out there.
I'm glad we got to cover your cube. That was really fun on Thursday.
Yep. Cube is great. I love Cube. You can
Right.
Cube everywhere. Everywhere Magic cards are being played, wherever there's Cube, I'll be there.
Would you say people should try to make it to CubeCon next year?
I definitely think you should.
Yeah.
Like, there's been so many people that are like, oh, I should have made it to CubeCon. Yeah, you should have. But you know what? There's always another year. So I look forward to seeing everybody here at CubeCon next year who couldn't make it this year, and everybody who made it this year again, because it's like the best Magic event.
That's awesome. We're going to take a quick break so Darby can take off and get to True Dungeoning. We're going to get Emma in the booth. We're going to take just a couple minutes off, but we will be back because that one went to time. So this is going to be a very short break. We'll see you all in just a couple of minutes.
I'll see you all next year.
Welcome back to CubeCon 2023. Justin Parnell joined by my new coverage partner for the
Hello.
last round of Partlow. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing great. We've had the chance to watch the Creatureless Cube, and you actually had the chance to go down and watch some matches.
Yeah,
a
the
little
game
bit
looks
ago.
sweet. I was watching a game earlier where one of the players drafted this really sweet like mono black control deck. So there was like turn 1 Duress, turn 2 him. There was like a fleet wheel cruiser just like bashing in for damage. There was like a Beseech the Mirror as well. So it's just like this.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's this really spicy mono black control
Oh,
deck.
that sounds very spicy. Oh my gosh. Well, we are going to our finals. We could be seeing that deck in action.
Yeah, it looked really good.
Let's see who we are playing because we actually had a draw
Okay.
in the last round too. So one of the players that drew is going to be in this match, and it's going to be Derek.
No, not Derek.
It's going to be Derek. So Derek, to catch you up a little bit, just had a marathon 50-plus minute match where in the dying moments he miscalculated his opponent's life total and aimed a chain lightning at a creature when his opponent was at 3.
Oh no. Happens to the best of us.
It does. So he came over mortified, but you know he's back. He's going to try to finish off this draft, and he's going to have a chance to win if he picks up the W here against Austin Ash.
Looks like he's mulliganing because I saw nothing but lands, which is not what you want to see.
Derek is probably like, everything is now going wrong. But you know what? Derek's deck is pretty aggressive. We have a blue-red artifact-based deck where he's making a lot of tokens, turning them into creatures, and then attacking with Soul Artifacts, stacked with black.
Ooh, and Soul Artifact's a nice one.
Yes.
Spicy one.
Derek's deck is great. We saw Austin's deck for like a moment in a backup match, and then he won immediately.
Right.
We do know he has blue and black cards, and that's about it. So it looks like Austin is potentially keeping his 7. Kind of tough for me to see. I think I'm counting 7 here.
Yeah, we've got 7.
Awesome. Austin is going to be on the play, and we're going to start with a island.
I see a retrofit Foundry in hand. Here we go.
And that's exactly what he's going to deploy on the first turn, which is going to be difficult for Derek to get past. Making a lot of blockers is not something he is well suited to do.
Derek also has the Chain Lightning in hand.
Right. So, and I'm sure he is going to be taking keen attention of his opponent's life total this game after the mishap last time.
I think this is a Mistress Factory for Austin here, I believe.
I'm so glad that you know that.
I believe it is.
I was going to ask, not exactly sure. Yeah, we're getting got by a couple of these secret lair cards, but we've got most of them.
Ooh, so we have a Darksteel Citadel here, which is a really good target for this Ensoul Artifact.
It is. Ensoul Artifact or the Blackstaff Waterdeep, both of which turn an artifact into a creature, and Derek has definitely been keen to do that in several of his previous matches.
Reminds me of the old standard deck, like during, like, I believe it came at F15 standard, where you had the Shrapnel Blast in Soul Artifact deck. That was a lot of fun.
And he's got an improvised club, which is going to stand again for the Shrapnel Blast here, doing 4 damage. So
this deck looks sweet.
Yes, we've had a blast watching Derek's deck. It really is able to change. He's got a really dynamic sideboard where he can go more into white to find a lot more anti-artifact and enchantment cards. If he needs to do that is a different question, but seeing this Retrofitter Foundry on the first turn from Austin means that he already might be thinking about what he's citing in for Game 2 after he potentially wins this Game 1.
Yes. Looks like Austin's having a little think here about what to do.
Austin carefully considering, but is going to serve in with the serve O into the red zone, taking Derek down to 19.
Trying to see what else is in hand here.
Yeah, we got to really find out what we have. Looks like a riddle form.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Enchantment that turns into a 3/3 flyer when you play a non-creature spell. Well, good news.
There's a lot of non-creature spells in this cube.
100% of them,
yes,
in fact. So that's going to be pretty good for Austin once that gets going.
Currency counter.
Currency converter. Now, do you know what type of token currency converter makes?
Treasures, right?
It's
Treasures, Rogues, which Derek has a token of.
Exactly, a 2/2 rogue. That's so this is one of Derek's favorite cards, which is why he's
really
selected to be the 2/2 rogue. Yeah.
I used to play this one in Commander because I used to play Quintorius, the Strixhaven Uncommon Legendary, and it's really good with Currency Converter because you just make those 3/2 spirits.
Absolutely. Oh, that's awesome because it's from exile.
Yeah.
You exile it when you discard it.
Bag of Holding is also great.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
good. So we see Austin's going to turn Oh, no. We're just getting a more proper servo. That was actually, oh, and then we are going to turn that servo directly
Please
into a
would-
Thopter. So we worked hard to get that token. It's probably going to come back. I imagine it's not going to be the last servo we see.
Retrofit Foundry is just such an incredible card.
Oh my! It's
Yeah.
what a cube staple. You know, was a
Caleb Dudwood beat me with that card in the Wisconsin-England match on Thursday. Just kept upgrading his tokens, and it's just like, you're really mean.
goodness. That
I
was
don't like this.
I watched
As
that
the
one.
aggro player.
Right. Yeah, that was in your game 3, and I think
Yeah.
that just took it over.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So fresh wounds still healing from seeing Retrofitter Foundry across the board for Emma, but Austin is going to continue to. Looks like landing on. I think that is Frantic Search, but I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see what he casts.
I do see a Journey to Nowhere in hand here, but Austin has no white mana.
Right. Journey to Nowhere, great, is just going to permanently get rid of something, but looks as a Dross Skull Bomb, I believe.
It's either the blue or the black one. I'm not too familiar with the skull bombs.
Now that I say it, it's not the black one because I think that gets a creature back from the graveyard, and I don't think that would be very good.
No.
So likely is going to be the blue one.
Yeah.
And we're going to see this Mishra's factory get suited up, and Austin is going to come in for 6.
They're getting on the aggro here.
Yeah. Derek normally the aggro deck, but he's definitely going to be on the defensive here in the early game.
Yeah.
As Austin has applied a lot of pressure with only a single creature token, and now the rest on Derek's turn, back
Yep.
to non-creatures.
Discarding this Strike It Rich. Maybe cashing it in later for some value.
Ironically, Strike It Rich, no matter what, was going to give Derek a treasure.
Yeah. Looks like Derek has a Lightning Bolt in hand as well that can deal with this Riddle form once it's animated.
Well, once Derek's does have to find some red mana, but can get
Yeah.
it from Currency Converter if it needs be. Derek tapping 3,
For a Saheeli,
Saheeli.
Sublime Artificer.
which is good. That's going to gum up the ground potentially from this this Mistress Factory. But we do have a Thopter and a Riddle form in the air, and that's not exactly going to help there.
Yep. Now we're going to upgrade this token into a 4/4, I believe.
We now have a large, beefy token, a big old 4/4 construct. Well, servos are good at getting in the way in that. Do we think that Saheeli's going to live that long?
Probably
I would
not.
guess not.
For Saheeli.
So when Riddle form is not busy attacking, it can also scry 1 for 2. Now, Austin has not needed to do that, but it's an option if the game continues to go long. Austin, obviously, more of a control deck, despite what we're seeing early on.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive curve.
Yeah.
Granted, Derek hasn't had much in the way of interacting with Austin's board, so he's just allowed just to grow with these tokens thanks to Retrofit Foundry.
Right. And I would say that is because Derek is shy on red mana right
Yeah,
now.
it's unfortunate.
As you've noted, we have
Looks like a repeal here.
a repeal. Oh, excellent in this queue.
Mm.
A lot of tokens hanging around, and repeal going to take care of one right now. Going to draw a card. Riddle form is going to turn into a creature. Bingo, bango. Austin's going to come across the board for 7.
Looks like a Rafine's Tower here, I believe.
Rafine's Tower going to shore up that mana. We now have white for that Journey to Nowhere.
Indeed.
Derek at 6. In trouble. Going to make a treasure. Likely, oh no,
Ooh,
gonna make a rogue and gonna scoop it up going into game 2. That was a quick one for Austin. We actually might see a quick one here. This could be potentially a very, very good matchup for Austin.
Yes.
A lot of interaction. Derek needs to go fast. Didn't have an opportunity to do it there.
Yep, Derek unfortunately being choked on the red mana just meant couldn't really do much with all the aggression thanks to Riddle form and Retrofit Foundry.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough when some of your most powerful spells are Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning, and you can't cast them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna happen.
It happens to the best of us.
Right. I mean, really, in such a heavy artifact type cube, you're incentivized to play lands like Darksoul Citadel, which Derek did have, but that means you might have one less red mana accessible in deck
All right,
building.
this is it.
So if you were looking for more cube content, do you know where you'd find it?
Cube heads?
That is exactly right.
Yeah, so if you want more cube content and you want to see more like interviews with like personalities, like Us too, like big cube. We're kind of big cube heads ourselves,
I'm
right?
a huge cube head.
I'm a huge cube head too. Yeah, you check out Cube Heads. It's everything that you would want for content and personalities when it comes to Cube.
Love it. And if you're not able to be here at CubeCon this year, you can go to at youtube.com/@CubeHeads right now and post CubeCon to see all of this amazing Cube content that Steve has been shooting the entire weekend.
Yeah,
I'm actually going to check it out. Because,
oh, me too. Me too. It's gonna be great.
Exactly. We're here. We've been in the booth so much. We can't see everything.
Yeah.
So check out youtube.com/@CubeHeads. Now, Derek, the good news, silver lining here, Austin doesn't exactly know what Derek's plan is.
Right.
Because
This
Derek
is it.
didn't do much of his plan.
Also, like Austin only probably knows is like it's just like a mono blue deck. Is there, and he does probably not aware of the red that's in there or this burning interaction.
Right.
So hopefully Derek can just get a few, get some red sources, get some blue sources, and hopefully have a nice back and forth game because it did feel a little one-sided.
Well, Derek is starting this game with the cards he had stranded in his hand last game. I see Lightning Bolt.
I see a Steam Vents this time though, so
That's a critical one.
which is a big one.
Yeah, we have Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning in there. And Derek's going to need to be on the plate. That's going to be really important. He's going to want to be the aggressor where Austin was last time, but that seemed also kind of like a rare draw for Austin.
Right, this
Yeah.
is it.
Ooh, you know what else I spotted?
What's that?
I saw an Soul Artifact in Derek's hand.
Ooh.
We have the Skull Bomb from Austin again. It hung around. And Derek's going to spend a little bit of time developing his mana,
Yeah.
which was the reason he quickly lost last game. So it makes sense to make sure he has that fully online here.
Yeah, and playing these triomes and these shot clans like tapped. Derek knows Austin's not the aggressive deck.
Right.
That the curve from the last game was just it was quite rare for this deck, right? So he's able to play these tap lands and not get punished.
Right. Things just lined up for Austin, and Derek now with red mana going to be in a position to make sure that type of thing doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think Austin has the Modern Age, I believe. I want to say looks like the Modern Age.
Yep. So the Modern Age, we are going to draw one, discard one, and we're going to do that twice.
Yes.
Then we're going to be a 2/3 on the back.
Yeah, it's a good card.
2/3 is flying. Hello.
Relevant.
That's going to be very relevant. Vector Glider, but notably 3 toughness.
Yes.
That's something Derek likes to see. Derek simply deploying Hallowed Fountain on his turn, tapped, going to hold up this interaction and see what Austin does. And, similarly on Derek's side, maybe Austin could potentially look like it was.
I do see a Smuggler Copter in Austin's hand, so
Ooh,
hopefully that can
wow.
get in. It is 3 toughness, which is relevant when crewed.
It definitely is.
Love me a Smuggler's Copter, and it seems quite good in this cube.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if I've ever played a cube where Smuggler's Copter is not really good.
Right, this
But-
is true.
But in particular in this cube, when you, artifacts are a much bigger part of the cube, as we've seen in both players' decks. Smuggler's Copter, really, really excellent. And Austin carefully considering this is the finals. This is the finals for Austin, no matter what.
Yes.
If Austin wins outright, he's going to be joining us in the booth for a celebration of his trophy. And he's picking up his white mana here with Celestial Colonnade.
And here comes the Looter Scooter.
That's right. Smuggler's Copter down. And we have now deployed 3 non-creatures, as is standard for this cube.
Let's see what Derek wants to do here. Just gonna wait and see what Austin does and just interact with whatever Austin's trying to do here.
Yeah, Derek probably wants to have that Ensoul artifact on something, but no artifacts and likely no other targets. We have a 2/3 now. What do you think that's going to do?
It's either going to attack or crew, depending on if Austin has anything in his hand that he wants to trade away. The rummage effect's always good, and here we go. Smuggler's Copter's going to get in the red zone.
Derek going to let the ability happen, and maybe even just take the 3 damage just to. And I think this is smart, actually.
Yeah.
Because you really just want to see what else happens on Austin turns. And I think one time I would be willing to say, I'll take 3, you can loot once.
Yeah. Just see what Austin's trying to do here, like what spells he's going to play in his second main phase.
Yeah. This lets you get the lay of the land at the cost of a little bit of life and a little bit of card selection for Austin. Looks like we're going to discard
Multiple choice, I want to say.
I think
it
that's
looks
right.
like multiple choice.
Multiple choice, a scalable Expel, but we will not be seeing it this game, as I don't believe there's any way to get instants and sorceries back very easily. There's a couple ways, but I don't know if Austin has it.
We also have a Retrofit Foundry in Austin's hand as well, which we'll probably see this game. And here we go.
We're going to see it right now. That was the all-star for last game, turning into a 1-1, into a 1-1 flyer, into a 4-4.
Time to make some tokens once again.
Thus, it starts. Quite a powerful card, and as predicted, we're going to see Lightning Bolt at end of turn after Austin has planned for the rest of their turn. Derek says, you get one. Everybody gets one.
Yeah. Believe this is Artificer's class?
Artificer class. And Derek is going to play it and immediately level it up to 2, which is going to reveal cards from the top of his deck until he hits an artifact.
Yeah.
Is it an artifact?
Yeah, that
spell?
is.
That's an artifact card.
Spire Bluff Bridge is an artifact.
Not.
Which is also really nice with this Insole artifact.
Yes, it is. Not what Derek wanted, but hasn't played a land.
Yep.
And now has a target, a juicy one for that Soul artifact.
I also saw an improvised club in Derek's hand as well. So I know it's a little bit early now because Austin's on 20, but there might come a point where Derek can just club for the win.
Yeah, I think that's very realistic. Derek, with the Ensoul artifact, likely going to turn on the aggro side of his deck pretty quickly.
And also, Derek has all the mana he needs. He's got all the colors he needs. So he's going to be in a really good position, despite it not looking quite that way, considering there's no creatures on the board.
Derek's mana base in full effect here.
Yes.
Yeah. Seeing 4 non-basics, perfect mana. Going to be really excellent at pretty much anything he draws for the from now to the end of the game. Austin comes in for 3, 2 in the air, 1 on the ground. And are we going to see him deploy another threat? Ooh, I think that is Occult Epiphany.
Okay.
That's my guess. That is a, if that's correct, it's a blue X spell.
Ooh,
Draw and discard X.
Playing a hard evidence here, getting a crab. I believe you get a crab. No, a clue token, sorry.
Some have called this the Blue Thraven Inspector. How do you feel about that
It is,
comparison?
I do call it Craven Inspector for a reason.
Craven Inspector?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I love that.
We just need a green and a black one, then we'll have the cycle of Craven Inspectors.
That's true. What's the red one?
Vodarian Epicure. The one that makes a blood token.
Fair enough. Yeah, where's the black one?
Yeah, right.
That's the one I want. I don't, the green one, that's fine. You can skip that one.
No one plays green.
No. Vince. That's the only one.
I was talking to Vince earlier in between the rounds, and apparently he drafted a really sweet paradoxical outcome deck.
He did.
That
We got to
did
watch
go
it on
off on
camera.
coverage. That looked really sweet.
It was against Derek, actually.
Oh, no way. No
Yeah.
way.
So,
Poor Derek.
I know. He's been on the receiving end, but you know what? He is here with a chance to still win this draft despite getting hammered in a couple of games. You know what? That's why you play 3.
Yeah.
We are going to go ahead and activate this Retrofitter Foundry, turning the servo into a Thopter. And Retrofitter Foundry, notably, can untap at the tune of 3 mana. So if Austin doesn't deploy anything else, even though it's a Thopter now, it could untap during Derek's instep and then turn that Thopter into a 4/4.
Yeah. Just slowly gumming up the board with these threats, which is going to make it hard for Derek to connect with any damage. Yes, Derek has burn spells, but those burn spells aren't going at Austin. They're going at the board.
That's right. And speaking of the board, Derek's gonna need to put something on the board. Whether that is an Ensoul artifact, whether it's another sort of token, there's gonna need to be some sort of blockers because we have a 2/3 flyer. We currently have a 1/1 flyer. All right, Rusted Relic, but we're only at 2 for Metalcraft. Derek pointing out he has that Silver Bluff Bridge to make sure that Austin knows that's good, respectful magic. Say,
Yes.
don't hide that among your lands. Derek's better than that.
Well, here comes the Ensoul artifact on the Silver Bluff Bridge.
On the tapped Silver Bluff Bridge.
Yeah.
Not exactly what Derek wanted, but,
I think Derek's just being efficient with his mana at this point, which is a reasonable thing to do.
Right. Derek doesn't believe he's in danger of dying this turn, so...
Yeah, a lot of the tokens are quite small. Like the crab can't attack, obviously. There's some clue tokens. There's this 2/3 flyer from the modern age. And then there's a chance this token might be upgraded to a 4/4.
We're going to find out if Austin is going to decide to do that. Looks like we see some mana tapping. One black, a blue. Nope, we're going to sacrifice Roadside Reliquary.
Because it owns because the modern age turns into enchantment. On the other side, we can draw 2 cards.
That's right, enchantment and artifact for Austin. Going to draw a couple. That's pretty good use of a land.
Yes.
And you know, with now having a Rusted Relic that's going to turn into a 5/5 and a Soul Artifact that's a 5/5, the 4/4 on the ground kind of outclassed.
Right. This is it.
So maybe that Thopter is just better served sticking
I
around.
do see a repeal in Austin's hand as well, which is going to be quite good here as well.
It is. Now, the good news for Derek is Austin, with the repeal, can't permanently get rid of the Insult Artifact because the land cannot be bounced.
No, but the Insult Artifact can. It's not
Right.
ideal, but if you want to exchange something for like a card draw, you're looking for a particular answer, might be an option down the line.
Derek's not going to like it no matter what when it gets
No.
cast.
I mean, who likes being repealed? I mean, I know I don't.
Usually, I'm the one casting repeal. The card doesn't get as much respect as I feel like it deserves.
Yeah. Have enjoyed that one in Vintage Cube over the years.
All right, looks like we have a Castle Locked Wayne and
A Prismatic Vista.
are we going to activate? Okay.
Yes,
so
we are.
after we've attacked, we're going to turn this into a 4/4. Now the good news for Austin, Derek's at 11. So can Derek just attack with impunity despite it being for 10 damage? We
Yeah.
don't know. The other black card in Austin's hands is Eliminate.
I'm glad you knew that because I was struggling to figure what it was because I know it's one of the Strixhaven cards and a lot of them look similar to me.
It is Eliminate. Currently, no targets for, I mean, technically the Insult Artifact is a target for Eliminate. It's not going to be very effective.
No. Oh, we're gonna level up the Artificer's class again.
And that is going to allow Derek every turn to create a token copy of an artifact.
Ooh, okay, that seems pretty interesting. That's going to be interesting.
Now, that could turn into a lot of Rusted Relics.
Yes.
That could turn into more lands, more Silver Bluff bridges. I would imagine it's probably going to be another Rusted Relic, and you're going to have 2 5/5s and a 4/4 on the ground.
That seems pretty good.
Yeah. Now, here's the problem. It's the card you talked about in Austin's hand. Do we think we're going to see this repeal come down before we even have a chance?
I would not be surprised. I think it's what I would do in this situation. I think Austin's getting to the point now where they have such a board state, they can just Austin can just see what Derek does and just play like this tap out control strategy while slowly beating in with these 4/4s and 2/3s.
Right. And Derek has put 10 mana over the course of several turns into this Artificer class.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to square one and having to recast it and go all the way up is going to put Derek in a position where he needs to have time to reach that, and time is what he's short on.
Especially when Derek's on 11 life.
11 life, we have a 2/3 flyer. You know, we don't now again, and we have the 4/4 on the ground. I'm still not 100% sure if that's going to be good, but the thing is, this is a big play for Derek because he doesn't have Metalcraft. He has 2 artifacts. He's banking on making another one with this Artificer class, and if this is not around, he could legitimately be in trouble.
Right.
Because that Rusted Relic is exactly what it is, a Rusted Relic. It's not a 5/5. Looks like Austin going to get clarification with our judge on the side, potentially asking about repeal.
Yes.
Since we know the land, the Silver Bluff Bridge, is a creature, but it is also a land. Still a land, doesn't lose that super type. So Derek, we see making faces, knowing that he's in trouble. He's down a game.
He's definitely in danger.
So repill is X and a blue. Return target non-land permanent with mana value X to its owner's hand and draw a card.
It's a really nice tempo option.
Yeah, this is a card that I actually think I've had in every single of my main cubes that I've made
Oh, really?
for 15 years now. I love it. It's just.
I remember playing Repeal in Modern.
Yeah.
Mono Blue Tron.
And we're going to see Repeal not bouncing the Artificer class, but it's going to be bouncing the Rusted Relic. And Derek did select this Overblessed Bridge. You actually can see the copy down in his lands.
Yes.
Austin going to get to his 6 mana.
We also have this Celestial Colonnade, which is getting pretty close to being activated as well. And a 4/4 flyer in the air is pretty devastating.
It is. And, if Austin were to decide to activate that now, which he could, he
Yep.
has 5 other lands.
It's a 2-turn clock.
2-turn clock. That's not good for Derek. Derek does not have a lot of defense. He does have something from his opening hand, and that is Chain Lightning.
Yes. Unfortunately, so Celestial Colonnade is a 4/4, so Chain Lightning doesn't quite do as much here.
Maybe could take out that 2/3, but not
Yeah.
an answer to the Colonnade.
Yeah.
And Derek helping his buddy Austin out. The Colonnade does have Vigilance and Flying.
It does turn into a Serra Angel.
One of the best creature lands of all time, Celestial Colonnade, and something we spotted earlier, Austin has one of the other best creature lands of all time in his deck,
Which is?
Creeping Tar Pit.
Ooh, that's a nice one as well.
Yeah, my personal favorite.
I'm a Raging Ravine girl myself.
Yeah, I could respect that. I've probably attacked with Raging Ravine the most.
Yes. Card's very good.
And I've certainly activated it the most.
Yes.
So Derek at 5.
It's not looking good.
No, and really, even if you're Chain Lightning and you're taking care of this 2/3, well, then what? What's your plan after that?
There's not. Trying to see what else is in Derek's hand. I see the Chain Lightning. Not sure what else.
Well, Derek's going to need to cast something out of his hand, or the next thing we see from Derek's hand is going to be go across the table for a handshake with Austin.
Yes.
There it is.
Here we go, yeah.
Chain Lightning on the 2/3 flyer.
I'm going to replay the Rusted Relic, which is going to make a copy.
Yep. So now we are going to go to back to plan A. We have 2 Rusted Relics. We have a 5/5, a 5/5, and a 5/5.
And we also have Metalcraft now as well, which is nice.
Right. And, Austin can easily come across for 4.
Yep. There's also this Eliminate in hand as well that can deal with the copy. Does it keep the mana value?
It does.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, eliminate Drawing Dead somehow in this entire game.
Right.
Castle Lockwayne going to play an untapped because we do have a swamp in the left-hand side of Austin's lands. If you were Austin, would you be aggressive with this Colonnade?
Yes. I don't think Derek's doing too much at the minute. Yes, he's making these 5/5s, but you're at 19.
Right. You got some life to give. Now, they're adding up quickly, but ultimately we can only see 15, and I think I would probably bank on that of saying, well, 15 is going to work. I don't attack with my 4/4, and I don't attack with my crab. So if things go really, really wrong,
Right.
I at least have some blockers.
And there's no trample here either, so. And we got the club.
The improvised club, which is an instant. It's going to deal 4 to the Celestial Colonnade.
Nice.
So that's great for Derek because Austin has now used his whole turn to try to put Derek to 1.
Yeah.
And this was best case scenario for Derek, as that Celestial Colonnade breathes a sigh of relief. Now, small note, we could have tapped that Celestial Colonnade in the swamp to make a 1/1 servo.
Yeah.
But that option is now gone. And I think that might be what they're discussing right now. Can I tap the Celestial Colonnade for mana before it dies? Is Derek saying you can? Eliminate.
Oh, sure.
Eliminate does not have a legal target. Yeah, that is a 4 mana value creature with his buddy, also a 4 mana value creature.
Sadness will go on the stack. We're probably gonna get a judge interaction here as well, just to clarify the rules.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is not gonna work how Austin wants. Despite it being a copy, it does maintain all of the critical stats of the original. So eliminate uncastable, gonna go back in Austin's hand. Still has access to that 2 mana. It looks like Derek was kind enough to allow Austin to have that if he wants it for the Celestial Colonnade to provide the second.
And that's the nicest thing about Cube, right?
Everyone's been so nice.
Right. It's not like there's no rules lawyering or no takesy backsies. Like you can do that kind of stuff, right? It's all about just playing Magic and having a good time.
Exactly. Now we did see another good card for Derek, which was the Black Staff of Waterdeep.
Ooh, it's a fun one.
He does not have an artifact he can currently turn into a 4/4. But if he did, that is actually the power. All of this creature's powers would be equal to Austin's life total.
Yeah.
And we're going to see
Some aggression rumbling in the red zone finally.
Derek getting on the aggressive side. And, he's able to do that because Austin did not make that servo. So he doesn't have enough to return fire to put Derek to 0.
And this crab's going to do some blocking duty.
Austin's still going to take 10, go to 9. And then we're going to have,
Hilda's Icy Crown, I believe.
That could be very bad for Austin. We're not going to make a copy of that legendary artifact, I would guess.
And here comes the Black Staff of Waterdeep.
Also legendary. We're not going to copy either of those. We might copy this Rusted Relic. I think
I kind of like just making a board of 5/5s. Now you're comfortably in Metalcraft as well with these 2 artifacts in play.
Right. I think Austin's potential decision to allow that Artificer class to get up to level 3 when you had that repeal in hand might be coming back to haunt him. Austin very careful and deliberate with his mana, which we appreciate. Everything very clear for us in the booth and at home.
So is that Eye of the Hive Tyrant in play now?
That's right, which another potential lethal attacker for Austin, but it's going to take 2 turns because Derek's still at 5. But honestly, Austin now kind of looks like on the back foot because Derek's at 5 and not 4.
Yes.
It's a big deal. Sewed up the board with that Hilda's Icy Crown. That can turn into tap your creature in case you find something that can even come across. So really that Hive of the Eye Tyrant not doing a whole lot for Austin right now.
Looks like Derek's definitely turning the corner in this game. Just slowly making a board of 5/5s. There's going to be a point where Austin just can't deal with the steady stream of threats.
And it could be...
you don't want to play this Retrofit Foundry defensively.
No.
That's not going to win you the game.
Not with Austin. Austin, I don't think is going to have any reach outside of that. Derek is the one with the burn spells, and Derek's saying, it's time. It's time to go.
It's time to be Icy Manipulator time.
Derek untapping with 20 power. Only 2 of these need to connect to end the game. Derek drew his self-proclaimed favorite card in the deck, Rise and Shine.
Nice.
Not going to need it here, though. Although, I say that, you could Rise and Shine on the Black Staff. Since it doesn't have a target, you could turn it into a 4/4 itself.
Ooh, that is a nice play.
And that's still a lethal attacker because Austin's at 9 and not 10.
Yes.
And we've seen Derek be very aggressive with the Rise and Shine.
How it should be, in my opinion.
Right. But not going to happen here. Just going to be content to attack 420. A player's starting life total, which Austin's not quite near enough to survive all of this coming across the table. Austin really in the tank here.
Yeah.
I think
The body language doesn't look good.
no, it does not. I think he thought he was in the driver's seat, and he was.
Yeah, like to begin with, yeah, but this artificer's class is just taking over the game.
Austin perhaps should have gone to class for as long as Derek did. God, Austin can, and I honestly feel bad, continues to look at this eliminating hand turn after turn.
Oh, it's the classic thing that all of us do as Magic players. It's just look at the card and just hope the rule text changes.
Exactly. Yeah. Was there something on this I missed? Let me read through all the flavor text.
Is it free mana value or less still? Can it be 4?
Yeah.
It's like when you've got one card in hand and it's a basic land and you keep checking it, hoping it's not a basic land,
Oh.
but unfortunately it is.
And I say Derek could have used the Rise and Shine on the Black Staff, but he knew from earlier when Austin tried to cast the Eliminate that he's got that in his hand.
Yes.
So he's never going to give him a shot to use it. That's just not going to be on the table for Derek. He's going to keep going with these Rusted Relics in this Soul Artifacted land.
So we're still in combat here. We're just waiting to see if Austin has any responses. Wouldn't be surprised to see a servo token in a moment just to do some chump blocking duty.
Right, and maybe I'm wrong about Occult Epiphany being the card on the left. That is an instant that allows you to make creatures. And maybe I'm not. Maybe this is the card we're going to see, but well, let's see. We got some mana tapping now.
Oh,
Here we go. 6.
Yeah.
Is this Occult Epiphany? X equals 5? It is.
Cool.
Great. So Occult Epiphany, you draw X and you discard X, and you make a 1/1 Spirit with Flying for each card type discarded.
Ooh, okay.
Now this is a really excellent card, and this is actually one of my sleepers in my cube because it doesn't count the number of cards. So, for example, if you discard a Torrential Gearhulk, that's 2 tokens, even if you discard 1 card.
Oh, okay, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it only wants to know the card type. Doesn't care how many cards were discarded. So we got a Mask of Riddles, we got a land,
Water
and
code. Something else, maybe? This eliminate?
eliminate. Yeah, it's time to go. Eliminate. All right, we're currently at 3 spirits. He's got to discard 2 more no matter what.
Yeah.
We're drawing 5, discarding 5.
Believe I see a invasion of some kind, which is a
Invasion of
battle card.
Segovia. That's 4 spirits. And Derek got all the tokens ready, counting it for him.
What a good sport.
What a good sport. All right, and that's looks like a Vessel of Narcissus. That's 5.
That's
the full value. Full
did it.
value. Good on you, Austin.
But there's just going to be a lot of blocking here. Just to try and stem this bleeding because Derek's just going to continue to be aggressive thanks to this Artificer's class and this Rusted Relic.
If you're Austin, you block 3 or do you block 4?
I think I block 4.
Keep your life total fully intact?
Yeah, like Derek has burn spells. We've seen the Chain Lightning. There's a Lightning Bolt in the graveyard. So Austin has to respect the fact that, cool, can Derek just top deck a burn spell when you're on 3, for example, and just be dead?
It's true. Austin willing to use his life total, the last he has of it, as a resource, going down to floor, potentially giving him maybe there's some sort of out that we don't see.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what Derek made with his Artificer class. I don't know if we missed that trigger.
I see something under the Icy Crown, but I don't know if that's correct. Is that the copy here?
If it is,
It
I don't
can't be
think it could
correct.
be legendary.
Yeah.
Austin going to be tapping 4/3.
Definitely not going to activate this Castle Lock Wayne. We know that much.
Yeah, I would say that's right out.
Yeah.
off the table. Are we So if we're pointing at the Hilda's Icy Crown, I do believe that's legendary, and they are cleaning that up.
Yep.
Derek did say I did pick it. Oopsie whoopsie. We're gonna get rid of the second legendary one for the legend
Yep.
roll. Hey buddy, we appreciate that. Giving us the thumbs up in the booth, knowing we probably saw that.
Yeah. Magic's a hard game,
Yeah.
There's a lot of words, a lot of things that can happen.
And this is a particularly tough game because this cube is unlike any other cube here at CubeCon.
Right, this is it. Pretty sweet though. I kind of want to play it myself.
I also want to play it myself. I'm gonna try to get a draft in with this cube this weekend if I can. But there's so many great options which we've seen. You've covered which ones so far?
I have covered the cartography cube,
And
the Terrell's card.
And
cube.
next you have up.
So we are covering the regular cube next, and then tomorrow I'll be covering my cube, which is part of the top 64.
Very exciting.
Peasant
I know
cube.
you're really excited for that.
Yeah. There's just something fun about playing Magic with a limitation,
It really is. Mark Rosewater's famous phrase, restriction breeds creativity, and I
Yep.
think there is perhaps no better format that's represented in than cube.
Yeah. And with this cube here, the limitation is just no creatures.
Not a single one. You can find creatures other way, but it's not going to be on the type line of the
Yep.
card. Austin is going to be Oh, okay. So he's finally using the spell bomb
Yes.
from about 45 minutes ago to return the Silver Bluff Bridge to Derek's hand, drawing a card, and the Insult artifact is going to hit the bin.
Yeah.
4 mana coming out.
The Blood Chief's first to hit one of these tokens.
Okay. All right. So we're finally seeing. Now that we have 5.
Here comes a Rise and Shine.
Oh boy. All right, so Urza's command is gonna make a Power Stone, and I bet it's gonna make a Construct here. A Construct. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Hiding behind the Power Stone, and that's gonna be equal to the number of artifacts that that Derek has, with every attacker being lethal, and then
Here
we're
we
going to
go.
see
the Rise and Shine.
the Rise and Shine.
It's not Rise and Shine for Austin, unfortunately.
No, it's time to go to sleep for Austin. As he's going to be scooping up, and we're going to head to a game 3. Austin's still going to have a chance to win this trophy,
Yep.
but he's going to have to work for it.
Derek did pull it back impressively.
He did. He seemed out of that game for a while.
Yeah, that Artificer class just sticking around for as long as it did really turned the tide of that
Right.
game.
Yeah, and you got to believe that Austin really thinking about how to best utilize that repeal in future matchups.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're gonna, as we've seen a couple of times, we've had the opportunity to watch Derek every round.
Yes.
So Derek has heavily been sideboarding. Derek's got a lot of really great option in his sideboard, so I think he's really assessing what he's looking at for the makeup of his deck every single game.
Yeah. That's a really cool thing about Cube that people don't often do is like picking cards that can be sideboard cards, just sideboard options, right? It's just nice to have options if your matchup is not too great or there's some particular cards you want to deal with. It's a really smart play from Derek just to be conscious and just shuffle up switch his main deck out between games.
Absolutely. And I think it's especially important in this cube because we have really so many options, and the cube is so unique that people are attacking you from all different angles, right? It's not just straightforward. You're not just getting attacked every time with creatures. Sometimes you're being an artifact deck. It's a land deck, an enchantment deck. And having access to those cards for those specific matchups in your sideboard is really how you're going to be able to have success in this cube.
So it looks like Derek is keeping a 7. Seems pretty happy with that.
We're going to start off with the Prismatic Vista. Austin saying, I don't need 20 life. 19 will do, and I'll take a land instead.
And Derek played a Spirebluff Bridge tapped. Which is an artifact, which is important for Derek, and it's getting that red source as what happened in the first game.
Right, and Derek's not going to let that happen again.
No.
That's he knows that things will go poorly That was that was shaking off the rust from the previous game that
Yeah.
was so devastating for him to lose in the way that he did. But this indestructible land, as we know, there's a lot of options for Derek turning that into a creature.
Speaking of creature, there is the Ensoul artifact.
It's like he planned it that way in
Just
draft.
just that good. You also have a Den of the Bugbear, which might get aggressive in the later periods of the game.
And that could be, the Den of the Bugbear could be the best possible turn to land play,
Yes.
especially after the come and play tap land. And we have an Invasion of Kaladesh. That's going to give Derek a Thopter token. Derek in the first round against Vince really put a lot of effort into flipping that battle over. It turns into a Aether Wing Gold Scale Flagship legendary vehicle that has power equal to the number of artifacts you control, and Derek's got a lot of those.
And a Cree 1 as well, which is nothing at all when it comes to this cube, given the amount of like 1/1 tokens you can create.
And Derek's got one right there in the Thopter.
Yeah. So it looks like this Rid of Form's going to get in the red zone. But Derek does have a Lightning Bolt in hand, so he can answer that later on.
Thank goodness. Riddle Form not as easy to take down with a Chain Lightning, but Derek says, I don't want you to be thinking about that. I want you to be thinking about taking 6 damage for my Insult artifact plus my Thopter.
Yeah. And then flipping over this battle. Just a really aggressive start from Derek here. Just doesn't want to mess around. Just play spells and turn sideways.
Right. I think Derek knows that he was lucky to escape that last game going long.
Yes.
Because he's not the go long deck.
Right, this is it.
He played his only go long strategy, which is Artificer class, leveling it all the way up. And I would imagine he's like, I don't think I'm going to have a chance to do that again. I need to end the game as quickly as I can.
Yes. He's off to a good start at the moment, so.
Right. And if he can make sure that Riddle Form plays defense instead of offense, that's going to play directly into his strategy, especially with that Lightning Bolt being able to take it out.
Also an Icy Crown in Derek's hand as well, which is going to do a nice job of just making sure Derek can push in damage as much as possible.
Especially good when you are pushing the offense.
Yes.
Because if Austin tries to activate that Riddle Form during Derek's turn, the Icy Crown can tap it for no mana.
Right.
There's that repeal.
So good repeal.
Going back to Derek's hand now, that is going to allow Derek to replay it, get another Thopter. Austin says, well, not going to be able to block during your turn, so I might as well attack during mine.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see the battle redeployed. Is Derek going to decide to again fight the battle, or just going to go for Austin's face?
I kind of just like being aggressive here.
Well, and contextually, if that was the case last turn, Austin would be at 5 less life.
Yep.
We're going to see what Derek has decided. Going to be pretty critical. He really values that battle pretty highly, knowing he's got a lot of artifacts. But time is of the essence for sure. And we know the repeal is gone.
Yes.
So that was one of Austin's best answers to all of the shenanigans that Derek is doing. And we do see Austin's life total updated to 14, meaning that Derek has decided not time for the battle, time for punch. Time for punch you in the mouth. Fly. It sure does.
It does fly. One funny moment during, I was watching between rounds, Derek has some Formiridon cards. So every time he cast one, he just shouted for Formiridon. It was very funny.
Yes.
And very in flavor as well.
We were discussing that in the booth. You are required to do that or you do not get a token.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's an interesting rule.
Yeah.
All for it.
And looks like we're seeing 2 mana being tapped.
Is this a multiple choice? I believe it's a multiple choice.
It is a multiple choice. X equals 4.
4.
That's the full amount.
Well, I have multiple choices when you can just take them all.
Yeah, this is very unlike any test I took in school. You could,
Right.
Yeah, if I could simply just select all of the answers and then one of them would be right, I would have done that every time. I'm not exactly sure how the English school system is, but that is not how it worked here.
Yeah, it doesn't work in England,
Only on
unfortunately.
Strixhaven.
Yeah.
Why have one choice when you can have all? So multiple choice. What's this going to do, Emma? Let's break it down. Everything that Austin's going to get.
So Austin's going to get to scry one and then draw a card. Then after that, he may choose a player, the player being Derek in this case, to return a creature they control to the owner's hand. After then, Austin's going to make a 4/4 red and blue elemental creature token. And then finally, X is 4, so he gets to do all of those, which is really nice. So he makes this nice 4/4, a little bit of tempo just to get rid of some threats. And a little bit card draw as well. Just a nice way just to sculpt your hand for the future turns.
Seems pretty powerful in this cube because that bounce is always going to get rid of something pretty permanently.
Yes.
And the 4/4, obviously, a good way to end the game where that can sometimes be hard to come by.
Yeah. Looks like Derek's opted to defeat the battle.
I think that makes sense. I think it's time to go back to the skies, and that's going to
Yeah.
provide you, as Austin we know is, despite what happened last game, pretty good at gumming up the ground.
Yeah. Especially now that multiple choice has been played. This vehicle is probably going to stick around for a little bit.
Looks like we're going to see the Hilda's Icy Crown deployed.
Yeah.
And fortunately for Derek, got that Den of the Bugbear up, so can simply just wait until Austin's instep to tap whatever potential blocker could go on the next turn. And to match the Den of the Bugbear, we see Hive of the Eye Tyrant come down for Austin, but not quite as powerful in the face of this Icy Crown.
No. Especially when you've got a 5/5 and a notable flying threat and going to get in the red zone.
Right.
Derek did also just draw a Prismari command, which is also going to be nice here.
Absolutely. One of the best cards in Derek's deck and likely one of the best cards in the entire cube. Kolaghan's Command and Prismari Command just both so critical when you're dealing with artifacts. Although Kolaghan's Command only has 3 modes in this cube.
Yes.
So it really should be Kolaghan's Charm.
Right. Maybe once we go back to Tarkir, we'll get a charm cycle.
I would love it.
I would love it too.
And Thopter is going to crew up that legendary ship. It's going to attempt to attack for 4, but it looks like Austin's going to say it's time to operate with the occult. Maybe.
Maybe.
Potentially.
Audibling on it right now.
Really thinking about it. Nope, the Cold Epiphany's in his hand, so we've got something else coming down.
Looks like a Tarkir card. That's all I can really tell.
Yeah, I saw a little teamer symbol, maybe.
Yeah. Austin is...
Austin really teasing us here.
Solemngar's command. Yeah. Speaking of commands.
Yeah, there it is. Everybody's got some.
I always enjoyed Dromoka's command. That was my favorite one.
Yeah, I'm a Kolaghan's Command guy. It's
I am not surprised.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to beat that one. I'm always surprised, no matter the cube. It could be the no creature, your life total can't change, no artifact cube, and I'd still be like, oh, the Kolaghan's Command.
Man, oh, I have to take this.
Yeah, I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way to make this good. All right, Austin still deciding: are we going to cast Kolaghan's Command, or are we going to cast the Epiphany? I mean, I don't think you have a bad option here.
No.
All right.
Here
We
comes the Solemngar's command.
Solemngar's, yeah, I called it Kolaghan's Command. Solemngar's Command.
Believe you can take control of a creature, if I remember correctly.
Return a creature to its owner's hand.
Yeah.
Return a permanent to its owner's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Give something a -3/-3. Destroy a Planeswalker. That's not going to be an option here.
Nope.
And we are going to see return target permanent to its owner's hand. That's going to be the Silver Bluff Bridge. And Soul Artifact going to be KO'd for the remainder of this game. Not exactly what Derek wanted.
Nope. But here comes the Prismari command.
We're going to deal 2 damage. Creature's going to go to the graveyard. Derek's going to pick up a treasure token for future use.
Treasure token's relevant here because it does buff up that legendary airship as well.
That's right. very, very relevant as it looks like Derek is going to try to close out the game in the air.
Yes. And here comes a Strike It Rich, which also makes a treasure token.
All right, and we now see that players are in turns. I know that Derek does not want to pick up a second draw, and I personally would love to see a clean resolution of this match, so I really hope
Me
that we are able to
too.
get it. It's difficult to see a path here for Austin to win is the problem.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be Derek's going to win or they're going to draw.
Yeah.
So in combat, we've tapped the 4/4 Elemental, and then Austin has activated Creeping Tar Pit. Going to try to serve in for 3, unblockable no matter what. Going to bring Derek down to 11. Still going to be tough because, you know, it takes 5 turns to do that, and there are not 5 turns left in the game.
Right.
There's 5 turns total, but Austin's not going to have that many of them
Yeah.
himself.
And here comes the hard evidence just to make a crab token, just to stem some of this bleeding.
Craven
some of this
Inspector.
Craven Inspector, my bad.
Right.
Just making a crab to try and soak up some of this damage. And I think Austin is just trying not to die here. I don't think he can win, but he also just doesn't want to lose.
Right. Well,
And I believe Derek has the Epiphany card. I can't remember what it's called. It was from like Corset 21. It's like the 6-mana blue spell.
Sublime Epiphany.
That's the one.
That is a very, very good one. That's a very good one. That's going to let him do all sorts of things. Going to let him draw a card, let him bounce a permanent, non-land permanent, let him create a token that's a copy of a creature he controls, draw a card, and potentially counter-activated abilities such as Creeping Tar Pits turning
Yeah.
into a creature.
Yes.
So Derek's about to be eating good and get the
Yeah.
full epiphany is what I like to call that. And Austin down to 8. So Derek actually has a shot to end this game.
Yeah.
He's got a shot. And I believe we're going to be on turn 3. We're going to see that green die turn up 1 notch. So Derek has 1 final turn. He's got a shot. Is it a good shot? Probably not, but
Probably
he's got a
not.
shot.
Yeah. Looks like this element. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Austin took back the attack, I believe.
Austin, yeah, because, well, so I think what was happening is he went into combat, and he was expecting Derek to tap it, and Derek's like, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
You can't kill me. Only I can kill you, so I'm going to wait until the end of your turn to do whatever I need to with this Icy Crown. Yeah, Derek's like, yeah, cool the cucumber, I'll take 4. I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me.
Yeah.
And now we have a game of chicken.
Yes.
Austin now realizing that that he's gonna struggle to win. I mean, it's still possible. It's still possible. The Icy Crown is going to make it very, very difficult. But Derek right now is deciding if he wants to fire off this Sublime Epiphany. And I actually think that the answer is yes, even though you can't get full activation on it.
It is really easy just to want to be greedy and try and get everything, but we're at the point now where Derek has like 1 more turn. And Derek just needs to clear up this board as much as possible, just try and find that last 8 points of damage to close out this game.
We don't know if Austin has a counterspell. We do know.
Well, he did have a counter spell, but it was Siligar's command, which he already used.
That's true. So we're going to bounce the 4/4. We're going to make a copy of a Thopter.
Now this is multiple choice.
Yeah, this is really multiple choice. You may choose 1 or more. And you're going to draw a card. So,
See a Glimmer Void?
Glimmer Void.
That's a card I haven't seen in a long time.
And this is Derek's last turn. And unfortunately for Derek, I think this Occult Epiphany is likely going to make enough blockers to send us into a
Draw.
which is not what we want to see.
No. And this Den of the Bugbear is probably going to get in as well.
Well, Derek's in a use it or lose it situation.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. We're going to have to get these blockers in. It's going to be difficult for Austin, Austin's probably thinking about, is it possible for me to block enough and then keep potentially 4 of these tokens around to be able to attack back for the win? The answer is going to be no.
But Derek just needs to,
Right.
like that epiphany. Derek doesn't know about the epiphany, so he just needs to see if he can just do something on this final turn.
Yeah, he did his epiphany, and now Austin's going to have his own.
Yeah.
We see the Goblin coming in. Everyone coming in at Austin. And one of them is going to be able to be tapped by the Hilda's Icy Crown. But, at this point, Austin's just going to say, let me get as many different card types as I possibly can. I don't even care what the cards are.
Yep.
Yeah,
Derek seems very defeated here.
Yeah, Derek's body language is, I really didn't want you to have that card. Crap. You did have it.
Yeah.
All right, going to flip that one around to see what, it's an enchantment.
Yeah.
Yeah, just got to double check. All right, Austin, show us your 5.
So we have an enchantment. I believe we have a land. I saw.
Ask a Riddles. That was discarded last time.
Got a couple of lands. We've got an enchantment. Can't quite see the bottom card.
Watery Grave. That's a land. This looks like a vessel, which is an enchantment. I don't know if that's going to get discarded. Survey says. It
Yes.
is. That's 3. We're at 3. 2 more to go.
So we have an enchantment, we have a land, and I assume this is I believe that's a reality shift, I want to say.
So, yeah, reality shift. So, instant. We have an artifact with the Mask of Riddles. So, we're at 4. All right. So, we're going to get 4.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, going to be good enough, I think. Good enough for the draw, which potentially, I don't really know who's going to win this draft because if Austin's going to draw, going to be 2-0-1. If Joe Anderson, who drew in the last round with Derek, won his, he's also going to be 2-0-1. We might not, sometimes Cube, it's interesting. You don't have draws often, but we do have a tournament structure here where it's possible because, we can't play forever.
No, we cannot. As much as we would like to play Cube forever, we just can't.
And really, this is to make sure that we have respect for everybody else here, we do have to time these rounds, and this is exactly what these players are encountering, despite them. Well, I get it. They want to play this cube in as many minutes as possible.
Yes.
They're trying to maximize their cube time. But it is going to come to an end here as Austin's going to pick up all of these blocks, as many as possible.
Yeah. Just working out the maths on how to survive here. It's a shame because Derek was really aggressive, and it's just like Austin just did enough to bounce the skyship on the first time it flipped.
Yeah.
Just stem the bleeding enough. I know a draw is not the ideal outcome, but it's better than losing.
Right. And it's frustrating for Derek because I believe that if this game were to continue, Derek is in a really great position to be able to win, but that's not what we got here. So Derek's going to have to be satisfied with a loss for better or worse, or with a draw for better or worse.
Yeah. And Austin's in the tank just to make sure that they can survive this turn.
Right.
And then it will be Austin's turn 5, and that will be the end of the game.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a situation where you think you don't die and then something goes wrong and you do after you've planned it out so carefully for the last few turns. Looks like we are going to go to combat damage. Austin going to go to 2, knowing that Derek has no cards in his hand. And unfortunately, the largest amount of damage that Derek can take is 6.
Yeah.
Unless we have some magical card that makes Derek lose life. If we have like a hopeless nightmare from Wilds of Eldraine.
Nice.
Or
sign in blood, target the opponent.
Sign in blood. that would be pretty wild. So Austin's not out of it. I have not seen any sort of direct damage in his deck.
Sure.
So in lieu of that,
So Austin's trying to figure out if he can somehow snatch this.
I know he would like to, and I know it's got to be just
This Icy Crowns also can tap something down too.
right. Yeah, so this is not going to happen, and Derek might be able to shortcut to this draw by pointing out that he's got this Icy Crown. And, yeah, we can't activate both of those creature lands, unfortunately, as much as Austin would like
Yep,
to.
and here
there
comes
we
the
go.
Icy Crown. Yeah.
And Derek's like, hey,
I have this Icy Manipulator.
right, yeah, you're not gonna get through. It's just not gonna happen.
Yep.
Austin doesn't want to believe it, and it sucks.
I mean, a draw's never ideal in Magic, right?
No.
You played 50 minutes, probably 5-10 minutes more than that. You don't have a result.
yeah, frustrating for Derek because I know that Derek picked up a draw last round after being in a really frustrating situation, and these players are
And
just
there we
determining
go.
exactly what happens. But we are
Well-
going to have a draw, and you know, I don't know if we have a winner. I think as it worked out with this draw in the last round, it looks like there are two players tied. So there's no clean winner for this pod.
No, that's a shame. It's
It
a
is.
real shame, especially on coverage when you want some inevitability. You want someone to win the draft. Is what it is. It does happen, unfortunately. Granted, it's rare to happen in
It
Cube.
is.
It's very rare to happen, especially in a 3-round event like this. But it is what it is.
Right. And these players still in contention to be able to play for top 64 tomorrow.
Yep.
And that's
all
going
the
to start
marbles.
Right. That's going to start tomorrow morning. We have 400 players here. We're going to cut down to 64 of those players. They're going to go into 8 pods, and then those 8 pods, the winners, and there will be winners tomorrow.
Yes,
There's not going to be
definitely.
any draws tomorrow. We're going to have 8 winners, and those 8 winners are going to go to our top 8.
Which would be Vintage Cube, I believe.
It will
The
be.
recent iteration of Vintage Cube that's on Magic Online. So that is a real spicy one for the top 8.
It is. And obviously, we went to time in these last 2 rounds, so we have the next cube that's going to be starting pretty quick, and you're actually going to still be in the
Yeah,
booth.
I'll still be here. Andy Mangold, who I can see right there, is going to join me, and we're going to talk about the regular cube.
I'm pretty excited for that. So I'm going to head out. You guys will see me tomorrow, but Andy and Emma are going to finish you out. So don't go anywhere. CubeCon 2023, we will be back in just a few minutes.